Chapter 477. The chief elder's eyelids jumped up. Sovereign, there is no need to worry. Even if Yao Bin has some methods, how can he possibly subdue the sealed pagoda? Once he has tasted the bitterness of the sealed pagoda, he will naturally beg you to rescue him. Before he finished speaking, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The black dot at the very bottom of the sealed pagoda suddenly began to move upwards. Although it was incomparably slow, this so-called slow referred to something that could be seen with the naked eye. Whether it was Tai Qianqiu or the chief elder, both of them were absolute high-level figures of the Black Demon sect. They had sufficient status and were aware of all the attempts the Black Demon sect had made to the sealed pagoda for the last tens of thousands of years. They naturally understood just what sort of astonishing truth this scene represented. Of the 137 recorded attempts, even the one with the highest cultivation, the Peak Blue Sea Old Ancestor whose lifespan was nearing its end, or the one that the sect had coincidentally found 20,000 years ago, the one with the pure body that was said to be impervious to all poisons, could only reach the middle layer of the sealed pagoda. Moreover, one of them had used 24 days, while the other had used 17 days. Compared to Yao Bin, the gap between them was simply terrifying. With this speed, he might be able to reach the middle level of the sealed pagoda in less than 2 hours, right? Tai Qianqiu took a deep breath. He had a feeling that from this moment onward, the entire matter had completely escaped his control. More and more masses of air floated in the air. As Qin Yu rapidly moved forwards, they seemed to feel some sort of provocation and also seemed to be attracted to him. They gathered from all directions on their own initiative, submerging Qin Yu's figure like a poisonous storm. More and more poisons appeared and became even more terrifying. But no matter how much they ravaged Qin Yu's path, they couldn't stop him at all, much less kill him. After an unknown period of time, the mass of toxic gas that crazily rushed towards Qin Yu vanished without any warning. The hazy gray world in front of him was clean and empty, as if everything that had just occurred had been nothing but an illusion. He lifted his right hand and looked at his shining index finger. He was well aware that everything that happened was reality. Did he pass? Qin Yu looked up at the gloomy skies above him and slowly shook his head. Things were probably not that simple. Although these poisons were terrifying, as long as one was strong enough and had powerful means, it was still possible to deal with them. The Black Demon sect had spent tens of thousands of years and still hadn't been able to make the sealed pagoda recognize him as its master. How could Qin Yu dare to underestimate it in the least? Suddenly, a corner of Qin Yu's black robes rose up. He looked up into the distance and saw a black line that connected the heavens and earth. Qin Yu's pupils shrank and a dignified expression crossed his face. He thought to himself, "It's coming." The black line at the end of his field of vision quickly grew thicker and larger, approaching at an astonishing speed. Along with it came an earth-shattering roar. He was close. He was close. Finally, they could clearly see that within this hurricane, there was a giant face. Its eyes surged with a green light and its mouth spat out blood-red flames. Its face twisted as it constantly rotted and regenerated. Intruders die. With a roar, the face stretched out from the hurricane and ruthlessly swallowed at Qin Yu. From the wide-open mouth, one could see that the inside of it was scarlet red, as if there was magma burning deep underground. Qin Yu looked up. His black robes fluttered about him as he nervously opened his mouth and stepped forwards. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, his entire person was like a tiny pebble that scuttled into the huge mouth. The face returned to the hurricane. Its mouth wriggled as if it were chewing and swallowing. But soon it emitted a shrill howl. The hurricane instantly went berserk. As it crazily spun, countless poisons were sucked into the giant face. But this wasn't able to save anything. The face constantly collapsed and collapsed. It tried to repair itself, but it couldn't make up for the terrifying swallowing power that erupted from within. With a cry of despair, the face completely shattered. Then, in several breaths of time, the entire hurricane vanished without a trace. Qin Yu's figure appeared in midair. As he looked at the empty world around him, his eyes flashed. The small square was deathly silent. Although they were somewhat mentally prepared for Yao Bin's strength, as they watched helplessly as he broke into the middle level of the sealed pagoda in less than an hour, the several people that had the qualifications to come here all felt their minds go blank. Gulp, it was unknown just who gulped, but it was particularly grating in this absolute silence. The chief elder blinked his eyes with difficulty. He stubbornly stared at the black dot that entered the middle of the sealed pagoda. After a long time, he couldn't help but admit that this wasn't an illusion. But how was this possible? Tai Qianxiu had a complex look in his eyes. The sealed pagoda had been left in the Black Demon sect for tens of thousands of years. According to the agreement, they were only its guardians. But as time passed, any Black Demon sect cultivator that had the qualifications to know the truth about the sealed pagoda naturally regarded it as a treasure that belonged to the sect. But now, perhaps its true master had appeared. In front of Qin Yu was a vast sea. The sea was boundless and endless. Waves tumbled towards the shore. However, the seawater in front of him was a deathly gray, similar to the sky. Just looking at it made one feel fear. The second level of the sealed pagoda was the sea of poison. The entire sea was composed of countless poisons. Every drop of seawater contained poison that was enough to annihilate thousands of lives. Qin Yu had tried other methods to cross the sea. For instance, flying or using a boat. But reality proved that he had been thinking too much. This sea could only be crossed by the mortal body. Only by withstanding the corrosion of the poison could one be considered to have passed. Even though Qin Yu had regarded poisons as nothing for these past years, he still felt weak in the face of this sea of poison. Little blue lamp, everything will depend on you. You must give it your all. Put on with a leap, Qin Yu was like a giant black fish that swam into the gray sea. He swung his tail and swam deep into the sea. The poisons contained within the sea of poison were strange and terrifying. They didn't corrode the body, but directly corroded and destroyed it. In simpler terms, the sea of poison was an incomparably massive sea filled with highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Even though Qin Yu's demon body had reached the monarch step, he still suffered a great deal. His hair and the surface of his skin were instantly corroded away. Luckily, he saw that the situation was far from good and hid the demon god armor within his body. Otherwise, this treasure armor that matched the demon body and he didn't know how to use would have been completely destroyed. However, the corrosion of the poison could only last for a brief moment before it was suppressed by the little blue lamp. Then, the terrifying abilities of the demon body would appear once more and he would be restored to his original state. Then, he would be corroded again and restored again, a samsara cycle. With the power of the demon body, this degree of minor damage wouldn't cause too much damage even if it were repeated 10,000 times. But, the crux of the matter was that every time he was corroded and restored, it was a painful torture for Qin Yu. Although he couldn't personally experience this sort of pain, he could roughly imagine it. His entire body's skin was instantly peeled off, and then in the next second, after it had fully regenerated, it would be peeled off a second time, a third time, a fourth time. It was simply horrifying. No matter how firm Qin Yu's will was, under the endless onslaught of pain, he couldn't help but fall into a trance and confusion. Luckily, every time his consciousness was about to sink into oblivion, the soul-summoning bell would send out a fluctuation that pulled him back. It was like 10,000 years had passed. When a terrifying explosion rang out, Qin Yu was stunned for several breaths of time before he managed to regain his composure. Then, he discovered that he had unknowingly arrived at some lonely island in the middle of the sea. He didn't have time to think about why there would be an island in the sea of poison. Qin Yu rushed out from the seawater, his flesh and blood rapidly growing back. After several breaths of time, his black hair hung down to his shoulders. With a thought, the demon god armor appeared, no different from before. But only Qin Yu knew just how long and terrifying the pain of being peeled off was. He looked at the endless sea behind him, fear in his eyes. At this time, there was another loud explosion. Qin Yu fiercely turned and looked deep into the sea. A black line appeared in his line of sight. It looked like a continent floating in the sea. Since the island had appeared, it was normal for there to be a continent. Qin Yu didn't dwell on this matter. He stared at the continent. The loud explosion came from there. Qin Yu's intuition told him that this distant continent was the key to the sealed pagoda, recognizing him as its master. But he really didn't want to experience the pain of being corroded by the seawater again. After a few hopeless attempts, Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the restrictive power of the Sea of Poison had greatly weakened. He could just barely fly. Whoosh, a beam of light shot out from the island and shakily flew towards the continent. The closer he got to the continent, the weaker the restrictive power became. Qin Yu's speed increased along with it. Soon, the true appearance of this continent in the depths of the Sea of Poison was completely revealed to Qin Yu. His eyes widened and he was shocked. Black continent, black mountain peaks, black plants. This was a world formed entirely from darkness. But this wasn't the strangest thing. What was the most unbelievable was that this entire continent in the depths of the Sea of Poison was wrapped in a faint layer of light. This layer of light was like a cracked egg. Its surface was covered with cracks, and there were even some places that had been damaged. Suddenly, atop the black continent, a volcano erupted. Billowing black flames and black smoke rushed into the skies, condensing into a fierce skeleton. This skeleton fiercely waved the black bone spear in its hands and thrust it into the layer of light outside. Qin Yu watched as the layer of light trembled and cracks appeared where it struck. He finally understood where that loud explosion came from. The skeleton shattered, disintegrating into endless black smoke that fell to the ground and fused into it. The erupting volcano suddenly wriggled. Like a mouth, it emitted an excited roar. "Your strength is about to be exhausted. I will soon come out." The layer of light was silent, but faint traces of light gathered along the cracked surface, forming an arrow of light that ruthlessly shot into the volcano's mouth. The ground violently shook and the entire volcano of fire instantly disintegrated. Pained roars mixed with wild laughter echoed out from deep beneath the earth. "When I escape, I will use the deaths of trillions of lives as a sacrifice." The shattered earth wriggled and rapidly restored itself. The layer of light returned to silence, but the originally weak light became even dimmer. As Qin Yu was shocked by the scene before him, faint traces of light suddenly appeared, condensing into a figure of light. "Even if it was only 1,000 years earlier, I would still be overjoyed at your arrival. But it is already too late." The figure's face was blurry and its voice was neutral. But one could clearly feel the exhaustion and helplessness in every syllable. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. "You are?" The figure of light said, "The spirit of the sealed pagoda." Qin Yu looked at the continent. "Then what is it?" The figure of light faintly said, "The spirit of poison." A mistake that shouldn't have existed. After a pause, it continued, "The myriad poison sect was destroyed because of it. I have bitterly endured for tens of thousands of years, but in the end I cannot escape collapse. When it leaves the sealed pagoda, it will become the source of calamity for the world. Trillions of lives will die because of it." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have touched upon some incredible secret. But now wasn't the time to be gossiping. "What can I do?" "You can't do anything. I originally thought that those that could rush here should have enough strength. If they cooperated with me, then there might be a 30 to 40% chance of success, but now..." Before the figure of light finished speaking, a hint of disappointment flowed out. Qin Yu wasn't angry at being underestimated at all. This was because he had to admit that the spirit of the sealed pagoda and the spirit of poison both possessed the strength to absolutely roll over him. Leave. Tell the people of the Black Demon sect to immediately relocate their sect. Evacuate all life within a radius of 10 million miles. I won't be able to last much longer. Wait. Qin Yu decisively said. Do you think that the Black Demon sect will obediently abandon their sect that they have managed for countless years and relocate because of a few words from me? Even if they are willing, can all life within a radius of 10 million miles really be evacuated? I fear that in the end it will still be a catastrophe. The figure of light fell silent. I have already tried my best. Qin Yu loudly said, perhaps you should let me try. You have no chance. I naturally have my reasons for being able to arrive here. The figure of light shook its head. If you step in, the spirit of poison will seize your body and use your mortal body to escape my suppression. The reason it has been trapped for so long is because its main body is too large, thus it can't escape. Qin Yu earnestly said, even if I don't go in, how long can you last? 10 years or 100 years? This is only a short period of time, so why not let me try? Believe me, I really don't fear the spirit of poison. On the blurry face of the figure of light, a pair of eyes suddenly brightened. It looked at Qin Yu for a moment and then said, okay. This time, Qin Yu was stunned. Although he knew it was stupid to ask this, he still couldn't help it. Can you tell me why? You changed your mind so easily. The figure of light lightly said, my previous master told me that there are no idiots in this world, especially cultivators with profound strength. For you to reach Blue Sea at such a young age, you should be smart. And smart people often won't seek their own death, unless they are too smart. These words were a bit familiar. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. Don't worry. You will soon discover that believing in me is the best decision you have ever made. I hope so. The figure of light had a deep gaze. I wish you good luck. Shua. Chapter 478. 10 years, 100 years. The light figure bitterly smiled. It looked at the black figure falling to the ground. I originally wanted to save your life, but since you are willing to sacrifice yourself, I will help you. Let's fight for that nearly non-existent hope. Strong winds rushed into Qin Yu's face, pouring into his nose and mouth. He cursed inwardly and quickly adjusted his posture. Then, he came into intimate contact with the black land. With a loud explosion, the ground collapsed and countless cracks spread out. Qin Yu stood at the bottom of the pit, his entire body numb. It took him a great deal of effort to suppress the tumbling desire in his chest and the desire to vomit blood. This black continent was actually pulling him down on its own initiative. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that after he passed through the layer of light, his cultivation had entered a frozen state. If it weren't for the demon body being sufficiently powerful, anyone else would have turned into a pile of minced meat. But even if he didn't die now, what followed would be far from good. Without his cultivation, all that was left was his mortal body. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This was because he discovered that his feet seemed to be locked to the ground. Did you discover that you can't move at all? Are you feeling fear and despair? At the edge of the pit, the black liquid condensed into a figure. This figure had handsome features and a devilish look in his eyes. He stared at Qin Yu with interest. Qin Yu was panic-stricken. You, who are you? The handsome spirit of poison laughed frivolously. Stop pretending. If you didn't have the permission of that fellow outside, someone as insignificant as you wouldn't be able to come here. His eyes flashed. What secrets are you hiding on your body? Could it be that fellow outside thinks you can harm me? Qin Yu's complexion paled. I never thought that my disguise would be seen through by you. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and let me go, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. The spirit of poison was stunned. He didn't think that his casual bluff would actually cause him to speak the truth. But as he looked at Qin Yu several more times, he couldn't help but laugh. This boy's expression wasn't bad, but the corners of his eyes were clearly twitching. His tense body and feigned fierce eyes were full of holes. He lifted a hand and black liquid flowed between his fingers. "Tell me the truth. Otherwise, do you believe me when I say that the moment my hand falls, you will immediately dissolve into a pile of meat paste?" His fingers slowly approached. Qin Yu's eyes twitched even more and he suddenly cried out in panic, "No! Don't kill me! I was just walking when I suddenly came here. I don't even know where I am." The spirit of poison frowned. He thought for a moment and then coldly sneered, "I don't care where you came from. Since you've come here, then stay here and wait for death. I don't want to waste my strength on you." He took a step backwards and his body melted into the earth, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu's tense body relaxed and he gasped for breath. His eyes swept around in a daze, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Of course, all of this was a disguise. This was because from the very first glance, Qin Yu discovered that this seemingly cruel and crazy spirit of poison was actually extremely difficult to deal with. What happened next confirmed his conjecture. This fellow was cunning and strange. He obviously desired to possess his body and obtain a chance to escape, but he was actually able to suppress his desire. However, the spirit of poison was still tempted. Otherwise, he could have just killed Qin Yu directly. Why would he leave him here to fend for himself? Clearly, it still had its doubts and was still observing. Since he was sure that the spirit of poison was secretly spying on him through some unknown method, Qin Yu naturally had to put on a complete act. Thus, he panicked and restless. He tried countless methods to escape, but he still couldn't break free from the imprisonment of the Black Earth. When he discovered that faint traces of poison had begun to drill into his body, his face was filled with panic and despair. Qin Yu couldn't help but praise himself. After struggling for a long time, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes dimmed and he slumped to the ground, as if he had accepted his fate and waited for death to arrive. During this entire process, it wasn't just the spirit of poison that was secretly observing, but also the spirit of the sealed pagoda above him. The light phantom seemed to arch an eyebrow, a strange look in its eyes. But it couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Perhaps he really could succeed? The black dot on the sealed pagoda had already rushed through the central region and arrived near the tip. But just as it was about to enter the tip, it finally came to a stop. The small square was filled with the sound of exhalation. It had been such a long time, and even though there were only several people, it gave off a surging feeling. But at this time, no one had the mind to care about this at all. They rubbed their sore eyes, their hearts filled with apprehension. Without accident, Yao Bin should be undergoing the final test right now. If he succeeded, he would become the master of the sealed pagoda. The 13th branch of the demonic path, the myriad poison sect, would be re-established and he would become one of the strongest powerhouses in the world. In terms of their hearts, whether it was because of the dark side of human nature or because the treasures belonged to the Black Demon sect, none of them hoped that Yao Bin would succeed. But these thoughts lingered in their hearts, they couldn't say them out loud. This was because everyone was well aware that the sect master needed to borrow Yao Bin's hand to resolve the hidden dangers in his body. If he failed in the process of recognizing a master, all that awaited him was death. This was a result that the sect master didn't want to see. Tai Qianxia was expressionless, but deep in his heart, he was shaking. From the moment Yao Bin entered the sealed pagoda, he had felt that things had spiraled out of his control. But, as he watched helplessly on as Yao Bin rushed all the way to the peak of the sealed pagoda, he still found it hard to believe. Before, Tai Qianxiu only had a 50% chance that Yao Bin would be able to resolve his hidden dangers. But now, after witnessing Yao Bin's strength, he was at least 80% sure he would succeed. He suddenly felt a bit of regret. Perhaps if his methods had been a bit gentler and he hadn't forced Yao Bin too much, things wouldn't have reached this step. But now it was clearly too late. Looking at the peak of the sealed pagoda and the black dot that had stopped for a long time, Tai Qianxiu had an incomparably complex look in his eyes. Should he hope that Yao Bin would succeed or fail? The spirit of poison was certain that the human that had rushed in had been completely corroded by poison. His aura was weakening and his life fluctuations were becoming increasingly low. Without accident, he would soon die. Then, his body would rot and dissolve before being absorbed by the earth, becoming a part of his body. But this wasn't a result that he wanted to see. Since many years ago, the spirit of the sealed pagoda had been in a half-dead state. But even now, it was still perfectly fine, still suppressing the spirit of poison. The spirit of poison knew that there would be a day when he would be able to escape. But he wasn't sure when that day would come. Since the birth of his will, tens of thousands of years had passed. After being imprisoned for such a long time, the spirit of poison's heart had grown increasingly cruel. The spirit of poison's desire for freedom had already surpassed everything else. But he was still cautious and chose to temporarily wait and see. This was because in the spirit of poison's understanding, there had never been a single flaw in the sealed pagoda that he could use. But now, the spirit of poison was well aware that he had to make a decision. Should he watch this human die, or should he immediately seize his body and rush out of the imprisonment of the sealed pagoda? At the bottom of the pit, Qin Yu was barely breathing. His soul space was completely clean, without a single trace of poison able to corrode it. As for his mortal body, he only needed a single thought to swallow up all the poison. With the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon body, he would soon be able to recover. So, although this situation seemed terrifying, the truth was that it didn't harm Qin Yu too much. He was waiting for the spirit of poison to seize his body. Without warning, a black liquid gushed out from the bottom of the pit, instantly submerging Qin Yu. Endless black energy crazily seeped into Qin Yu's body. The seizing had begun. In the end, the spirit of poison wasn't able to suppress the desire for freedom in his heart. Moreover, he couldn't feel any threatening aura from this dying human. Perhaps the spirit of the sealed pagoda had prepared some scheme, but the spirit of poison didn't fear it. One was like the sun high in the sky and the other was like a dying sun. The disparity between the two wasn't something that could be filled with schemes. Thus, the spirit of poison attacked. Once he started, he wouldn't look back. He wanted to complete control of this mortal body in the shortest time possible and then use his absolute strength to crush the sealed pagoda's scheme. Everything proceeded smoothly. This mortal body was filled with poison and was extremely suitable for the spirit of poison to fuse with. The aura of the soul was incomparably weak, like a candle flickering in the cold winter wind, about to be extinguished in the next moment. The spirit of poison smiled. This was normal. Even if he didn't deliberately target it, the aura of poison was enough to cause a life's soul to wither and die. In that case, it would send this lowly, pitiful, and innocent human to death. It would devour his soul and obtain some of his memories. Only then would it be able to perfectly control this fleshly body and walk under the sun in the outside world. Sun, this familiar yet strange word had tumbled through the spirit of poison's heart countless times. Now, he finally had the chance to bathe in it. It would surely be extremely warm. A black aura surged into his soul space. Then, in the next moment, an icy cold arrived without warning. The spirit of poison's eyes widened, filled with panic and disbelief. All of his strength had been thoroughly suppressed at this moment. This was impossible. Shua at the bottom of the pit, Qin Yu opened his eyes and smiled. Nothing is impossible. He stretched out his arms. Since I've invited you to enter my trap, then let's begin. Cracks appeared in the void before collapsing inwards. The phantom of the little blue lamp arrived above Qin Yu's head. The deep blue light was pure and transparent, like the most peak and perfect jade in the world. Its arrival represented the little blue lamp's all-out attack. Bang! The entire black continent that floated deep within the sea of poison suddenly trembled. Then, loud rumbling sounds erupted from deep within the earth. It was like countless thick tentacles were ruthlessly stabbing into the earth, wildly swallowing up the energy contained within. Endless black liquid wildly gathered from all directions. The moment it touched Qin Yu's body, it vanished from sight. His right index finger shined with a dazzling light. Runes began to appear, spreading upwards from his fingertip. No! The spirit of poison crazily roared. His will was born from poison, and he could disperse it at any time and reform it once more. But at this time, he had lost control of his will. He could only watch helplessly on as the strength of his main body was crazily sucked away. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 479. The spirit of the sealed pagoda was left dumbfounded. 50,000 years ago, the myriad poison sect had made a mistake, leading to the birth of the spirit of poison. The entire sect had suffered a backlash and was nearly annihilated before they were able to seal it in the sealed pagoda. Ever since then, the spirit of the sealed pagoda had been resisting it. Although it had suppressed the spirit of poison to this day, it was well aware of just how terrifying it was. Unlike the spirit of poison, whose strength continued to weaken with the passage of time, the spirit of poison's strength had been in a constant state of growth for tens of thousands of years. This was because to the spirit of poison, all of the poisons within the sealed pagoda were nourishment for its growth. Yet, it was precisely this terrifying spirit of poison that would cause a great calamity once it escaped. Yet, today, it was actually defeated by an unremarkable little fellow. To the spirit of the sealed pagoda, this created an intense psychological impact. Its entire mind was in chaos. It had decided to go all out, but in the end it was useless. The spirit of poison, how did he get defeated? It wasn't just the spirit of the sealed pagoda that couldn't understand this. Even the spirit of poison that was desperately trying to steal his strength was shocked and enraged, completely confused. I was born from millions upon millions of poisons, and I inherited the destructive energy of heaven and earth. I will exercise the power of destruction, making all creatures in the world howl in grief. This is my destiny. But just as this poison spirit was born, a group of old bastards risked their lives to seal it. Then, another group of people unafraid of death sent it into the sealed pagoda, where it was imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. Wasn't he supposed to carry the destructive aura of heaven and earth? What about exercising the power of destruction? What happened to making all living beings in the world wail in pain? Motherf ****. Alright, the great Tao of heaven and earth still lacked one. Everything had its leeway and accidents. Even if the poison spirit was extremely unlucky and happened to encounter that one, tens of thousands of years of imprisonment and suppression should be enough, right? Just as he was about to escape, a human lad suddenly ran in. He looked around and did not seem to be a threat at all. This poison spirit was very cautious, but even so, he still fell into a trap. Was there any justice in this world? Are you going to let this poison be nimble? Could it be that my birth wasn't to punish all living beings in the world, but to bear the burden of endless sin and struggle and pain? Heaven and earth, are you ***king blind? However, the spirit of poison quickly stopped roaring in his heart. This was because he discovered, to his horror, that a tenth of the poison that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years had disappeared in a short period of time. Originally, he thought that his family's foundation was extremely deep, and if this kid devoured too much, he might just poison himself to death at any moment. Now, it didn't seem to be the case at all. And what terrified the spirit of poison the most was that this body's devouring speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. Could it be that he really wanted to swallow the spirit of poison whole? As this thought crossed his mind, the spirit of poison was dumbfounded. The evil spirit was originally suppressed by the heavens and earth, and it could not be born without a lucky coincidence. Only after it developed its own intelligence did it realize how difficult it was for it to appear. After being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and being swallowed in a single day, how could the spirit of poison be willing to end up like this? Don't panic. As the saying goes, calamities live for 1,000 years. I, the poison spirit, am a calamity to heaven and earth. I will not die so easily. The spirit of poison's thoughts raced, and he quickly judged the current situation. Right now, there are only two paths in front of me. I can either surrender and beg for my life, or I can give it my all. This human boy is sinister and cunning, and his thoughts are incomparably vicious. Since I have fallen into his hands, I am nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. How could he let me off so easily? It seems that there is only the second path. The spirit of poison's face was fierce and his eyes were crazed. Don't you want to swallow me? Fine, then I will fulfill your wish. Let's see whether or not you have the appetite. Although he couldn't escape this mortal body, the spirit of poison still had a connection with his main body. At this time, as the spirit of poison went crazy, the black continent in the sea of poison began to tremble and twitch as if it were suffering from an epileptic fit. Rumble, rumble, the black continent collapsed and disintegrated. Endless black liquid surged out like a raging flood, gathering from all directions. In several blinks of an eye, it formed a black lake. The spirit of the sealed pagoda was panicked. It naturally understood that the spirit of poison was going all out, wanting to use endless poison to break through Qin Yu's swallowing ability. Once it succeeded, not only would it be able to escape its predicament, but it would even be able to take over Qin Yu's body and control the mysterious strength within him. With Qin Yu's cultivation, the reason he could restrain and suppress the spirit of poison was because he borrowed the strength of an external object. The spirit of the sealed pagoda didn't know what this external strength was, but it was well aware that once it obtained the spirit of poison, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The consequences would be inconceivable. No, it had to help Qin Yu. It couldn't allow the spirit of poison to succeed. The light phantom formed by the spirit of the sealed pagoda hesitated for a moment. But in the next moment, this hesitation turned into determination. Its mission had always been to protect all life in the world. For this reason, it didn't hesitate to use its body as a sacrifice to suppress all poisons in the world. Today, for the sake of trillions of lives, what did it matter if it gave up its freedom? It lifted a hand and pointed between its eyebrows. The light phantom trembled and a rhombus crystal flew out. This crystal was formed from countless tiny facets and edges. It emitted a radiant divine light, and as it was refracted by these facets, it was beautiful to the point of being unimaginable. The spirit of the sealed pagoda took a deep breath. It pointed a finger downwards and the rhombus crystal shot out like an arrow. It pierced through the layer of sealing light and shot straight towards the lake of black liquid. At this moment, the suppressed spirit of poison suddenly sensed something. Its eyes widened in disbelief, and it emitted an angry roar. Bang! With this roar, the entire lake of black liquid began to violently tumble about. The surface of the lake split open like a giant mouth that swallowed up the crystal. But this black liquid contained countless poisons, each drop able to kill thousands of lives. In front of this crystal, it was as fragile as true flowing water. With a dull sound, the mouth formed by the black liquid was directly pierced through by the crystal. It tore through the air, constantly emitting sounds similar to the sound of leather being torn apart. It was deep and heavy, carrying with it an indomitable momentum that shook the heart. The light phantom had a complex expression. "Don't disappoint me." Whoosh! The crystal arrived between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Without hesitation, it fused into his flesh and blood, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the crystal appeared in his soul space. The purple moon began to shine with a blinding light, a halo of purple light spreading out in all directions. The slumbering soul summoning bell also instinctively began to shake. ringing sounds that only the soul could hear constantly reverberated through the air. Qin Yu was frightened. He thought that this was one of the spirit of poison's other killing move. If the mysterious purple moon and soul summoning bell were able to cause such a great commotion at the same time, it must be terrifying. But he soon discovered that although the purple moon shined brightly and the soul summoning bell rang without end, they didn't attack at all. Rather, they were like peacocks spreading their tails, and this wasn't the right way to put it. This was because Qin Yu clearly wasn't the one who could cause them to spread their tails. It was more accurate to say that the purple moon and soul summoning bell felt a threat from this crystal. They instinctively released their might to warn others that they weren't to be trifled with. This left Qin Yu pleasantly surprised. The origins of the purple moon were a mystery, but he was well aware of how precious the soul summoning bell was. It seemed that this crystal was in existence on the same level as the soul summoning bell. But how could such a precious treasure appear in his soul space for no reason? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu's soul reached out a hand. Without any resistance, the crystal fell into his palm. In an instant, the aura of his soul was branded into the crystal. Then, countless pieces of information flowed into his mind from the crystal. This information was so vast that even with Qin Yu's current soul cultivation, he felt his head spin. It took him a long time to recover. Qin Yu shook his head and rubbed between his eyebrows. He looked through the information that entered his mind, and a look of astonishment flashed on his face. Then, it turned into pleasant surprise. This was truly an unexpected harvest. The information that came from the crystal could be called an incomparably long memory. From the moment he was born, it continued until today. This was the memory of the sealed pagoda. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He hadn't even taken the spirit of poison yet, but he never imagined that his goal this time would already be achieved. The sealed pagoda had taken the initiative to recognize a master, and, to be more accurate, since the birth of the sealed pagoda, this was the first time that it had truly recognized a master. This was the so-called supreme inherited treasure of the myriad poison sect. Strictly speaking, for countless years, the myriad poison sect had only obtained the approval of the sealed pagoda to be able to use its strength. Both sides had a relationship of equals, and the sealed pagoda even had the initiative. But now, it had chosen to serve Qin Yu as its master on its own initiative. Of course, through the memories of the sealed pagoda, Qin Yu easily knew what the true reason for doing this was. Thus, while he was pleasantly surprised, he didn't feel any pride at all. Rather, there was only admiration. Sealed pagoda, so you were such a sealed pagoda. Sealed pagoda, I know you can hear me. I, Qin Yu, guarantee you that I will not use the power of the sealed pagoda to do anything that goes against the will of the heavens and earth. Otherwise, you can break all ties with me. The sealed pagoda's spirit's voice echoed out. I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, even if I vanish from the world, I will not back down. Qin Yu knew its memories, so he knew that these weren't empty words. If the sealed pagoda said these words, then it would surely do them. But, his reply didn't contain any hesitation. Of course, I will wait and see. The sealed pagoda went straight to the point. Now, I will mobilize all of my strength and pour it into your body to help you suppress the strength of the spirit of poison. The crystal shined. But in the next moment it was stopped by Qin Yu. He coughed and rubbed his nose. In truth, even if the spirit of poison tries to go all out, it's useless to me. Facts spoke louder than words. Qin Yu relaxed his mind and allowed the sealed pagoda's spirit to sense his current state. As for the little blue lamp, although he didn't know how it did it, whether it was his partner soul spirity, undying, or the sealed pagoda's spirit, none of them were able to sense its existence. The sealed pagoda fell into a long silence. After a long time, it said with a bit of hesitation, "Myriad poison body?" Qin Yu thought about it. There were records of a terrifying physique that could swallow myriad poisons and eat them as food. He nodded. You can also understand it that way. The sealed pagoda fell silent once more. Qin Yu knew that Qin Chu and the sealed pagoda were depressed right now. They originally held onto the lofty ideal of rescuing the common people of the world and sacrifice themselves, but who would have thought that in the end, it would all be superfluous and he wouldn't even have a chance to do anything. In other words, he had sacrificed himself for nothing. If you don't want to, I can try to undo our master recognition relationship, cough cough. I know it might be a bit difficult, but if we try it a bit more, perhaps one day we will be able to. The sealed pagoda quietly said, if you hadn't looked through my memories and said these words, I might have been moved. But you clearly know that once I recognize a master, I will no longer have any chance of freedom. These words are a bit too shameless. Qin Yu was embarrassed to the max. But he thickened his skin and didn't speak, as if he were tacitly agreeing. What nonsense! The treasure had already been delivered to him, and he had already eaten it. Not to mention that he really couldn't undo the master recognition relationship, but even if he could, did he really have to spit it out? That was purely a fairy tale. I am tired. I will leave the rest to you. After the sealed pagoda finished speaking, there was no more movement. It was clear that it had gone to lick away the sorrow in its heart. Qin Yu naturally didn't have any objections. He had taken all the advantages, so how could he not allow the sealed pagoda to have a little bit of emotion? In any case, the rice had already been cooked into porridge. There would come a time when it would accept reality. Originally, he thought that he would be able to control the sealed pagoda and become the true master of the myriad poison sect, obtaining a status that the black demon sect had no choice but to treat with respect, and then he would be able to participate in the demon ascension gate. But in reality, his harvests were unimaginably great. The sealed pagoda that had already recognized him as its master was extremely depressed. There was no need to mention the spirit of myriad poison who was being tossed and turned by Qin Yu as he used the star-absorbing great art over and over again. Chapter 480. The spirit of poison's desperate attempt to self-destruct his body to gather a massive amount of poison was ruthless to the extreme. But to Qin Yu it was useless. Of course, saying this might be a bit shameless and self-flattering, because the truth was that the spirit of poison had made a mistake. In front of the little blue lamp, his little bit of skill simply couldn't stir up any waves. The so-called poison immunity wasn't something that could be broken through with just quantity. Of course, the little blue lamp might have a limit to what it could withstand, but this wasn't enough to worry about. The black liquid lake tumbled about. Qin Yu was like a boulder at the bottom of the lake. No matter how it raged around him, his figure didn't waver in the least. In the dark nothingness above his head, the little blue lamp's halo was as deep as the sea. All of the surging poisons that entered Qin Yu's body were instantly suppressed and poured into his right index finger. After this finger swallowed and contained a massive amount of poison today, it was clearly undergoing some marvelous transformation. For instance, on the surface of his flesh and blood, there were increasingly complex and mysterious runes that appeared. As Qin Yu saw them, a term automatically popped up in his mind: rules. Although he found this to be absurd and unbelievable, after confirming it over and over again, Qin Yu determined that this wasn't a hallucination. These runes that appeared on the surface of his finger were indeed the omnipresent yet untouchable rules that existed between the heavens and earth. It was just that in Qin Yu's understanding, he didn't know which boundary of cultivation could directly manifest the rules onto a cultivator's body. It had to be known that he was already at the Blue Sea realm and his true combat strength was terrifying. Even in the land of divinity and demons, he could be considered a top character. Even he didn't know what these rules that appeared on his finger were, even if he didn't need to think to know that they were extraordinary things. Qin Yu's intuition told him that he had struck it rich this time. So, when the spirit of poison discovered that nearly half of the poison in his body had been cleanly swallowed up by Qin Yu like a black hole without any signs of choking. He truly panicked. He originally wanted to stuff this brat to death, but now it seemed that he had dug a hole for himself and then jumped in without hesitation. The truth was cruel and the spirit of Poison's heart was filled with tragedy. But he had no choice but to accept reality. Since the first path of risking his life and struggling wasn't working, then he had to hurry up and take the second path. Although freedom and dignity were important in the face of life or death, all of that had to stand to the side. I haven't really died yet. I'm standing under the sun, bathing in the light. How can I die? But what left the spirit of Poison feeling a chill in his heart was that his begging wasn't exchanged for Qin Yu's hesitation at all. Qin Yu's swallowing actions were fierce and forceful, as if he wouldn't stop until he drank him dry and then burned his bones to ashes. As expected, I knew this kid was a vicious and merciless character. Unfortunately, this understanding was completely useless now. The spirit of Poison only knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. 60%, 70%, 80%. The spirit of Poison was born from the billions of poisons. There was no need to plunder all of the poisons. As long as the amount was reduced to a certain level, it would not be able to maintain itself and its consciousness would collapse and disappear from the world. In his extreme fear, the spirit of Poison's attitude became more and more submissive. At first he said, "If you don't stop, I'll drag you down with me." Then, he said, "Please stop, I'm willing to bow my head and submit." Then, he said, "Spare me, I'll be willing to be ordered around in the future." In the end, his tears and snot flowed down. In order to survive, he would agree to anything. Unfortunately, for the current Qin Yu, the rules on his right index finger had appeared. Priority was greater than anything else. Everything the spirit of Poison said was tossed to the back of his mind. As more and more poisons were absorbed, the markings on his finger became increasingly complete, revealing a strange sense of beauty. Qin Yu had a faint intuition that once this finger was completely restored, some incredible change would occur. He didn't know what it would be, but he was looking forwards to it. When the entire Black Lake was nearly dried up and the continent Qin Yu stood on was only 100 miles wide, his body trembled. Faint traces of warmth flowed out from his body and into his eyes. Then, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Numerous afterimages were reflected in his eyes and covered the heavens and the earth before his eyes. When he looked into the distance, he noticed that these afterimages formed a circle of their own, and outside this circle was an even vaster illusory world that was boundless like a sea of stars in the sky. Qin Yu was enlightened. The circle he saw was the world within the sealed pagoda. As for the phantoms outside, they represented the entire land of divinity and demons. After a cultivator entered the divine soul realm, they could see the rules of the world and gradually borrow them, control them, and even change them in order to obtain an incomparably formidable strength. But this mostly depended on a powerful soul resonating with the world. But now, Qin Yu was able to use his own eyes to directly see the omnipresent strength of the rules of the world. What did this represent, and what sort of possibilities it contained? Qin Yu still didn't fully understand, but just thinking about it at this moment left him stirred up. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu lifted his right hand and gently brushed the void in front of him. His fingers were different from his other fingers. His longest index finger had a clear sense of touch. In the next moment, strong winds rose up between the heavens and earth. The void violently trembled and cracks tore through it. The entire world shook with it, creating a scene of destruction. The barrier of light that suppressed the spirit of Poison was only able to resist for a breath of time before it was crushed to pieces by this vast strength. At this time, the sealed pagoda couldn't be bothered to lick the wounds in its heart. It angrily roared out, "Qin Yu, what are you doing?" In truth, what it was even more shocked about was, just how did you do this? Qin Yu's complexion paled. As he stood in this shaking, He absolutely didn't feel good. But the shock in his heart was even more intense than the sealed pagodas. He never imagined that just trying to move the rules in front of him would create such a terrifying scene, and even cause massive damage to the sealed pagoda. This was a wake-up call for Qin. In the future, he absolutely couldn't casually move the phantoms of the rules that he didn't understand, otherwise he would be the first to suffer. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again," Qin vaguely said. But the sealed pagoda didn't ask any further, because it still hadn't emerged from its shock. "How did you do it?" It couldn't help but ask this question. Qin hesitated for a moment. He lifted up his finger that didn't seem abnormal at all. "I only know that it was the spirit of poison's help. But as for the true reason, I don't know." His eyes flashed. "However, I seem to have obtained an extraordinary ability. But as for the specifics, I still need to experiment a little more." The sealed pagoda refused without even thinking about it. "Please leave before you experiment." Qin revealed an apologetic expression. "It isn't convenient to do it outside. But you can rest assured that I have full confidence that I won't cause too much of a commotion this time." The sealed pagoda hesitated again and again before reluctantly agreeing. But, from its tone, it was clear it was worried. Qin cupped his hands together and thanked. He looked down at the slowly disappearing black liquid, as well as the spirit of poison that was playing dead at his feet. A cold smile curved his lips. His 5 fingers swept through the void. His index finger stirred the world rules. But this time, what he stirred was the slaughter rules of the path of metal that Qin completely controlled. Whoosh, a radiant crescent-shaped silver-white light fell from above. It was like a sword that held up the heavens. The black continent beneath his feet, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it an island, was directly cut in half. With a pitiful scream, black liquid flowed out from the 2 islands. But just as a part of it appeared, it was immediately annihilated, as if it were destroyed by some extreme strength. The remnant parts fused together, forming the appearance of the spirit of poison that Qin had first seen. Unfortunately, his handsome face was now filled with fear and pain, without any of his previous elegance. "My lord, please spare me. Please spare me." The spirit of poison's greatest technique was poison, but this was clearly useless against Qin. Moreover, after experiencing Qin fierceness just now, his heart nearly exploded. All he could think of was that this brat was playing the pig to eat the tiger, and that his true identity was definitely some old freak of nature. No wonder his heart was so black, no wonder his hands were so ruthless. If he didn't hurry up and beg for mercy, if he waited any longer, he feared he wouldn't even have the chance to do so. Qin eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. It really was like this. If he galvanized the path of metal, and caused the rules around him to change, then he could simply move his index finger. Moreover, the power seemed to be even stronger than when he attacked with his full strength. Didn't this mean that as long as he comprehended more rules in the future, he could casually move them and erupt with a might no less than the supernatural powers themselves? Moreover, the most terrifying point was that Qin only needed to move his finger in order to accomplish all of this without any loss. To a certain degree, Qin had great potential in the future. He could become a mobile fortress, and one that didn't need to cool down or rest. His endurance was freakish to the point of leaving others in despair. Perhaps it was time for him to give himself a domineering and mighty nickname. For instance, Qin Fortress, Enduring Qin, Qin Retian. Qin shook his head, shaking off these idiotic thoughts. But he couldn't help but grin, revealing a brilliant smile. Then, a tempting thought popped up in his mind. It was so tempting that he didn't even have the mind to pay attention to the bowing spirit of poison. He impatiently asked the little blue lamp, but unfortunately, the results weren't good. The little blue lamp had said many things. The general meaning was that in its current state, it could only help Qin change a tiny part of his physique, a single finger. Most of it was just washing up and sleeping, there was no need to dream about it. But Qin Yu still managed to learn some important information from the little blue lamp. For instance, Great Tao Body. This should be the name that Qin Yu's finger that was covered by the rules should be called. Unfortunately, his Great Tao Body was severely damaged, and from his entire body, only a single finger was qualified. It was rumored that after the calamity immortal realm was the Great Tao realm. At this level, an existence could see through all things in the world and control all rules in their hand. Perhaps the Great Tao Body was related to this boundary? Moreover, the little blue lamp's words meant that in its current state, it could only help Qin Yu form a Great Tao Body with a single finger. Did this mean that as its state continued to rise in the future, more parts of Qin Yu's body could be transformed into a Great Tao Body? Qin Yu's thoughts surged. It was only after a long time that he calmed down. Although the results weren't satisfactory, he had no reason to complain about his current harvest. Then, Qin Yu discovered that the spirit of poison was kneeling on the ground, trembling and on the verge of collapse. His thoughts raced and he immediately understood the current situation. After transforming into a Great Tao Body, the index finger of his right hand could still contain poison. But, the spirit of poison's strength was at most 10% of its peak. Even if he swallowed all of it, he wouldn't be able to increase it any further. If he left it behind, if he didn't know, he would have to ask an expert. Qin Yu said, "Sealed pagoda, should I leave behind the spirit of poison?" The sealed pagoda was silent for several breaths of time. Then, it said, "Master possesses an ability comparable to the myriad poison body, so there is no need for you to fear the spirit of poison's growth. Leaving it behind is the best choice. This is because the spirit of poison can absorb the poisons of the world and nurture all sorts of poisons to grow. In the future, it might be helpful to master." Qin Yu's first thought was that he would have to rely on the spirit of poison to form his Great Tao Body. This was simply an endless source of supply. There was nothing else to say. He had to leave it behind. Spirit of poison, since it wasn't easy for you to be born and you have helped me, I will spare your life today. In the future, you can stay in the world of the sealed pagoda and work hard to condense poisons. I guarantee that as long as you perform well, you might be able to regain your freedom in the future. The spirit of poison kowtowed again and again without any conditions. Only the heavens knew what sort of mental torture he had just experienced. To be able to live on was already a blessing from the heavens. How could he dare to speak any more nonsense? Chapter 481. The black dot at the peak of the sealed pagoda had vanished and Yao Bin hadn't come out. Everyone on the square was well aware of what this meant. The chief elder heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he sneered inwardly. So what if you have some tricks up your sleeves? In the end, he had lost his life. If you want to become the leader of the myriad poison sect in a single bound, you should consider whether or not you are fated to do so. Of course, these emotions had to be hidden carefully so that the sect leader wouldn't notice them. Otherwise, he would definitely remember it. The atmosphere was heavy. Just like Chief Elder, no matter what they were thinking, everyone's faces were incredibly serious, carrying a type of solemnity as if they were thinking about life. After all, there was no idiot that could obtain his current status in the Black Demon sect. Tai Qianxiu gently sighed. There was regret, loss, and also a bit of joy. Yao Bin should be the person most likely to obtain the approval of the sealed pagoda in the last tens of thousands of years. The chief elder bowed. But in the end, he failed. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sovereign, Yao Bin is dead. How will we explain this to the Feng family?" Tai Qianxiu was expressionless. "Inform the Feng family that the person who killed Feng Chongjing has already been beheaded." He turned and walked away, his footsteps heavy. But this had nothing to do with Qin Yu's death. What the Lord Sect Master worried about was that with Yao Bin dead, what would happen to the hidden dangers within his body? The chief elder and the others bowed and sent them off. As they stood up, Their gazes fell onto the sealed pagoda, and they simultaneously snorted. To dare covet the supreme treasure of their sect, even death cannot wipe out their crimes. This old man still lacks a courtyard. Yao Bin's residence is mine. The fourth demon hunting ground, this old man wants it. The one who spoke was Tianjun. As the sect leader's master, although his cultivation was not considered to be at the peak, his status was extremely high. Everyone had to give face to the sect master. Furthermore, in order to obtain the fourth demon hunting ground, Tianjun had already bribed everyone. It was just that he did not expect Yao Bin to be so domineering, causing him to be in such a sorry state. It was reasonable for him to take it back now. Recently, many people have given Yao Bin lavish gift. Now that he has been executed by the sect, his belongings should be confiscated. The chief elder's words caused everyone's eyes to light up. As expected, the chief elder had some skill. With just one sentence, he confirmed Yao Bin's status as a criminal. Everything else would be easy to handle. Everyone said a few more words and came to a general consensus. One by one, they left with smiles on their faces. With Yao Bin's death, everyone was able to eat the meat and drink the soup. Indeed, it was good that he had died. Because of Qin Yu's reckless actions, the small world within the sealed pagoda had been damaged. In a good mood, he offered to help repair the cracks in the small world. Towards this, the sealed pagoda chose to acquiesce. This was because it wanted to know just what method Qin Yu used to be able to directly touch upon the rules of the world. In its incomparably long life, it had never encountered something like this. After Qin Yu investigated, he discovered that the small world within the sealed pagoda was in an even worse situation than he had imagined. Perhaps because it had suppressed the spirit of poison for tens of thousands of years, the small world had been severely damaged. The only reason it hadn't collapsed was because of the sealed pagoda's incredible toughness. When Qin Yu obtained the sealed dimension ring and obtained the small world beyond the distant nothingness, he was powerless to do anything about its condition. But now that he had a partial Great Tao body, and because of certain reasons, his eyes could clearly see the rules, repairing the small world was incomparably simple for him. This was because the existence of a small world was established upon the support of the rules. The foundation of the sealed pagoda's small world still existed. As long as the chaotic rules were restored, it would be able to restore itself. At that time, it would be able to automatically absorb heaven and earth's spiritual strength and slowly repair itself. There was no need to elaborate on the process. In short, the result was that the sealed pagoda looked at Qin Yu with an even more dignified expression, as if wondering why he was so amazing. All right, the rest will depend on time to slowly restore itself. I still have important matters to attend to outside, so I won't stay any longer. I will send Master out. Space twisted and Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in an empty square. With a smile on his lips and the respectful tone of the sealed pagoda, Qin Yu was very satisfied. If he could completely subdue this supreme treasure, he would be able to use it with ease in the future. Of course, Qin Yu absolutely wouldn't allow the sealed pagoda to do something that angered the heavens and angered the people. Otherwise, with its temperament, it would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. He had to pay attention to this point. If he wasn't careful, he might stir up some trouble in the future. Qin Yu swept his eyes around, a look of surprise on his face. Tai Qianxiu and the others weren't waiting here. Could it be that they were so confident that he wouldn't succeed? But the result would likely disappoint them. Qin Yu looked up at the night sky and then turned to walk towards his dwelling. Once news of his return spread out, Tai Qianxiu and the others would naturally rush over to inquire about it. However, the Black Demon sect tonight seemed a bit different from the rest. The air was filled with restlessness and a deep sense of sorrow and indignation. What was going on here? The puzzlement in Qin Yu's heart was soon answered. He stood on the grass that had just been repaired and was now trampled all over. He looked at the brightly lit hall not too far away and saw a group of vicious Punishment Division cultivators surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Even further outside was a large crowd of Black Demon Sect cultivators. Many of them had pale complexions and their bodies swayed. I knew it. I knew that Surname Yao wouldn't have a good end. He didn't listen to me and spat out the meat that was in his mouth after so much difficulty. He even sent it back 3 times as much in order to obtain Grandmaster Yao's favor. Pui. Not too far away, a voice shouted out through clenched teeth. This voice immediately resonated with the crowd. Countless people began to spit out their grievances. I barely managed to gather enough gifts this morning and sent them over with a smile on my face, but the result is like this? You bastard, give me back my gifts. That was 10 years of my savings. Who dares to be more miserable than me? In order to obtain that Surname Yao's favor, I borrowed spirit stones to send gift. But before I left, the Punishment Division people arrived. If it weren't for the fact that I have friends in the Punishment Division, I fear I would have been taken as someone surnamed Yao and arrested. The cultivator had a bitter expression. Needless to say, these were Black Demon Sect cultivators that had taken advantage of Qin Yu. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they wanted to remedy the situation. Qin Yu's complexion was strange. It seemed as if something had gone wrong somewhere. At this time, shouldn't the entire Black Demon Sect be carefully serving him? Qin Yu swept his eyes over Tuba and Tutu, who were pressed to the side. His eyes narrowed and a gloomy light flashed in them. It seemed that his fingers were about to cramp again. As for why they would cramp, it was because they received spirit stones. He had just scraped a piece of land from the Black Demon Sect, and now another opportunity had arrived. Qin Yu felt that if he didn't put in a bit more effort this time, he would be letting down the intelligence of these people. As long as things started, it was fine. There was no need to wait until something really happened. This was because with Qin Yu's current status, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he had an excuse. Qin Yu took several steps forwards and then turned back. He stepped into the shadows and patted the figure that was immersed in grief and indignation, unable to extricate himself. What are you doing? I don't have any spirit stones. I am nothing but a pauper right now. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be sad. The gifts you sent are definitely useful. These words sounded comforting, but as this scene fell into his ears, it was no different from a slap in the face. He couldn't endure this. The Black Demon Sect cultivator clenched his teeth. He wanted to see just which blind fool dared to joke around with him and then spit on him. But when he looked up, he found himself rooted to the ground. Although the light here was dim, cultivators had excellent eyesight. He could clearly see that the faint youth in front of him wasn't that Surname Yao already executed? Damn, are you playing with me? As he thought about how his previous complaints had definitely been heard and how this Grandmaster Yao was a ruthless and vengeful person, his mood wildly fluctuated. Before he could say anything, the Black Demon Sect cultivator's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. I'm too sad. I also want to faint. Only then can my worries be resolved. All my years of savings have been wiped out. If it were me, I would also want to die. That Surname Yao has harmed so many people. Qin Yu had already turned around and was walking towards the lights. Many Black Demon Sect cultivators in front of him felt as if they had been ruthlessly pushed away. They staggered to the sides, all of them enraged. But when they turned around, they were like hens that had been grabbed by the neck, unable to make a single sound. One of the Black Demon Sect cultivators clearly didn't understand what was happening. He opened his mouth to curse, but before he could make a sound, he was kicked to the ground by someone beside him. You bastard, you want to die. Don't drag us down with you. The Punishment Division cultivators that had blocked off the surroundings soon realized that something was wrong. 2 people walked forwards with gloomy expressions. They wanted to see just who had the guts to stir up trouble here. But before they could approach, a great strength struck them. With two loud bangs, the two people were sent tumbling backwards, their bodies plowing through the grass. "You bastard!" Just as they spoke, they swallowed their words. The punishment division cultivator paled, and a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Bystanders didn't know the inside story, but the entire punishment division knew that Surname Yao hadn't been executed at all. Rather, he had died during the master recognition process of the sealed pagoda, and now, who could tell them just where these rumors came from? This little one greets Grandmaster Yao under the curtain of night. Beneath the lights, Qin Yu was expressionless. His eyes were cold to the point of being frightening. Of course, most of this was a disguise, but in order to open his mouth, this sort of performance was necessary. After all, no one would complain about having too many spirit stones. In particular, after experiencing the Four Seasons City auction house, Qin Yu's interest in spirit stones had instinctively increased. Grandmaster! Tuba and Tutu were extremely excited. They coldly swept their eyes around as if saying, "You bunch of idiots, I already knew you would suffer misfortune. How could the methods of our Highness be something you can imagine? This time, if the Black Demon Sex land wasn't dug up, then I would change my surname to yours." These two simple and honest fellows had the same thoughts as their master. It could be said that like master, like servant. Qin Yu nodded. "Have you been wronged?" Tuba's eyes turned and he fell to his knees. He looked up to the heavens and cried out in sorrow, "Grandmaster, this subordinate is incompetent. The 1,000,000,000 spirit stones you gave me, the 1,000,000 spirit plants, and even the tribe's supreme treasure were all taken away by others." Tuda's reaction was a beat slower, but he soon understood what he had to do. "The old patriarch left them with me, and the spirit stones for Grandmaster's daily expenses have also been lost. There is also the precious beast blood you ordered me to collect these past years." The scene became even more deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. How could a person be like this? What bullshit 1,000,000,000 spirit stones, 1,000,000 spirit plants, and what tribe supreme treasure? The last time they were divided up, there wasn't even a single thing left, so how could there be such things? This was clearly extortion. But even though they knew this, no one dared to say anything. They only looked at the palace with sorrow in their eyes. They thought to themselves, just who could be so blind as to have such thoughts? This time, they really wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. In the infinite realm, Tuba and Tuta didn't have such thoughts. It could be seen that the outside world tempered them more. "Not bad, not bad." Qin Yu vaguely gave the two of them a look of appreciation. Then, his complexion paled. Every word that came out from between his clenched teeth released a cold chill. "Speak, who sent you here?" The punishment division cultivator shivered. This Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. "I will only ask once. If you don't answer, there is no need to answer. It's Elder Wei." The punishment division cultivator screamed out loud. As he spoke, he fell to the ground. Although he was acting on orders, if he said these words, it would be hard for him not to be retaliated against in the future. His life was finished. Qin Yu frowned. He finally found information about this Elder Wei from Yao Bin's memories. He was ranked 4th in the sect, and was a great figure. Yes, only by having a high enough status would he be able to squeeze out enough benefit. "Wei Chongfeng, come out." Qin Yu faced the depths of the Black Demon sect, and let out a deep breath. His voice was like a thunderclap, billowing between the heavens and earth, raging and roaring. In an instant, his voice resounded through the entire Black Demon sect. Countless cultivators revealed looks of shock. Just who was it that dared to be so disrespectful and call out the name of the sect's 4th elder? But it was clear that there were many people who immediately recognized Qin Yu's identity as soon as they heard his voice. "Impossible!" The chief elder violently stood up, his face filled with shock. He clearly died already. When the black dot on the sealed pagoda disappeared, that meant that the cultivator that entered had already died. This was the conclusion that the 137 cultivators of the Black Demon sect had reached with their lives. But now this conclusion had clearly been overturned. Since Yao Bin hadn't died, didn't that mean that he had already completed the sealed pagoda's recognition process? The chief elder's mind buzzed like a herd of wild horses running out of a pen. His thoughts were a complete mess. However, these old and experienced people were definitely shrewd enough. In the time it took to breathe, he suppressed the shock in his heart. Schwar, with a single step, the chief elder vanished from sight. But there was someone faster than him. Tai Qianxiu looked at Qin Yu's expressionless face. His complexion was brilliant. Astonishment, excitement, ecstasy, bewilderment. It was hard to imagine that a single expression contained so many complex emotions. Grandmaster Yao, it's great that you're fine. I've been grieving for you for a long time today. As Tai Qianxiu spoke, he strode forwards, his face full of concern. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Sect Master, thank you for your concern. Tai Qianxiu wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Yu pretended not to see him. His eyes fell onto the chief elder's shocked and lost expression. It looks like the chief elder is disappointed that I'm still alive. The chief elder squeezed out a smile. It's nothing. I'm just too surprised. This was clearly a fright. But now, before he could figure out Qin Yu's current situation, he didn't dare to speak as coldly as before. If by any chance, then this brat really would soar into the heavens. More and more Black Demon sect masters arrived. As they saw Qin Yu, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Tianzhen was one of them. His heart shivered. He quickly took out his handphone and secretly sent out a message. The fourth monster hunting ground, or whatever it is, it has nothing to do with me at all. If someone were to say, "Why did my people go over today?" What nonsense! Of course he was there to help Grandmaster Yao guard the monster hunting ground, lest someone take advantage of Grandmaster Yao's absence to secretly hunt. Yes, that was it. As for the other old fellows that had eaten until their mouths were dripping with oil, their complexions paled. As they regretted their actions, they did the same thing. They hurried to clarify things. Even if they couldn't, they had to reduce the implications to the minimum. If they couldn't, they could throw out a scapegoat and say that it was someone else's decision. It was always better to be incompetent than to directly argue with Yao Bin. In particular, they didn't know what his current situation was. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Seeing more and more people arrive, the person involved, Elder Wei, was like a turtle hiding in its shell, unwilling to show himself. Qin Yu was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Does Elder Wei wish for me to personally invite him? The chief elder coughed. He certainly knew what was going on. Wei Changfeng clearly didn't dare to show himself. Grandmaster Yao, is there some misunderstanding today? Elder Wei is currently in seclusion. If you have any matters, you can speak to me. His meaning was, tell me what you want me to do and I will do my best to help you. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Does the chief elder want to take responsibility for this matter for Elder Wei? The chief elder wanted to say yes. After all, Wei Changfeng was one of his people and he was very capable in his daily work. If he could control a palace, would he dare to make such an outrageous demand? But looking at Qin Yu's expression, his heart raced. He swept his eyes over several Black Demon sect cultivators who were wildly winking at him. The chief elder thought to himself that this was a close call. He had almost fallen for this brat's tricks. Cough cough. How about Grandmaster Yao? First tell me your request? Qin Yu lightly said, simple. Make up for my losses and this matter can be considered settled. The chief elder cautiously asked, what did Grandmaster Yao lose? Qin Yu waved his hand. Tuba and Tuta stepped forwards, their footsteps shaking the ground. They repeated what they just said. Chapter 482. What nonsense! A furious shout resounded through the world. Wei Changfeng, who had turned into a coward, could no longer care about hiding. He appeared before everyone in a flustered and exasperated manner. What nonsense! If he didn't come out to defend himself and everyone tacitly agreed to his actions, then he would be the one to die. At that time, besides hanging himself, there wouldn't be a second path for him to take. Surname Yao, I only took one of your palaces. Is there a need to do something like this? Thinking of this, the originally restless Wei Changfeng glared at Qin Yu, a look of deep hatred on his face. Qin Yu remained expressionless. Elder Wei occupied my palace, so shouldn't I be the one angry? Wei Changfeng's expression froze. With just a few words, his attempt to gain the upper hand in momentum had been completely shattered. The chief elder said, Grandmaster Yao, this is a misunderstanding. But no matter what, Elder Wei was in the wrong first, so it is natural for him to compensate you, Qin Yu nodded. Chief Elder also thinks that I should ask for compensation. Then, I ask Elder Wei to return double what you took. After being interrupted, the Chief Elder's field of vision darkened. This surname Yao didn't play his cards according to common sense. His original plan was to ask Qin Yu to quote a reasonable price. No one here was an idiot. Do you really think you can get away with opening your mouth wider than the heavens? Wei Changfeng clenched his teeth. Grandmaster Yao, I am willing to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones as compensation. As for anything else, I cannot comply. I only occupied your palace and I didn't even live there for a day. To compensate you with 1,000,000 spirit stones, in Elder Wei's opinion, this was already a loss that made his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache. Qin Yu remained expressionless. Wei Changfeng, do you want to swallow up my wealth and treasures? Grandmaster Yao, you are going too far. The scene fell deathly silent. Qin Yu hesitated, as if he were in a difficult position. The chief elder's eyes brightened. If Yao Bin really obtained the approval of the sealed pagoda and summoned it, then who would dare to say a single word of nonsense? Could it be that he hadn't succeeded? As soon as this thought appeared, it wildly multiplied in his mind. Yes, that must be it. Although I don't know how that surname Yao managed to survive that calamity, he still hasn't become the master of the sealed pagoda. His arrogant actions today must be to frighten everyone in my black demon sect. As long as Wei Changfeng bows his head in fear, no one will dare to stop him from entering the Demon Ascension Gate. In order to join the Demon Ascension Gate, Qin Yu had even dared to make the sealed pagoda recognize him as its master. If he dared to do something as dangerous as risking his life, then what was so special about putting on a show today? Yao Bin knew that the sect master needed his help to cure the hidden injuries in his body. Even if the matter were to be exposed, he would only lose face in front of everyone, and his life would not be in danger. A chance of losing face in exchange for today's rich benefits and also the chance to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate. This could be called an extremely good deal. Thinking of this, the chief elder was almost certain that Yao Bin was deliberately mystifying things. It was just that he didn't expect Wei Changfeng to be so greedy. Making him pay such a terrifying amount of compensation was worse than killing him. But luckily, Wei Changfeng was greedy enough and was willing to disregard everything for spirit stones. If it were anyone else, perhaps Yao Bin really might have succeeded. After determining that Qin Yu was a paper tiger, the chief elder calmly said, although 1,000,000 spirit stones isn't much, Elder Wei hasn't harmed Grandmaster Yao's interests at all. There is no harm in accepting it lest this matter blows up. The meaning behind his words was that this brat should know when to stop or else he wouldn't be able to back down. Tai Qianxiu revealed a surprised expression. He clearly didn't think the chief elder would be so bold. The Black Demon sect powerhouses that arrived all revealed looks of awe and admiration. However, everyone was quick-witted. Their thoughts raced and they immediately realized what was going on. Could it be that the chief elder had discovered something? As they looked at the stage, their eyes brightened. Yao Bin's current silence was clearly the greatest flaw. If he had enough cards in his hand, he would have remained silent. It seemed that the matter of the sealed pagoda recognizing him as its master wasn't the same as what they had expected. But it was also because of this that it seemed reasonable. My black demon sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, and 137 of our ancestors have died here, yet we still haven't been able to accomplish this. How could this surname Yao accomplish it in a mere day? Weren't they thinking too highly of him? The atmosphere suddenly changed. There was less awe in everyone's eyes, and more sneers, mockery, and even annoyance replaced it. Surname Yao, you've played us in circles, you're really fierce. Wei Changfeng trembled. At this time, he finally regained his composure. As he thought about how he had exposed this paper tiger in front of him, he couldn't help but straighten his back. Yao Bin, accept the 1,000,000 spirit stones and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, for your reckless actions today, as an elder of the sect, I will ask the sect master to severely punish you. The positions of offense and defense had been completely reversed. The dense crowd of Black Demon sect cultivators all revealed puzzled expressions. Grandmaster Yao was clearly enraged and had opened his lion's mouth to blackmail them, so how come the wind had changed in the blink of an eye? Where did Elder Wei's fearlessness come from? He actually began to directly threaten Qin Yu. He looked up at Wei Changfeng and sighed. Originally, I didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter because of my relationship with the Black Demon sect. If you obediently compensated me and pretended that nothing had happened, then that would have been great. But what a pity, my good intentions have been wasted. Since no one appreciates my kindness, why should I make things difficult for myself? A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wei Changfeng, since you refuse to realize your mistakes, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He lifted a hand and grasped forward. Everything was calm, without the least bit of disturbance. Elder Wei's complexion was cold and gloomy. Grandmaster Yao, it seems that you are the only one who refuses to realize your mistakes. Qin Yu had an indifferent expression. Is that so? Before his voice fell, the entire Black Demon sect's entrance violently trembled. There was a loud rumbling sound that reverberated in all directions. Before everyone could be horrified and ask what was happening, a white light cut through the horizon and landed above Qin Yu's head. This small white pagoda was transparent like jade. It sprinkled down a warm light in the darkness, pure and warm. But at this moment, besides Tai Qianqiu and the other chief elders, as long as they had the qualifications to know what happened today, their complexions all changed. Across from the arrogant and threatening Wei Changfeng, it was like someone was grabbing his neck. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Sealed, 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 pagoda. No one was blind. Even if they were blind, this aura couldn't be fake. The chief elder felt as if he had been ruthlessly struck in the head. His ears buzzed, his mind tumbled and his body swayed. This was different from what he had imagined. Was there something wrong with the script? He clenched his teeth, the smell of blood leaking out from his mouth. This surname, Yao, clearly had a great killing weapon in his hand. As long as he took it out, who would dare to make things difficult for him? Was it fun to play with them? Of course, regardless of whether or not it was fun, the chief elder's first thought as he regained consciousness was to throw all of them into the pit that Qin Yu had dug. Moreover, what left him most indignant was that they had jumped into this pit of their own volition. It was over. The lion's mouth was already wider than the heavens. If Qin Yu grabbed hold of their sore spot, wouldn't they really have to swallow the heavens? Tai Qianqiu shouted out, Grandmaster Yao, everything can be discussed. Do not be impulsive. Looking at the shining sealed pagoda, the Lord Sect Master even had the thought of strangling the chief elder and Wei Changfeng to death. You two bastards, if you want to die, don't drag my Black Demon sect down with you. Tai Qianqiu was well aware of just how terrifying the sealed pagoda was. It was because of this that he felt such a deep fear. Although the possibility wasn't high, if Yao Bin were to become enraged and open the gates of the sealed pagoda, releasing the poison within, Then this day next year would be the Black Demon sect's death anniversary. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He lightly said, "Sect Master, I have received the Black Demon sect's graciousness of saving my life, and I have never forgotten it for a single moment. But today there are some people who simply don't place me in their eyes at all. I can endure anything, but I cannot swallow this insult and humiliation. Do you think that I shouldn't counterattack now?" Tai Qianxiu cursed inwardly. "You were clearly the one who deliberately dug a pit for me, and now you want to pretend to be a good person?" But he could only keep these words in his stomach, unable to say a single word. Wei Changfeng immediately apologized to Grandmaster Yao and bear all of his losses until he is satisfied. "Otherwise, even my sect cannot protect you." For the Black Demon sect, Elder Wei had been tossed out without hesitation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had been abandoned like an old shoe. If Qin Yu didn't forgive him, then it wasn't impossible for Tai Qianxiu to personally clean up the sect. Wei Changfeng quivered. His complexion paled and his body shivered. The pain and despair in his eyes made one want to cry. For someone who loved spirit stones to the extreme and loved putting them into his own storage ring, handing them over was the most painful torture in the world. In particular this time, not only did Wei Changfeng have to hand over what he had already eaten, but he feared that his entire family's wealth would be emptied. At this time, Elder Wei's heart was in complete chaos. The pain had left him delirious. Why should everyone divide the benefits together? But now that something has happened, I am the only one to suffer. Don't even think about it. Wei Changfeng howled out loud, "I will expose you, I will report you." The chief elder's heart shrank. He cursed inwardly, but it was already too late to stop him. Elder Wei, who had lost his mind, had bitten everyone out. Due to his incomparable passion for spirit stones, he clearly remembered every single piece of wealth that had been taken away from him. In the dark night, beneath the illumination of the lanterns, the Black Demon sect masters who were called out paled. As Tianjun heard his name being tossed out without hesitation, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene was frighteningly quiet. All that was left over was Wei Changfeng's heavy breathing. As he vented his emotions, the blood-red color in his eyes began to fade and his chaotic thoughts began to recover. "Fuck! What did I do?" Elder Wei glanced around in a daze. Everyone looked at him as if they wanted to skin him alive, causing him to subconsciously shiver. But with things having come this far, there was no way to retreat. Wei Changfeng clenched his teeth and said, "Grandmaster Yao, all of your wealth was divided up by us. Since you want compensation, we should all share it." Qin Yu really wanted to walk over, grasp his hand, shake it several times, and praise him as a good comrade. Indeed, there were many good people in this world. Originally, he only wanted to grab one person to blackmail and have the entire Black Demon sect join in. But now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Everyone had a share and there was no need to worry. None of them would be able to escape. However, since there were so many people, wouldn't the things he reported before be too petty? Chapter 483. The farcical night ended with Tai Qianxiu forcefully suppressing the high-level figures of the Black Demon sect, forcing them to swallow their pride and pay the bill. Qin Yu obtained various compensations equivalent to 3 billion spirit stones. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, such a sum of extortion was rare. The storm vanished without a trace. Most of the Black Demon sect cultivators didn't know that they had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Of course, unless Tai Qianxiu was truly thick-headed, Qin Yu absolutely didn't want things to get out of hand. He had the sealed pagoda and had also formed a partial Great Tao body. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his strength had greatly increased, but to rely on this to completely suppress Tai Qianxiu was a bit too optimistic. In short, the current situation could barely be considered a happy ending. "Grandmaster Yao, please." Tai Qianxiu smiled. Across from him, Qin Yu picked up a teacup and took a sip. He said with praise, Sect Master's spirit tea is truly extraordinary. Tai Qianqiu said, if Grandmaster likes it, I can have people prepare some and give it to you. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Then I must thank Sect Master. In Tai Qianqiu's dwelling, the two sat opposite each other and drank tea. The environment was quiet and peaceful. The two didn't speak much, but the way they interacted with each other indicated that Tai Qianqiu recognized Qin Yu's current status. Only like this could they discuss the following matters. After drinking the pot of tea 4 times, the color of the tea became a bit lighter and the taste became a bit more distant. Tai Qianqiu poured a cup of tea for Qin Yu. I can vouch for Grandmaster Yao and allow you to directly enter the Demon Ascension Gate without having to go through so many selections. Of course, with Grandmaster's methods, passing these tests should be easy. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. After entering the Black Demon sect, all he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate and then join the demonic path to obtain the capital to resist the Immortal sect. The process had been full of twists and turns, and he had stirred up countless accidents and troubles. Luckily, his several years hadn't been in vain, and he had finally achieved his goal today. I thank Sect Master for understanding. I have received the Black Demon sect's great graciousness and I will engrave it in my heart. If there is a need in the future, I will not decline it. Of course, these were just pleasantries. There was more to come. After obtaining the approval of the sealed pagoda, I have obtained some harvests. Even if I am not here, I can still help Lord Sect Master eliminate the hidden dangers in your body and do my best. Tai Qianqiu's eyes brightened. Is Mr. Yao speaking the truth? Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and ripples appeared in space. His face was handsome and devilishly charming, but as he looked around, his eyes were a bit dull, ruining his temperament. Sovereign, this person might be able to help you. Tai Qianqiu frowned slightly. The aura of this young man in front of him was gloomy and strange, and it gave him a rather hostile feeling. However, his face was pale and he seemed extremely weak. Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, Poison Spirit, demonstrate your abilities to the sect lord. This youth was the spirit of poison that had been trapped in the sealed pagoda's small world for tens of thousands of years. Now that he had broken free and entered the land of divinity and demons, he could feel the different auras of the world around him. Beneath his stiff and dazed expression, his heart was surging with emotions. Was this the freedom he yearned for? He never thought that not only would he not die, but he would also be able to escape. Although he was filled with resentment towards Qin Yu, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the spirit of poison swept his eyes over Tai Qianqiu. He lifted a finger and a faint light covered it. Then, faint traces of black energy gushed out and fused into his body. Tai Qianqiu stiffened. As the sovereign of one of the demonic path's branches, he had an extremely powerful cultivation. He could immediately see that this black energy was a poison that existed in the world. Who was this person? He was actually able to easily gather them and even directly swallow these poisons. It had to be known that poisons of the world were invisible and intangible, they wouldn't harm any living being. But once they gathered together, they would often have a terrifying toxicity. The Black Demon sect had the sealed pagoda, and the sealed pagoda was the inherited treasure of the myriad poison sect. As the sovereign, Tai Qianqiu was well aware of some matters concerning the Tao of poison. Qin Yu smiled. Poison Spirit is a puppet of the sealed pagoda. He possesses a portion of the sealed pagoda's strength and is able to restrain the vast majority of poisons in this world. The myriad poison sect had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. Only Qin Yu knew what was inside the sealed pagoda. Now that he was speaking nonsense, he wasn't afraid of being seen through. Tai Qianqiu smiled. I am here to thank Mr. Yao for your help. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. If I didn't give you a plan to remedy the situation, would you have let me leave so easily? This was only a mutually beneficial exchange. Of course, it was fine as long as he knew this in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Moreover, Qin Yu still had some matters that he needed Tai Qianqiu's help with. Sovereign, the sealed pagoda is an extremely important matter. I do not wish for others to know about it for a short period of time. It has already approved of me. Tai Qianqiu revealed an awkward expression. I am naturally happy to help, but the matter of the sealed pagoda isn't an absolute secret in the demonic path. Once it disappears, it will surely be discovered by others. It will be difficult to conceal it. Qin Yu said, I know, so I have decided not to take away the sealed pagoda for the time being. Tai Qianqiu was stunned. He had risked his life and spent a great deal of effort to obtain a treasure, but he wasn't going to take it away? Did he have a fever? Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, he quickly responded. The sealed pagoda had been in the Black Demon sect for tens of thousands of years, and they still hadn't been able to do anything to it, much less now that it had already recognized a master. Yao Bin clearly had nothing to fear. Tai Qianqiu felt a bit depressed, but he felt even more restless. Before the sealed pagoda recognized a master, even if everyone knew it was a dormant volcano, they wouldn't care about it. But now it had become Qin Yu's. Who knew when the sealed pagoda would suddenly erupt while it was sleeping? But he had already spoken those words just now. If he wanted to refuse again, he didn't know what to do. Tai Qianqiu hesitated. Qin Yu smiled. Sovereign, rest assured. I will join the Demon Ascension Gate soon and will inevitably become a member of the demonic path. I have no reason to be enemies with the Black Demon sect. Drawing back 10,000 steps, if I really do attack, does Sovereign think that I can remain unscathed? These words were reasonable. In addition, Tai Qianqiu needed help from Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and said, Good. I guarantee that I will not reveal anything related to the sealed pagoda. Communicating with smart people was always simple like this. Qin Yu naturally knew that the sealed pagoda was a good thing and that it would be of great use to him. But he didn't want to make too many enemies in the demonic path because of this. The myriad poison sect had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years, and their original benefits had already been divided up by the other branches of the demonic path. Once the matter of Qin Yu obtaining the approval of the sealed pagoda was exposed, then whether or not he had the heart to rebuild the myriad poison sect, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the other demonic path branches. Perhaps he could spit out the meat that entered his mouth, but it had already been swallowed into his stomach and even digested to become a part of his body. Did he have to cut off his own flesh to repay this debt? That was clearly impossible. The sealed pagoda was a hidden card. Once Qin Yu obtained a certain status in the demonic path and used it, he might have some unexpected effects. But now that it was exposed, there would be no advantages. Tai Qianqiu also guessed Qin Yu's scruples. Although he was a bit unwilling to agree, the truth was that he actually relaxed. Since Qin Yu needed him to keep this a secret, then this puppet called the Spirit of Poison should be trustworthy. Both sides had their harvests in this exchange. After cupping his hands together, Tai Qianqiu turned and left, vanishing into the particularly dark night before dawn. Qin Yu sat down and drank another cup of tea. You know what happened. You need to help Tai Qianqiu eliminate his hidden dangers, but you can't let him immediately recover. Can you do this? The Spirit of Poison bowed. Master, rest assured that this subordinate will handle this matter properly. His calm and indifferent voice flowed with confidence. Qin Yu didn't doubt his words. He followed the Spirit of Poison's gaze and looked at the horizon, where a trace of white was gradually appearing. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu didn't say anything. He quietly sat down, waiting for dawn with the Spirit of Poison. The skies became increasingly bright. The eastern skies were like a burning sea of fire, dyeing half the sky crimson. Suddenly, a great sun leapt out from the ground. It was like a sovereign of the heavens and earth, emitting endless light and heat as it looked down at the trillions of lives in the boundless world. The spirit of poison gently shivered. He stared at the rising sun in the east, infatuated. At this moment, Qin Yu could only see joy and gratitude in his eyes. Indeed, all life in this world loved the light. Even the spirit of poison, an existence born for the purpose of destruction and slaughter, couldn't rid himself of his yearning for the light. Qin Yu suddenly thought of the little blue lamp that could only emit light in the darkness. Although it had now become the incarnation of a great sun, it was still fundamentally opposed to light. What did this mean? As he fell deep in thought, time passed quickly. When the spirit of poison awoke, Qin Yu could clearly feel a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Master, for giving me the chance to bathe in the sunlight. I no longer have any regrets and can return." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I have no plans to take you back into the sealed pagoda's small world." The spirit of poison fiercely looked up, his eyes shaking. Qin Yu smiled. "What, you don't believe me?" He stood up and lightly said, "Perhaps to others, you are synonymous with terror and destruction. But to me, you pose no threat at all. Perhaps my words are direct, but you should know that this is the truth. Since I don't fear a backlash from you, why would I imprison you?" The spirit of poison's complexion darkened, but he didn't have the strength to refute this. Moreover, he had no reason to refuse. To be able to bathe in the sunlight every day, it was really something to look forward to. 10 days later, the grand ceremony of the demonic path's demon ascension gate that occurred once every 100 years finally began. Qin Yu and the chosen young elites of the Black Demon sect gathered in the Grand Hall. The one managing today's transmission was the Chief Elder. But he was clearly in low spirits, and he didn't want to face that hateful face. He only gave a few simple words of warning before announcing the start of the transmission. The array formation in the Grand Hall was already in an activated state. Black lines covered the white floor and halos of light flowed about, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Qin Yu followed everyone into the transmission array. With a loud hum, the black lines that formed the transmission array began to shine with a brilliant light. Space twisted and everyone within the array formation vanished from sight. The Chief Elder let out a long breath. He suddenly felt that he had lost a great deal of face, but he couldn't help but admit that the current Yao Bin was no longer someone he had the qualifications to shake. Chapter 484. The Demon Ascension Gate's grand ceremony that was held once every 100 years was the only way for the demonic path to absorb new blood and recruit heroes of the world. It was natural for the entire demonic path to pay attention to this event. Heavenly Demon City, which was responsible for hosting this event, was currently under martial law. Without a warrant, no one was allowed to casually enter or leave in order to prevent any accidents from occurring during the grand ceremony. 12 transmission arrays were scattered throughout the square. Outside each transmission array, there were demonic path cultivators standing in silence. They didn't speak a single word and their auras were cold and harsh. They gave off a feeling like they were vicious beasts that wanted to devour someone. Suddenly, in the southeast corner of the transmission array, lines began to rapidly light up. Space violently shook, causing ripples to appear. The figures of a group of cultivators gradually appeared in the shaking space. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He could feel the rapidly dissipating spatial fluctuations. He knew that the transmission array would soon end. And indeed, after several breaths of time, the colors around him gradually dimmed and the surrounding environment became clear. Black Demon Sect, 257 people participating in the Demon Ascension Gate. Count them. As this shout entered his ears, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This voice was a bit hoarse and wasn't unpleasant to listen to, nor did it contain any excessive strength. But the feeling it gave off was terrifying to the extreme. Listening to this voice, one felt as if they were in an Azura hell. The rich smell of blood filled the air, making one feel as if they were about to vomit. The Black Demon Sect cultivators that were selected to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate all paled. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. This demonic path cultivator's strength was truly terrifying. In particular, the infernal energy around him was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It was unknown just how much slaughter he had experienced in order to form this. Senior apprentice brother, the Count is correct. Bring them away. As the Black Demon sect people walked out of the transmission array, Qin Yu finally saw the demonic path cultivator with the astonishing infernal energy. This person was tall and slender, but his complexion was exceptionally pale, as if he had suffered severe blood loss. He gave off a feeling of weakness, completely different from what one imagined. And what was especially strange was that this person's aura fluctuated. Although he was clearly at the early Blue Sea realm, he gave off an unfathomably deep feeling. Several Black Demon sect cultivators exhaled deeply. As they walked out of the transmission array, they discovered that this person was only at the early Blue Sea realm. They relaxed a little and their expressions became a bit calmer. Qin Yu inwardly shook his head. These Black Demon sect cultivators had underestimated this person. If they really fought, he feared that none of them would be his match. They were truly worthy of being the demonic path. In the entire land of divinity and demons, they were the only super influences that could stand toe to toe with the immortal sect. One could see such powerful individuals everywhere. Bring them to worship the golem. With a few words, this person turned and walked away. Such irresponsible behavior didn't arouse any dissatisfaction. Several demonic path cultivators bowed and looked at his back, their eyes filled with worship. He stood up and turned to those from the Black Demon sect, his complexion indifferent. Follow us. Do not fall behind on the road, otherwise if you lose your little life, don't blame us for not reminding you. The people from the Black Demon sect all revealed looks of indignation. For them to be chosen to participate in the Demon Ascension Gates grand ceremony, they could all be considered outstanding elites of their time. They were naturally proud and arrogant. You're not convinced? If you can enter the demonic path, you can come and find us at any time. But for now, you better behave yourselves. With a cold sneer, several demonic path cultivators spread out, surrounding the 257 people, and walking out of the square. From the southwest, another group came. Both sides were moving in the same direction, so they inevitably met at the square's exit. The demonic path cultivator leading the way bowed. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Zhou. Zhou Jianhai had a faint expression. Black Demon sect disciples? This person revealed a nervous expression. Yes. Zhou Jianhai didn't say anything else. A demonic path cultivator beside him swept his eyes over the Black Demon sect group and sneered. Each generation really is worse than the last. This time, the Black Demon sect sent you shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Are you all here to make a fool of yourself? Behind him, a group of young cultivators laughed. It was impossible for any large influence to be completely united. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. Although this saying was a bit vulgar, it was indeed true. For instance, one of the 12 branch sects, the Black Demon sect and the Soul-Bearing sect, had a dark history of grudges and grievances that could be traced back tens of thousands of years or even longer. Although on the surface they were suppressed by the demonic path to maintain peace, they had never stopped fighting in secret. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their hatred was as deep as the sea. Zhou Jianhai came from the Soul-Bearing sect, and the demonic path cultivator beside him also came from the Soul-Bearing sect. The group of young cultivators behind him were disciples that the Soul-Bearing sect had recommended to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate. Thus, both sides were enemies. A rough count showed that the Soul-Bearing sect had at least 400 to 500 people, nearly half more than the Black Demon sect. And the demonic path had always believed in strength. From this point alone, one could see that when compared to the Soul-Bearing sect, the Black Demon sect was at a disadvantage. But even so, the Black Demon sect cultivators weren't willing to lower their heads and accept this humiliation. In addition to the anger they received from the demonic path cultivator leading them, their blood rushed to their heads and they immediately began to shout. Neither side gave way. The atmosphere became tense, as if a conflict was about to break out. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhou, please don't make things difficult for us. The demonic path cultivator leading the way tried his best to block the two sides, his eyes filled with worry and helplessness. They weren't liked to begin with, and if an accident were to occur today, then even if both sides were in the wrong, they feared that in the end the punishment would fall onto them. But so what if they weren't willing? Zhou Jianhai's recent limelight was unparalleled. The demonic path cultivator from the soul-burying sect sneered. What is difficult about it? Little brats of the Black Demon sect, if you aren't convinced then you can come up and compete with the juniors of our soul-burying sect. All you know is how to make a ruckus like a bunch of women. It's really disgraceful. As soon as these words were spoken, the complexions of the Black Demon sect cultivators darkened. The hot-tempered ones had bloodshot eyes. The situation was about to spiral out of control. What are you all blocking here for? Are you trying to put on a monkey show for others to see? A light voice echoed out. Along with it was a bone-chilling chill. Everyone shuddered at the same time, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The demonic path cultivator beside Zhou Jianhai had a change in complexion. He clenched his teeth and said, "So it's Senior Apprentice Brother Shang. There is no need for you to concern yourself with a conflict between juniors of a branch sect." Shang Yuntai had an indifferent expression. "Bring them away. Don't miss the hour." He had completely ignored his words. The demonic path cultivator paled. But before he could speak again, Shang Yuntai's eyes fell on him and he stiffened. His mouth moved but he didn't dare to utter a single syllable. Zhou Jianhai had no expression. "Senior Apprentice Brother Shang, what an imposing aura." Shang Yuntai lightly said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Zhou must remember what time it is today. If you stir up any trouble, even elderly might not be able to suppress it." He waved his hand. "Let's go." The Black Demon sect cultivators fell silent. Although they glared at the soul-burying sect cultivators, no one said anything. Anger rose to their heads and they inevitably lost control of their emotions. But as soon as they calmed down, they discovered that if they continued to make trouble, they would definitely suffer a loss. Perhaps because of this, they might even lose the chance to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. Thinking of this possibility, everyone calmed down. "Senior Apprentice Brother Zhou, why must we avoid him? The elder ordered us to think of a way to thoroughly knock Shang Yuntai into the dust, so that he can never rise again." "Shut up." Zhou Jianhai's eyes darkened. "Take him away. Don't cause any more trouble." He indeed wanted to place Shang Yuntai in a hopeless situation, but the premise was that he couldn't do so himself. There would be many more opportunities in the future. There was no need to cause trouble during the Demon Ascension Gate period. After leaving the square, the group of people quickly moved forward. Faint sounds of complaints drifted into their ears. "Senior Apprentice Brother, Zhou Jianhai is definitely doing this on purpose. That bastard. In front of Senior Apprentice Brother, he was as docile as a dog. But now that he has power, he's gone wild. We can't let this matter rest so easily. Once Senior Apprentice Brother recovers, we must teach him a lesson." Shang Yuntai had a calm expression. "Enough. Hurry up and finish your task. Keep a low profile and don't stir up any trouble." He turned and left, his fists clenched in his sleeves. Unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but in the end it turned into bitterness. He was well aware of the current situation within his body. If he couldn't detoxify the poison, then everything would be for naught. But the efforts he had put in during this period of time had left him in despair. Perhaps this was his unchangeable destiny. Qin Yu glanced at Shang Yuntai's back. His eyes flashed for a moment before he composed himself. The most important thing right now was to smoothly pass through the Demon Ascension Gate and become a member of the demonic path. Everything else could wait. The demonic path cultivators leading the way had ill complexions. The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Luckily, not long after they left the square, they arrived at their destination. In front of them was an extremely grand temple. The stone used to build this temple seemed to have experienced the erosion of countless years. It emitted an ancient aura. Outside the temple, there were many demonic path cultivators standing guard. The defenses were tight. Everyone stopped 1,000 feet away, waiting for the demonic path cultivators to carry out the handover. "Let's go in and pay our respects to the demon statue." Qin Yu looked up at the pitch-black temple doors, a dignified look in his eyes. This temple actually made him feel suppressed, as if there was an extremely terrifying existence within. But since he had already arrived here, there was no reason to shrink back. Qin Yu followed the crowd and stepped into the temple. As he stepped in, his ears instantly fell silent. Besides the sound of his footsteps, there was no other sound, as if he had been completely isolated from the outside world. But now there were already many people sitting cross-legged in this temple. In front of them was a giant demon statue that supported the entire temple. Green torches danced on both sides, but they couldn't completely illuminate the demon statue. Most of it was hidden in the darkness, causing one to instinctively feel awe towards it. In front of the demon statue stood a demonic path priest who was as thin as a stick, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He wore a wide black robe and his deep sunken eyes flashed with a strange light. "Choose a cushion and sit down." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, making one's head hurt. But no one dared to reveal this. They respectfully bowed and each chose a cushion to sit down on. Qin Yu's eyes drooped, covering up the shaking in his heart. This seemingly weak demonic path priest actually possessed soul fluctuations as vast as the sea. If he were to attack, he would only need to sweep out his divine sense to turn over half the cultivators in this temple into idiots. The moment that Qin Yu lowered his head, the demonic path priest seemed to sense something. He swept his eyes over but didn't discover anything strange. He frowned. "How interesting. The Demon Ascension Gate has really produced some amazing little fellows this time," the demonic path priest whispered to himself. Then, he swept his eyes over the temple. "Close the door." The giant stone at the entrance of the temple slowly fell down. At the same time, the lights in the temple were extinguished one after another. Finally, all that was left over were the two giant green torches in front of the demon statue. The demonic path priest turned around and faced the demon statue. He raised his hands and loudly chanted. The strange syllables were sharp and grating, constantly echoing through the temple. At first it was grating, but soon one adapted to it. There was even a warm feeling that rose from the depths of one's heart. Qin Yu's vision blurred and he subconsciously closed his eyes. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, submerging his consciousness. At this time, within his soul space, the soul-summoning bell suddenly trembled, emitting a clear ringing sound. Qin Yu's chaotic consciousness suddenly awoke. He was instantly covered in a cold sweat. With his soul cultivation, he had actually been unknowingly hypnotized while on guard. This was simply unimaginable. But on the surface, Qin Yu maintained his original appearance, not daring to reveal any abnormalities. The strange syllables became increasingly rapid. All the cultivators in the temple began to shiver, as if they were experiencing some horrifying dream. Suddenly, a cultivator cried out miserably. Before he could respond, black flames gushed out from his head. In the blink of an eye, this person was burned to ashes. Following that, 2 more cultivators were burned to death by the black flames in the same manner. The demonic path priest stopped chanting. His eyes were icy cold and filled with hatred. "Heresy that tries to invade the demonic path, I curse your souls to fall into hell, never to be freed." A strong wind rose up. The ashes that were burned to ashes by the black flames began to tumble about in the air, drawing out figures in the air, each one of them in extreme pain. In the next moment, a deep roar resounded in the temple. The demon statue opened its mouth, a pitch-black hole that seemed to lead to an endless abyss. 3 figures of ashes struggled as they were swallowed up. The demonic path priest faced the demon statue. His wrinkled and withered face revealed an incomparably pious expression. "Unsurpassed demon, your most humble servant offers you the soul of a heresy. I ask that you bestow upon me the seed of your demonic nature, so that the children under your rule will always be bathed in your unsurpassed dignity." The demon statue's eyes suddenly opened. Within them were 2 spinning black vortexes. Purple motes of light flew out from the vortexes. These motes of light seemed to have a mind of their own. They followed the cultivator's life auras and landed in the temple, above the heads of all the cultivators. The demonic path priest turned around. His eyes swept over the faint purple motes of light, illuminating their faces. He flicked his sleeves and 4 streams of demonic energy flew out, each fusing into a young cultivator's body. The 4 people trembled and woke up at the same time. They looked around, especially at the purple motes of light above their heads. Their eyes immediately filled with fear. The demonic path priest's voice was ice-cold. "If you've awoken, then withdraw to the side." The 4 people didn't dare to say anything. They crawled up and respectfully bowed. Then, they quickly moved to a corner of the temple and used various methods to lock down their auras. As they saw the purple motes of light above their heads fly away, they relaxed. Then, they looked at the crowd of people sitting in the temple and couldn't help but reveal a look of pity in their eyes. Although Qin Yu didn't open his eyes, he could sense everything that occurred in the temple. Of the 4 people that were awakened by the demonic path priest, he actually happened to recognize one of them. In the 4 Seasons City auction house, when they were competing for the pre-celestial wood, there were 4 young masters that had fought each other because of jealousy. This person was the one who had clamored for double the price but had never tasted defeat. Sun Zifu, yes, this was his name. This person seemed to come from some tyrannical demonic path noble family. The 3 people beside him, looking at their demeanor and bearing, clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. For the demonic path priest to awaken these 4 people alone, it seemed that the purple motes of light above their heads weren't some benevolent being. Qin Yu's heart tightened. At this time, as the demonic path priest pointed a finger, the purple motes of light above everyone's heads fell down and fused into their flesh and blood. The purple moon trembled. Faint traces of purple moonlight fell down like snowflakes. A purple mote of light appeared in Qin Yu's soul space. But before it could respond, it was wrapped up by the purple snowflakes of moonlight. The purple mote of light trembled, emitting traces of a cruel and violent aura. It smashed around in the purple moonlight. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. Although the purple moon had trapped this mote of light, judging from its reaction, it was likely that the demonic path priest would discover it. At that time, things would become troublesome. And as he thought, the demonic path priest beneath the demon statue looked at him with eyes as cold as lightning. Qin Yu's complexion didn't change, but his body tensed up. At this time, the slumbering soul summoning bell flew over on its own. The moonlight scattered, but the purple mote of light had already calmed down and obediently flew into the soul summoning bell. Outside, the demonic path priest's icy cold eyes flashed with hesitation. He carefully sensed the fluctuations of the demonic seed for a long time, and only then did he look away. Chapter 485. An hour later, the doors to the main hall opened. Everyone was startled awake and their complexions changed. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find anything strange. Sun Zifu and the others had already returned to their original positions. There was no flaw in their expressions, but their eyes occasionally flickered, revealing a bit of mockery. The demonic path priest sat down. His thin body seemed even smaller now, as if managing this ceremony had consumed far too much strength. He didn't say anything more. The demonic path cultivators outside respectfully entered the main hall and led everyone away. When Qin Yu came out, he saw another group of young demonic cultivators waiting outside the main hall, their eyes filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, they had no idea what sort of result they would face after entering the main hall. There were around 600 people who had passed the demon statue test with Qin Yu. At this time, they were gathered together. Everyone, congratulations on passing the test. You have obtained the basic qualifications to join the demonic path. The Demon Ascension Gate will open tomorrow. Today, you may freely move about in the public area of Heavenly Demon City. Remember, starting from now, no one is allowed to fight in private. If you violate this rule, you will be severely punished. You may even be stripped of your qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. After arranging their accommodations, the demonic path cultivators left. It seemed that after passing the demonic path test, they had obtained some sort of recognition and were no longer restricted. The people from the Black Demon sect were gathered in a giant courtyard. Qin Yu casually chose a room, and the other Black Demon sect cultivators quickly left, as if they wanted to avoid him. Qin Yu closed the door, not caring about these people's reactions. He carefully swept out with his divine sense and didn't sense anything wrong. Then, he sat down cross-legged and entered his soul space. The soul summoning bell was still sleeping, not responding to his probing. Qin Yu carefully sensed that the purple light was in a sealed state. This allowed Qin Yu to relax a little. The soul summoning bell had already recognized him as its master. Although it was a bit strange right now, it shouldn't harm him. As for how to remove it, he could only wait for the soul summoning bell to awaken before thinking of a way. When Qin Yu opened his eyes, the skies outside had already darkened. After a moment of thought, he pushed open the door. The entire courtyard was quiet and the rooms were shrouded in darkness, as if everyone had left. At this time, several people passed by outside the courtyard. The faint sounds of conversation entered his ears. "Hurry, I heard that there is a shop in the West City that has a spirit awakening water. This is a treasure that can keep the soul awake at all times. If we can obtain it and enter the Demon Ascension Gate, we'll have more to rely on. Every time the Demon Ascension Gate opens, in order to increase the passing rate of disciples, many precious treasures will appear in Heavenly Demon City's night market today. We absolutely cannot miss out on this. Let's go. Let's go. If I'm late, I'm afraid that I'll be missing him." They left in a hurry. Qin Yu had a thoughtful look. No wonder there wasn't a single person in the courtyard. It seemed that everyone from the Black Demon sect had run off to buy treasures. As for why no one called for him, the Demon Ascension Gate had strict rules. For those that surpassed 100 years of age, the difficulty of the test would rise by several times. Unless one possessed heaven-defying strength, it was impossible to pass. Thus, even though Qin Yu had revealed an extremely powerful cultivation, the people of the Black Demon sect still maintained a respectful distance from him. They feared that if they were involved with him, they would be implicated after entering the Demon Ascension Gate. Why did the people of the Black Demon sect determine that Qin Yu was over 100 years old? The biggest reason was that he had borrowed Yao Bin's identity. Who didn't know that Grandmaster Yao had been hiding in the Black Demon sect for dozens of years? One didn't need to be a genius to know that he was an old fellow. Moreover, if he wasn't old enough, how could this surname Yao have such a tyrannical cultivation? In their subconscious, no one believed that someone of the same generation could have the strength to completely roll over them. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't explain too much to them. After thinking for a moment, he closed the door and walked out of the courtyard. In the dark of night, because of tomorrow's Demon Ascension Gate's grand ceremony, Heavenly Demon City was particularly lively. The lights were as bright as day. The streets surged with people. Qin Yu casually chose a direction and followed the flow of people. Most of the people coming and going were young cultivators that would be participating in the Demon Ascension Gate tomorrow. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and their faces were full of confidence. When the demonic path recruited disciples, the elimination rate was astonishing. It was normal for only 1 or 2 out of 100 people to be selected. Thus, there were many demonic path cultivators participating in the Demon Ascension Gate. Besides the 12 branches of the demonic path, there were various demonic path aristocratic families, sects that had pledged allegiance to the demonic path, and even wandering cultivator masters of the demonic path. Roughly estimating, there would be at least 10,000 demonic path cultivators entering the Demon Ascension Gate. Of course, the number that would ultimately enter the demonic path would be no more than 200. Qin Yu was confident that with his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to distinguish himself in the Demon Ascension Gate. But who had absolute confidence in everything in this world? If he could find some treasures that could increase his chances of victory, he certainly wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, along the way, he saw many demonic path treasures. Some of them were indeed good and attracted many demonic path cultivators to compete for them. But they weren't too attractive to Qin Yu. On the streets, whether it was the shops on both sides or the stalls, they were all crowded with people. From time to time, one could hear the sounds of buyers and sellers haggling over prices. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Humph! If you keep increasing the price bit by bit, just how long will it take? If you want to play, then double the price. 100,000 spirit stones, I want that thing." Qin Yu subconsciously arched an eyebrow. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw several demonic path cultivators surrounding him. The one who spoke was Sun Zifu. At this time, this direct descendant young master of a demonic path noble family was sneering. Standing beside him was a tall and slender female cultivator. Her face was covered by a thin translucent veil, making her look extremely seductive. This woman was the beautiful female cultivator that had caused 4 spoiled brats to fight at the auction house. Although Qin Yu knew that even if they didn't cause trouble, Qi Qing still wouldn't sit idly by and watch as he bought the pre-celestial wood. He just couldn't develop any good impressions of these people. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly paused. Within his soul space, the slumbering soul summoning bell suddenly began to ring. A strong sense of desire passed to Qin Yu, and the item it wanted was the black stone in the hands of the pleasantly surprised stall owner. "Humph! Fellow Taoist son, you want to take away this strange stone with a mere 100,000 spirit stones? I'll bid 150,000. A gloomy cultivator sneered across from him. 300,000. Sun Zifu had an indifferent expression. 350,000, 700,000. The crowd was shocked. To most people here, 700,000 spirit stones wasn't too outrageous. But the key was Sun Zifu's attitude of not caring at all. Look, this was what a true rich person was like. In the crowd, many demonic path female cultivators blinked their eyes, secretly wishing they were spinach in autumn. Sun Zifu was overjoyed. If he could obtain a little bit of money and gain the favor of so many beautiful women, it was far too worth it. Luckily, he knew what his main goal was today. He suppressed the itch in his heart and only smiled at Zhou Fenghuang. "Stall owner, can you let me take a look at this stone?" A cultivator suddenly walked out from the crowd. His entire body was covered in black robes, but one could see that he was tall and sturdy and had a bit of prestige to him. The stall owner hesitated. Now that he knew the value of this stone, he clearly didn't feel at ease. The black-robed cultivator lightly said, "Do you think I would dare to steal it in front of everyone's eyes?" The stall owner thought for a moment and then nodded, handing the stone to him. The black-robed cultivator thanked him and carefully observed it. Sun Zifu had a calm expression. He didn't stop them. In his opinion, this stone was already his. The more these people looked at it, the more disappointed they would be. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The black-robed cultivator quoted a price and returned the stone to the stall owner. Everyone was amazed. They never thought that such a low-key person would actually be so generous. The gloomy cultivator frowned, killing intent in his eyes. Although this wonderstone is good, not just anyone has the qualifications to compete for it. 1 million. His words were filled with threat. The black-robed cultivator remained silent. It could be regarded as fear, or it could be regarded as indifference. Looking at his calm demeanor, it was clear that it was the latter. The gloomy cultivator paled. If it weren't for Heavenly Demon City being under martial law tonight, he feared he would have already attacked. Sun Zifu laughed. Good. The more the merrier. If we can easily buy it, how can we show how precious this treasure is? 2 million spirit stones, please do as you wish. The black-robed cultivator lightly said, 5 million. The gloomy cultivator followed closely behind. 6 million. This stone was the one that he had taken a fancy to first. He should have been able to obtain it for several thousand spirit stones, but Sun Zifu had interfered, leading to the current situation. However, the Sun family was one of the top aristocratic families of the demonic path, and their influence wasn't any weaker than the one behind him. Even though he was enraged, he could only endure it. Thus, when the black demon cultivator interfered, he had to bear the brunt of his anger. His eyes blazed with killing intent. However, this gaze was clearly useless against the black-robed cultivator. But the more this happened, the more the gloomy cultivator became enraged. You bastard! After today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Sun Zifu snapped his fingers. 2 million. The crowd gasped. Doubled, and doubled again. Those who recognized his identity all came to a sudden realization, and their gazes were filled with even more reverence. No wonder he had acted so boldly. So he was the Sun family of the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li path. This was a mystical family that could rival a country in wealth. Only this sort of top young master would have such astonishing wealth. The gloomy cultivator looked at the wonder stone in the stall owner's hand. He had cultivated a secret technique in his early years and could faintly feel a strange fluctuation coming from this wonder stone. This stone was ordinary, but what was inside was not. 6 million. The black-robed cultivator said, 1 million. From beginning to end, his tone hadn't changed at all. This calmness caused Sun Zifu's eyes to brighten, as if he had met his match. To think that ever since he was a child, he had never tasted defeat when it came to doubling bids. Well, it was more accurate to say that he had only tasted defeat once, as he thought back to the two madmen that wildly bid at Four Seasons City's auction house. Sun Zifu's lips twitched. Luckily, he had an excuse that he didn't want to involve the immortal sect in this matter, so he could use it to cover his face. Otherwise, he would have lost a great deal of face. In a bad mood, young Master Sun coldly sneered. 2 million. He swept his eyes around. You too, this wonder stone is mine. If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try. The gloomy cultivator clenched his teeth. In terms of background and strength, he didn't fear the Sun family, but in terms of wealth, the difference between them was more than a ton. Over 10 million spirit stones was already the limit of what he could withstand. Who would have thought that this surnamed Sun would actually spend such a large sum for a stone of unknown effect? But if he were to give up like this, he would feel that it was too shameful. Just as he was about to collapse from anger, the black-robed cultivator lightly said, 3 million. The gloomy cultivator's complexion stiffened and the evil fire in his heart suddenly erupted. I can't compare to Sun Zifu, but who the hell do you think you are? You actually dare to step on me? Brat, recklessly opening a bid will kill you. If you can't take out 10 million spirit stones, I guarantee that you will regret it. The black-robed cultivator maintained his initial attitude of disregard, not even glancing at him. He took out a crystal spirit stone card with a lifelike demon phantom on it. A top spirit stone card. A limit of 100 million. Who is this person? What a great deal. The gloomy cultivator's complexion paled. He wanted to slap someone but was instead slapped in the face. But at this time, he didn't dare to casually open his mouth again. It had to be known that a top spirit stone card wasn't something that could be used with money alone. It represented a symbol of status. To be able to take out a top spirit stone card was enough to prove the black-robed cultivator's status. Those with status, no matter where they were, would be respected. Sun Zifu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that it was a close call. Today, he had nearly failed to show off and was instead cursed. Luckily, when he returned home, he had made a scene and obtained a top spirit stone card from his father. With a light cough, Sun Zifu calmly took out his crystal spirit stone card. Fellow Taoist, I am Sun Zifu of the Sun family. I only competed with you today because I was excited by the prospect of hunting. I ask that you don't take offense. He paused for a moment and then said, 24. 6 million. The black-robed cultivator lightly said, 24. 7 million. Only adding 100,000 meant that there were no spirit stones at all. This was the consensus of everyone present. The gloomy cultivator could only darken his face. He was powerless to interfere in the bidding of both sides. Sun Zifu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, May I ask if this wondrous stone is very important to fellow Taoist? The black-robed cultivator nodded. This sort of calmness was sometimes a kind of self-confidence. Sun Zifu put away the spirit stone card. I don't know what this wondrous stone is, I just thought it was interesting. Since fellow Taoist values it so highly, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others. I ask that fellow Taoist not take offense. I will ask you to spend a bit more spirit stones. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. They couldn't help but praise him 108 times in their hearts. Young Master Sun's methods were excellent. With a few words, he had been able to step down without losing any face. He had even made it difficult for the other party to feel any resentment and even wanted to owe him a favor. Good methods. Even Zhou Feng Wang revealed a bit of appreciation in her eyes. This caused Sun Zifu's heart to flutter. The black-robed cultivator hesitated for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist son, for parting with your treasure. He turned to the stall owner. Now we can make the transaction. The stall owner was overjoyed. He didn't dare to ask for more. He nodded again and again, but before he could open his mouth, he was blocked. I'm sorry, but I am also somewhat interested in this stone. The crowd suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to have stopped for a second, and then the crowd parted to reveal the tall and straight figure behind him. Beneath the shocked gazes of the crowd, his expression was light, as if he hadn't said those words just now. Chapter 486. The black-robed cultivator's eyes fell on Qin Yu. His pupils shrank for a moment before he composed himself. Please state your price. Qin Yu said, 30 million. An additional 100,000 black-robed cultivators. Qin Yu said, 40 million. The black-robed cultivator added another 100,000. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He flipped his hand and took out a crystal spirit stone card. 100 million. The entire place was deathly silent. Even though they had just seen young Master Sun's extremely heroic way of playing the game, they still felt their ears ring and their eyes stare blankly. 100 million. That's 100 million spirit stones. Brother, are you sure you're not messing with me? Sun Zifu's eyes rolled back. Although he didn't want to admit it, this kind of bidding method was indeed more awesome than doubling the price. It wasn't that the dignified young master of the Sun family couldn't produce this amount of spirit stones, but he had a good reason to do so at the Four Seasons City auction house. The Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li family, these four great demonic path aristocratic families, were simultaneously pursuing the proud daughters of heaven of the Zhou and Mu families. Sun Zifu's spending of tens of thousands of gold had obtained the approval of his family. This was a special matter. If he were to do what he did that day for a stone of unknown attributes, he would definitely be impeached by the family. One had to know that the Sun family had many branches and leaves, and there was more than one young master and young mistress in the direct line of descent. However, his branch was the most outstanding, and that was why he had more authority. Sun Zifu didn't want to get himself into trouble because of this, so he could only be depressed. Fortunately, he had expressed his intention to stop just now, so it wasn't too shameful on the surface. In the end, it was because he couldn't get over his own heart. The black-robed cultivator remained silent for a long time before raising the price by another 100,000. Without expression, Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out a second crystal spirit stone card. 200 million. If the entire place was deathly silent just now, then it was so quiet now that even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Doubled again. Sun Zifu's face darkened. He felt like someone had ruthlessly stepped on his face. The pain in his heart flowed like a river. This was the second time. The first time was at the Four Seasons City auction house. Young Master Sun had never expected that not long after, he would be defeated again. This was the only second defeat in his life. The sorrow was so great that it could not be described with just the word pain. The black-robed cultivator pulled down his hood, revealing a resolute face. His deep purple eyes contained boundless might. Purple Eye! Bloody Battle Devil God! Heavens, it's actually him. Every time the demon ascension gate opened, there would be many proud children of heaven that would rise above the rest, becoming the most dazzling existences that were the focus of all. Blood Battle Demon God was a super master of the younger generation that had appeared during the Demon Ascension Gates selection. This person's background was unknown, but it was rumored that he was recommended by a rogue cultivator. His physical body was extremely strong, and in the selection arena, he was surrounded by 4 young experts of the same level, and in the end, he killed all of them. That battle was also the battle that made the Blood Battle Demon God famous. According to the speculations of authoritative figures, this person had awakened some sort of slaughter attribute demonic bloodline, and his demon body cultivation had also reached a higher level. He was a rare demonic path genius. Zhualanwei greets you. The Blood War Devil God cupped his hands together. Qin Yu returned the greeting. Yao Bin. Zhualanwei said, "This wondrous stone is extremely important to me. If you are willing to part with it, I will be endlessly grateful. In the future, if fellow Taoist Yao has any needs, I will do my best to help." This was a promise. Moreover, it was a promise from someone like the Bloody Battle Devil God, a super expert of the younger generation who was publicly acknowledged to be highly regarded. His future was limitless. Thus, this promise could be said to be extremely precious. In the future, it might even play an immeasurable role. Moreover, there was a deeper meaning to these words. I've already stated that this wondrous stone is extremely important to me. If you give it to me, then I will owe you a great favor, but if you don't, humph, I fear we will become enemies. To be hated by someone like the Bloody Battle Devil God wasn't an easy matter. No matter how arrogant one was, when faced with such a hidden threat, they would still have to carefully consider it. Zhualanwei had a light expression, not revealing the least bit of embarrassment. In this life, what he pursued was the peak of the great Tao. As long as he could become stronger, the method he used wasn't important at all. Countless eyes fell onto Qin Yu's face. They thought, you are only a mere first or second level Blue Sea, so how could you dare to oppose the Bloody Battle Devil God? No matter how many spirit stones you have, in the end you will still have to obediently lower your head and admit defeat. Sun Zifu's eyes brightened and his heart filled with excitement. Luckily, he was smart enough. If he continued to maintain a high profile like this, the one who would be stuck between a rock and a hard place would be him. Surname Yao, aren't you very arrogant? Fight with the Bloody Battle Devil God then. If you dare, then I'll admire you. The gloomy cultivator stiffened. His forehead was covered with a cold sweat. He never imagined that the person he had provoked time and time again would be such a ruthless character like the bloody battle devil god. Luckily, this person didn't lower himself to his level, otherwise his fate would have been miserable. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He looked at Zhuolanjue's purple eyes and said, "I don't know you, so there is no need to worry about face between us. Since this is an open competition, if fellow Taoist Zhuo is unwilling, you can continue to increase the price." This was a refusal without leaving any room for negotiation. Zhuolanjue furrowed his eyebrows. "Fellow Taoist Yao, do you really want to do this?" Qin Yu lightly said, "This is not what I want, so I cannot give in." Zhuolanjue's purple eyes flashed. "From today on, no matter who it is, as long as they can hand over this wonder stone to me, they can obtain 100 million spirit stones as well as a promise from me." There was an uproar. This was the same as directly issuing a bounty on Qin Yu. No one thought that the bloody battle devil god would act in such a cruel and tyrannical manner. "If you don't agree, then you are my enemy, and I won't rest until you die." "That's right, I won't rest until you die." From the moment he spoke, he was destined to become Qin Yu's great life and death enemy. Zhuolanjue turned and walked away. The crowd drew back, afraid that they would be angered. A trace of killing intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He coldly sneered. "What dog shit blood demon war god?" Since this was something that the soul-summoning bell desired, then it didn't matter who came. Qin Yu could clearly feel the cold and covetous eyes of those around him, but he didn't feel any fear in his heart. If anyone wanted to obtain this bounty, then they could do so. He just wanted to see what the final result would be. After handing over the Spirit Stone card, Qin Yu received the Wonder Stone. This stone was only the size of an adult's fist, but its weight was astonishing. It was no wonder that it would cause such a fierce struggle. However, besides Zhuolanjue, no one else knew what secrets this stone was hiding. Even when Qin Yu held this stone in his hand, he couldn't sense anything strange about it. He turned and left the crowd. His steps didn't seem fast, but after several flashes, he vanished into the surging stream of people. Sun Zifu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Zhou Fengwang stared at the crowd in the distance, a bit of hesitation in her eyes. She always felt as if she had seen this cultivator somewhere before. Yao Bin, she carefully thought about it and determined that she didn't have any memories of this name. She shook her head and suppressed this thought. She turned to Sun Zifu. Seeing his expression, Zhou Fengwang's eyes flashed. She charmingly smiled and said, "Brother Sun, could it be that you have thoughts of recruiting the blood battle demon god?" Sun Zifu shook his head. "If I can seize this wonder stone, I might be able to obtain Zhuolanjue's favorable impression and recruit him as my subordinate. But with this person's talent and strength, it is almost certain that he will rush into the demon ascension gate and enter the demonic path. His future achievements will be hard to imagine. Although the Sun family has some strength, they might not be able to control him." He paused for a moment. "Moreover, Yao Bin isn't an ordinary person. If we take this wonder stone from his hands, we might be harmed instead." Zhou Fengwang covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. A strange light flashed deep in her eyes. Qin Yu returned to his dwelling and summoned the 9th province furnace. Borrowing its strength to isolate the outside world, he took out the Wonder Stone. Without needing to activate it, the slumbering soul summoning bell flew out from his soul space. With a flash of light, the little girl's figure appeared. Her eyes widened and her face lit up with pleasant surprise. She cheered and threw herself at the Wonder Stone. Then, she lowered her head and took a bite. Kacha, kacha. The crisp sound of chewing entered his ears. Qin Yu stared at her small white teeth and black lines appeared on his forehead. When he was inspecting it just now, he had already tested it. This Wonder Stone was astonishingly hard. Even with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to leave a mark on it. But what did he see now? A 5 or 6-year-old little girl was hugging this wonder stone and eating it in great gulps. Her teeth were simply amazing. However, as he thought about how this little girl's true form was the soul treasure soul summoning bell, and that her consciousness was the golden soul of nothingness that came from a terrifying different world, Qin Yu felt that no matter how abnormal this was, he could still accept it. But as he looked at the little girl eating in great gulps and not the least bit tired, it was hard not to suspect that her previous deep sleep was just an act. What is this stone? Delicious. I'm asking you a question. Delicious, delicious. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He looked at the little girl who was clearly pretending to be stupid. Did you think I wouldn't be able to do anything to you just like this? He reached out a hand and snatched the wonder stone from her hand. What are you doing? The little girl panicked. She opened her mouth and bit down on the wonder stone. She struggled in midair, clawing at Qin Yu. Qin Yu had no expression. The soul summoning bell is mine. I rescued you from a different world, and I also bought this stone, but now I don't know anything about your condition. Isn't this a bit too much? Answer my question. Otherwise I guarantee that you won't be able to eat this stone. Moreover, don't think that I will help you obtain anything in the future. The little girl had a fierce expression. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would have already been riddled with holes. Unfortunately, these little eyes of hers were useless against Qin Yu. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. I won't wait any longer. The little girl glared at Qin Yu. 6 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time. 1 breath of time. Gotcha! The little girl bit off the stone in her mouth and nimbly fell to the ground. You bastard, you are ruthless! Qin Yu was expressionless. Answer my question. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, the little girl seemed a bit discouraged. Humph humph, you don't even have the slightest bit of eyesight. You really are an idiot. This is called the heaven-mending stone. It is an extremely precious and rare stone. For some reason, it was formed when the world was born. Because of the entanglement of rules and heaven and earth origin energy, it was formed after a long period of time. The soul summoning bell's main body is severely damaged and the heaven-mending stone can help repair it. This is the reason, do you understand? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Although the little girl was impatient, she had clearly stated the key point. This stone could help the soul summoning bell restore itself. What is the relationship between you and the soul summoning bell? Or, why can the soul of nothingness fuse into the soul summoning bell? The little girl was annoyed. I've already answered your question. Qin Yu shook the heaven-mending stone in his hand. The little girl's complexion darkened. Humph! The soul summoning bell is the holy relic of my race. She coldly glared at him. As for you, you are nothing more than a thief. This explanation was too strong. Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon, his mind began to race. His intuition told him that the little girl wasn't lying, and this was the best chance to learn the truth. Even so, he sneered in disbelief. The soul summoning bell has been passed down in the land of divinity and demons for countless years. Now that I obtained it through a lucky chance, how could it possibly belong to your race? Little children shouldn't speak such nonsense. The little girl was enraged. You are the little child, you are the one speaking nonsense. What soul summoning bell? Its true name is the cosmic sea-cross bell. She suddenly stopped, her expression vigilant. No, why should I explain it to you? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but his complexion didn't change. He curled his lips in disdain. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Making up a story is just child's play. I'm not in the mood to listen to it. The little girl puffed up her cheeks in anger. Qin Yu suddenly said, During this time, you must have spent a great deal of effort to undo the ownership, right? The little girl's face was filled with panic like a little animal. Her eyes widened, as if saying, How would you know? There was no mistake about it. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He had only been casually trying to trick her, but he didn't think it would actually turn out like this. It looks like you have failed to live up to my trust in you. The little girl bit her lips. What are you being so fierce for? I haven't found a way to undo the ownership, Qin Yu sneered. If you can't find it now, you think you can't find it in the future? It's impossible for me to keep a hidden danger by my side. Perhaps I should think of a way to erase your consciousness. The little girl's eyes were filled with panic. Don't even think about it. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. This matter might be troublesome, but in the end I am the master of the soul summoning bell. If I don't hesitate to pay any price, there will always be a way to accomplish it. If my consciousness disappears, the soul summoning bell will also disappear. Everything you have done will be for naught. Even so, it's better than suffering a sudden backlash one day. In terms of intimidation and threats, although the little girl was intelligent, how could she compare to the experienced and knowledgeable Qin Yu? Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him in panic. Don't kill Mimi. I can sign a contract with you. As long as it is established, I will never hurt you again, Qin Yu frowned. Really? The little girl nodded again and again. Mimi isn't lying to you. Hand over the contract. If I find out and you dare to do anything to me, humph. At this time, Qin Yu's face was like that of a great villain. The frightened little girl trembled as she threw out a ball of light. Through his connection with the soul-summoning bell, Qin Yu was able to clearly sense the information within. It was indeed a contract. The general idea was that Qin Yu and the little girl would cooperate on equal terms and that they would share weal and woe in the future. However, Qin Yu controlled the soul-summoning bell. From the very start, this contract was established on an unequal basis. He lifted a hand and touched the point between his eyebrows. The ball of light sank into his soul space. Qin Yu's soul opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of light. Chapter 487. Qin Yu smiled. All right, now we can have an open and honest discussion. Seeing his expression change so quickly, Mei Mei was stunned for a moment. Then she screamed, You lied to me. Qin Yu nodded. You can think of it that way. I am indeed reluctant to destroy you and the soul-summoning bell together. But believe me when I say that if you choose not to cooperate with me, I really will. Mei Mei bit her lips, a bit afraid in her heart. Her intuition told her that this was exactly what Qin Yu was thinking. Humph! Although she seemed proud and arrogant, the truth was that she had already admitted defeat. Qin Yu smiled. Since he already knew what was going on, there was no need to care too much about face. Now, you can tell me the relationship between your race and the cosmic sea-cross bell. A light flashed in his eyes. If you wish to obtain some help, I should be the only person you can choose to trust. So, you had best not lie to me. Mei Mei had a skeptical expression. You will help me? Qin Yu smiled. Of course. You and I are contract partners, so it is natural for us to help each other. Moreover, if you become strong enough, you will also be a great help to me. Mei Mei hesitated. It was clear she was tempted. She clenched her teeth and said, All right, I will believe you. The little girl was silent for a long time. Her eyes revealed a look of reminiscence and sorrow. Then, she slowly spoke of the memories from the inheritance. Every million years in a terrifying different world, a great transformation would occur. In this transformation, a powerful race would perish and a new race would be born. The souls of nothingness were a new race that was born during a period of transformation. But for some unknown reason, the holy relic of their race was lost, causing their race to fail to advance and suffer a cruel backlash. Each of the powerful races had the possibility of being replaced. Thus, they joined forces to suppress the lineage of the souls of nothingness. Afterwards, every million years, the soul of nothingness race would produce a race king who would attempt to complete the final advancement. But because they lacked the holy relic of their race, the advancement process was incomparably slow. The inherently powerful race king would arrive in the shortest time possible and ruin the advancement process. Qin Yu had a thoughtful look. It seemed that what he saw when he entered the different world was the advancement of the soul of nothingness race. As for those terrifying life forms that arrived later, they were the other race kings. His thoughts raced and a strange look appeared in his eyes. You are the king born from the soul of nothingness race 1,000,000 years ago? The little girl sneered. Now you know what a great crime it is to be disrespectful to this princess. Qin Yu simply ignored her arrogance. Wait a moment, the cosmic Sea-Cross bell has been passed down for countless years in the land of divinity and demons. During this time, there must have been someone who completed the master recognition process. Since they completed the master recognition process, that person must have brought back the soul of nothingness from your world. How come your people don't know anything about this? The little girl's eyes were filled with sorrow. Because they failed to advance, they suffered a backlash. Among the void souls, except for the kings, no one else will develop self-awareness. She looked up at him. Qin Yu, are you willing to be my knight and help me return to my world and rescue my subjects? Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't. At most we will be contract companions. I won't be your knight. Moreover, the cosmic Sea-Cross bell is my treasure. If you want to take it away, you'll have to ask me if I'm willing or not. The little girl was enraged. The cosmic Sea-Cross bell is a holy artifact of the soul of nothingness. Qin Yu slowly said, but it's mine now. His eyes flashed. But, as I said before, if there are enough benefits, it's not like I can't help you. The little girl didn't care about her anger. Is that true? Qin Yu said, of course it's true. But that is established on the basis that I have sufficient strength. Otherwise, even if you and I return to your world with the cosmic Sea-Cross bell, all that awaits us is death. In fact, I might not even be able to enter your world. The little girl seriously thought about it for a long time. You're right. She looked over and frowned. You really are weak. Qin Yu choked. He snappily said, since you've figured it out, then you should know what to do in the future, right? The little girl said, I will do my best to help you become stronger as soon as possible. But you also need to help me repair the damaged cosmic Sea-Cross bell. Deal. Qin Yu's smile was bright. Then, let's first get rid of the purple light you swallowed. I don't feel safe leaving it in my body. The little girl coldly sneered. I suspect that with the intelligence you've displayed, how did you manage to survive until now? The existence of a demon seed is the proof of a demonic path cultivator. Disregarding whether or not it will be detected, even if it is successfully removed, you don't have the aura of a demon seed on you, so how can you smoothly enter the demonic path? You should be lucky not to be killed by others. Qin Yu frowned, ignoring her taunts. Is there really no way? The little girl had no expression. Unless you want to die. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. All right, let's postpone this matter for now. I will be entering the Demon Ascension Gate tomorrow, so you should be able to display the usefulness of the cosmic Sea-Cross bell. Since I promised to help you, I will naturally do so. There is no need for you to remind me. If there's nothing else, give me the heaven-mending stone. Qin Yu handed it over and the little girl ate it clean. Then, with a light snort, she turned and disappeared. Qin Yu didn't care about her rudeness at all. Instead, his lips curved up in a smile. At the very least, he had temporarily removed the hidden dangers of the cosmic Sea-Cross bell. In the future, this little girl might even help him wholeheartedly. Although her attitude wasn't too good, there was plenty of time in the future. There was no need to worry. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, calmly waiting for tomorrow. Zhuolanjue's complexion paled. His deep purple eyes surged with killing intent and his entire body emitted a ruthless and destructive aura that nearly condensed into essence. Heaven-mending stone, it had to be the heaven-mending stone. If he could obtain it, He could use a secret technique to plunder the strength within and push his supernatural powers to large success, causing his strength to rise dramatically. Yao Bin! A deep roar echoed through the air. The ground beneath Zhuolanjue instantly disintegrated into powder. At this time, there was a strange laughter. The shadow beneath his feet actually separated from his body. There is no need to worry. The heaven-mending stone is incomparably hard. Without a special technique, it is impossible to refine it. Even if that boy obtains it, he won't be able to use it for some time. The shadow stretched out its arms and stretched its body. I have already remembered his scent. After entering the Demon Ascension Gate, as long as he approaches within a certain range, I can lock onto him. At that time, once we kill him, the heaven-mending stone will naturally return to our hands. Zhuolanjue's purple eyes were icy cold. I know what to do, I don't need you to remind me. He coldly snorted. This is Heavenly Demon City. The Demon Ascension Gate is about to open and numerous demonic path powerhouses have gathered here. You had best screw off and not provoke any trouble. The shadow sneered. It turned and returned to Zhuolanjue's feet, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Feng Wang waved her hand, sending away the cultivators of her clan. Then, she picked up a jade slip and probed it with her divine sense. This was something she had ordered people to inquire about. The information regarding Qin Yu was actually quite detailed. Black Demon Sect. Yao Bin. Zhou Feng Wang laid down the jade slip. Although she looked extremely charming on the outside, her eyes were cold and distant. She revealed a thoughtful expression. Blood Battle Demon God was the most optimistic junior powerhouse of the Demon Ascension Gate this time. Her family had given her instructions that even if she couldn't recruit him as a subordinate, being on good terms with him would still be a great merit. But this Yao Bin wasn't easy to deal with. After a long period of silence, Zhou Fenghuang's eyes brightened. She exerted a bit of strength in her fingers and crushed the jade slip to pieces. Yao Bin was over 100 years old, and it was highly likely that he had perished in the Demon Ascension Gate. At that time, as long as she could find his corpse, she would naturally be able to find that strange stone. Although everything in the Demon Ascension Gate was unpredictable and uncontrollable, there were always some rules that could be followed. As the direct descendant of a peak demonic path noble family, Zhou Fenghuang just happened to have the qualifications to use these rules. If there were any harvests, then that would be for the best, but even if there weren't, it didn't matter. Young master, it is as you expected. Zhou Fenghuang has sent people to secretly investigate Yao Bin's information. You truly have incredible foresight. The old servant flattered. Sun Zifu's eyebrows shot up in satisfaction. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Do you think that little girl Zhou Fenghuang's thoughts can escape my discerning eyes? He thought for a moment and then sneered. That little girl, she's been baiting me all this time. She thinks she has a good grasp of her limits, but it's just me playing with her. This time, if she wants to hit on Yao Bin, then let her do it. Hee, when she suffers and suffers, it will be this young master's time to shine. I'm not afraid that she won't submit under this young master's robe. The old servant loudly cheered. Young master is wise. Sun Zifu kicked him. Go, stop flattering me and hurry up and check again. Tomorrow we will enter the Demon Ascension Gate. I am destined to become a man who conquers the mountains and seas, so I cannot fail in this small ditch. Yes, I will immediately go check. I absolutely won't delay young master's great plans. The skies were clear and boundless and the sunlight was like a sea. This was rare good weather. Outside every courtyard, there were demonic path cultivators leading all the cultivators participating in the Demon Ascension Gate into the city's great square. Qin Yu and those from the Black Demon sect followed the surging flow of people. He could faintly feel several cultivators around him looking at him with sparkling eyes. When he turned his head, all of them lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being looked for trouble. He naturally didn't know that several waves of cultivators had secretly inquired about Yao Bin last night. These people had sold him out, so they naturally felt a bit guilty. Soon, streams of people from all over the city gathered in the city's great square. There were 16 giant furnaces placed here, each one burning with blazing black flames. These flames didn't have any heat at all. In fact, they gave off a bone-chilling feeling. Just looking at them left one panic-stricken. On a giant altar, 3 demonic path priests sat cross-legged. They were all incomparably old, but the aura of their souls was terrifyingly strong. Around them were 6 giant black iron boxes. They were tightly sealed, and it was unknown what was inside. Surrounding the square were 16 giant furnaces and a massive number of demonic path cultivators guarding them. Each one had a powerful aura and a cold light surged in their eyes. But what was most terrifying were the 2 expressionless black-clothed old men beneath the altar. They didn't release any aura, but the feeling they gave off was like an unfathomably deep abyss that could swallow all. Calamity, immortal realm. Qin Yu's eyes widened, his heart shaking. Although he knew that the demonic path would inevitably place great importance on the demon ascension gate, the appearance of 2 calamity immortals was still beyond his expectations. Moreover, this was only the strength on the surface. If it was said that the demonic path hadn't made other arrangements in secret, Qin Yu wouldn't believe it. A conservative estimate was that there was at least 1 calamity immortal realm existence in Heavenly Demon City. Silence. The black-clothed old man on the left said in a low voice. An invisible majesty descended, as if a heaven-supporting mountain peak was pressing down, causing endless awe to appear in everyone's hearts. The great square instantly fell silent. Today, the demonic path has opened the demon ascension gate to select talented individuals as disciples. Now, the soul guard stones will be distributed. The black-clothed old man flicked his sleeves and countless identical stones appeared out of thin air. They flew out in all directions, quietly floating in front of every cultivator that entered the demon ascension gate. As long as you mark this object with your soul aura, it will recognize you as its master. After you enter the demon ascension gate, it will automatically record all your points. Those in the top 150 will automatically be promoted and become members of the supreme demonic path. Moreover, the demon ascension gate is filled with countless dangers. If you encounter a hopeless situation you cannot resist, crush the soul guard stone and you will be directly transmitted out. If there are no objections, then complete the master recognition process. The entrance to the demon ascension gate will soon open. Qin Yu took the soul guard stone. After a moment of thought, he carefully probed it with his divine sense and sent it into the black stone. There was a light hum in his ears. At this time, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space emitted a ringing sound. The demon seed flew out, releasing fluctuations that were captured by the soul guard stone. Its surface flashed with light, indicating that the master recognition process was complete. Within his soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell shook and the demon seed flew into it once more. Qin Yu secretly thought that he was lucky. Luckily, he hadn't forcefully requested the soul summoning bell to remove the demon seed, otherwise there would have been an accident with the soul guard stone recognizing him as its master. He turned his hand and put away the soul guard stone. At this time, everyone on the Great Square had also completed the master recognition process. Chapter 488. On the altar, 3 incomparably old demonic path priests that exuded the aura of decay opened their eyes. A sharp light flashed in their eyes. The 3 of them stood up and simultaneously raised their hands. Black flames instantly rose up from the 16 furnaces on the square. They continued to rise, forming 16 black pillars of fire. When they reached 1,000 feet high, they began to lower their heads and gather towards the center. The 16 black pillars of fire fused together, forming an incomparably massive black fireball. Runes appeared on the surface of this fireball. They connected together, constantly tumbling and shuttling back and forth, as if they were chains of seals. The three demonic path priests lifted their hands and took out silver knives. Without hesitation, they cut their wrists. At the same time, they began to chant in unison. Ancient and boundless syllables echoed through the world. The blood that flowed out seemed to be lifted up by an invisible strength. It flowed into the black fireball, flowing into it. The chains of seals on the surface of the fireball were rapidly soaked in blood. They gradually turned transparent until they vanished from sight, as if the strength of the seals had been released. Bang! The black fireball erupted. With the 16 fire pillars as a boundary, the space within began to violently shake. It was like the waters of a lake were being stirred, as if some massive being were rising from the bottom of the lake. A spatial crack appeared, followed by a second, a third, more and more appeared, but there was no chaos at all. When all of the cracks gathered together, they formed an incomparably massive gate. The thick cracks connected with each other to form the frame of the giant door, while the smaller cracks became decorations on the giant door. The cracks on the two doors formed a vivid and lifelike demonic head. Qin Yu's eyes widened. As he looked at this astonishing sight, he felt a burning heat on his back. Because he had obtained the demonic path bloodline, the demon head slowly appeared. If someone were to see this, they would definitely be stunned. This was because the demon head behind Qin Yu was nearly identical to the demon head formed by the spatial cracks in the skies. Quietly, the fissured space peeled off piece by piece. It really was like a broken mirror. Every spatial fragment was the color of the sky on the front and pitch black on the back. They tumbled about, constantly decomposing until they finally vanished from sight. A bronze gate appeared in the shattered space. It was completely the same as the gate formed by the spatial cracks. The giant demon head on its surface suddenly opened. Shwa, within it, was a blood prison like a sea. At this moment, besides the three demonic path priests and the two black-clothed calamity immortal realm old men, everyone in the square and even the entire heavenly demon city felt their hearts tremble. Qin Yu had to use all of his strength not to cry out in pain. At this time, the burning heat on his back was like he was being burned by flames. His body trembled uncontrollably, and sweat poured down his body like rain. In the blink of an eye, his robe was completely soaked. Luckily, everyone was suppressed by the demon chief's aura at this time. In their panic, no one discovered Qin Yu's current state. Beneath the vault of heaven, the demon face on the bronze door suddenly opened its eyes. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his body swayed. Luckily, the bronze door slowly opened in the next moment. The terrifying oppressive pressure and the burning sensation on his back disappeared at the same time. The surrounding black demon sect and they regained their senses. And quickly. And of them were. Addition. The surrounding black demon sect cultivators let out a long breath and regained their composure. They soon discovered Qin Yu's current distressed state. After a moment of surprise, he revealed a look of understanding. He humphed, his eyes full of disdain. Indeed, 4 cultivators over 100 years of age to enter the demon ascension gate, the difficulty would increase by 10 times or even 100 times. This was the best evidence of this. Before entering, he was already a half-dead dog. If he really did enter, he was doomed to die 10 times out of 10. Humph. This surname Yao was incomparably vicious. It would have been great if he had been tyrannical in the Black Demon sect, but instead he recklessly rushed into the Demon Ascension Gate. Even if he regretted it now, it was too late. Luckily, he had maintained a sufficient distance from him, otherwise he would have been implicated by him. No, I have to stay further away. If I were to be contaminated by his aura, that would be disastrous. Coincidentally, a circle of people around Qin Yu opened up. Everyone turned their heads, afraid that they would be implicated if they took even a single breath. This scene attracted even more attention. Zuolan Yue was expressionless. His purple eyes swept over Qin Yu. A cold light flashed in his eyes before he composed himself. Sun Zifu shook his head. He really is seeking his own death. After entering, keep your eyes open. If you encounter this person, you should decisively turn around and run. Otherwise, if you're too careful, you won't even know how you died. The people around him nodded again and again. Zhou Fengwang smiled. She glanced at Qin Yu and then looked away. The arrangements had already been made. Whether or not there would be harvests would only be determined by time. As for Qin Yu himself, he was only a master over 100 years old. Perhaps he might be extraordinary in the outside world, but in the line of people who were about to enter the Demon Ascension Gate, he was no different from a dead man. And a dead man wasn't worth her wasting even the tiniest bit of energy. Qin Yu violently gasped for breath and barely managed to compose himself. He lowered his head, hiding the surprise in his eyes. Just what was going on? The illustrious Demon Ascension Gate of the demonic path seemed to have some sort of connection with the demonic bloodline in his body. Although Qin Yu felt excruciating pain just now, he had an intuition that the strength of the Demon Ascension Gate didn't have any malicious intent towards him. This pain was more like a side effect of sensing each other. Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, a suction force came from above his head and the giant bronze door opened. He didn't resist, allowing this strength to wrap around him. All around him were countless cultivators who were pulled up into the air. Enter the Demon Ascension Gate and release all of your abilities. Only the most outstanding people can become a member of the demonic path. I and the others will wait here for the final victor to return. Stimulated by this shout, the cultivators with red eyes began to roar out, their eyes filled with ambition and longing. After reaching this step, no one was willing to fail. This was because only by entering the demonic path would they have a greater chance of touching upon the most formidable strength in the world. Qin Yu remained silent. He stared at the approaching bronze door. The demon head was split in half, and there was an eye on each side of the door. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he were being watched. Luckily, this feeling wasn't one of fear. Rather, there was a trace of warmth. As the two eyes crossed, everything in front of Qin Yu turned black. He took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts. He muttered, "Demon Ascension Gate, I'm coming." Like a stone falling into water, the darkness in front of Qin Yu stirred up layers of ripples that swallowed him up. His consciousness blurred for a moment. After what seemed like only a breath of time, Qin Yu's vision was restored. He looked around to make sure there weren't any dangers before he relaxed a little. "Why are you here?" There was a shrill scream, one filled with panic. Qin Yu had already discovered Sun Zifu and the three cultivators standing not too far away. He glanced over. Sun Zifu felt as if he had been bitten by a viper. "Don't look at me! Don't look at me! We've never met before! We've never met before!" Sun Zifu kicked away the person behind him. His body flashed with light and he exploded far away. "What are you all standing there for? Are you all waiting for death? Young master, wait for us!" The three cultivators hurriedly chased after him, soon vanishing from sight. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, an awkward look on his face. Was this bastard really scared to such a degree? Shaking his head, Qin Yu stepped forwards and vanished into the jungle. The so-called Demon Ascension Gate wasn't just a giant bronze gate, but a key that connected to space. This small world in front of him was where the true test lay. Qin Yu was determined to pass through the Demon Ascension Gate and enter the demonic path, so he naturally had a certain understanding of it. The Demon Ascension Gate was connected to a small world filled with demonic energy. A massive number of demon beasts lived here, and depending on how strong or weak the prey was, one could obtain points. Points were the key to entering the demonic path. The higher one's ranking was, the more likely one was to win. Moreover, once points were obtained, they couldn't be taken away or traded away. Thus, one had to take the lead from the start and leave everyone else in the dust. or they had to force back the cultivators ranked higher than them so that their ranking would automatically rise. The reason they were forced back was because the small world behind the Demon Ascension Gate, because of the Soulguard stones, once a cultivator was defeated, they could teleport away at any time. Of course, killing the tyrannical demon beasts in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world wasn't just the benefit of points. After all, in the past, only 100 or so people were able to advance through the Demon Ascension Gate. The vast majority of cultivators were doomed to fail. If it were only like this, then there probably wouldn't be so many people competing for the qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. Another benefit of hunting demon beasts was that one could obtain their powerful demonic blood. After refining and absorbing this demon blood, it could help a cultivator strengthen their mortal body and even activate their demonic bloodline. As for those that had already activated their demonic bloodline, after refining this demon blood, it could also enhance the strength of their demonic bloodline. If there was enough, it could even cause their bloodline to advance. It was because of this that every time the Demon Ascension Gate opened, it would become the most dazzling and supreme grand ceremony of the demonic path. Demon Beast. Qin Yu whispered, a look of anticipation in his eyes. He didn't have to wait too long before his curiosity was satisfied. This wolf-like creature in front of him was covered in black scales. This was the first demon beast he had encountered here. Disregarding all else, this demon wolf's ability to conceal its aura was extremely fierce. If it weren't for the cosmic Seacross Bell's warning, he would have found it nearly impossible to sense it. But as long as he could find its trail, this demon wolf's strength was no longer a threat to Qin Yu. With a flick of his sleeves, the void twisted, wrapping around the demon wolf. It didn't even have time to scream before it was twisted into a pile of broken bones and rotting flesh. The Soulguard stone emitted a fluctuation. Qin Yu sensed it and discovered that he had gained 2 points. It was clear he had obtained them from killing this demon wolf. Moreover, there was a ranking list within the Soulguard stone. Qin Yu was currently ranked after 1000, but it didn't show his exact rank. The first ranked cultivator was a cultivator named Gu Sansi. He had 90 points, and the top 10 cultivators also had dozens of points. Qin Yu saw a name on the list, Zhuolangyue, 67 points, 5th place. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, revealing a bit of coldness. As he looked down, he found another familiar name. Sun Zifu, 21 points, 47th place. Qin Yu retracted his divine sense and revealed a dignified expression. As he thought, he had been crazily rushing up the rankings from the start? But he didn't feel any urgency. For instance, this demon wolf in front of him had only contributed 2 points. If he could hunt down a powerful commander-level demon beast, he could obtain at least 10 times the point. With Qin Yu's current strength, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, obtaining points wouldn't be difficult at all. He was confident he could enter the final list. He lifted a hand and grasped the air. The flesh and blood of the demon wolf's corpse seemed to have been weathered for countless years. It rapidly withered until all that was left over was a fist-sized mass of blood essence. The demon head on Qin Yu's back suddenly opened its eyes. It opened its mouth and roared out loud. The blood essence directly fused into his body. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. He could clearly feel that his demonic bloodline had improved. Although the magnitude was small, it was enough to make Qin Yu overjoyed. It had to be known that what Qin Yu had refined was only the blood essence of a small and weak demon wolf. The demonic strength within it was extremely thin. If it was a commander-level demonic beast, it would probably be able to greatly enhance his demonic bloodline. And the demonic bloodline had an extremely strong supportive effect on cultivating the demon body. If Qin Yu wanted to stand out in the demonic path and even obtain a pivotal position, cultivating the demon body was a shortcut. It looks like I'll have to start hunting with all my strength. Qin Yu licked the corners of his lips. His feet stepped forwards and he shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. Within his soul space, the little girl's cold voice sounded out. 100 miles to the left. Chapter 489. In the giant and empty cave, there were rough chisel marks everywhere. Torches were inserted into grooves in the walls, burning grease constantly dripping down. But before they could fall to the ground, they were extinguished by the bone-chilling air. Dozens of figures stood there silently. Whether they were men or women, they were all tall and their faces were covered with the color of wind and frost. They wore thick fur coats and fur hats. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough to resist the cold or heat, but that the deep ice-cold energy of the northern wilderness had a terrifying penetrative ability that disregarded cultivation. In the center of these people sat a silver-haired old man. He was different from the others around him. He only wore thin white clothes, making him seem even more thin and powerless. But the tall men and women around him all had calm auras and divine light flashing in their eyes. All of them had expressions of respect that came from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, there was the faint sound of flowing water. It was like a frozen creek in a mountain had finally broken through and was beginning to flow. The silver-haired old man opened his eyes. His pupils were warm and bright, calm and peaceful, as if he could see through all things. The time has come. His voice was warm and filled with anticipation. He swept his eyes around. Next, I will have to trouble you all to block off this cave. Don't let anyone discover us. An exceptionally strong man bowed. Lord Sage, rest assured that we will not make any mistakes. He turned and walked away, standing beneath a burning torch. The other tall men and women dressed in beast skins bowed towards the silver-haired old man one after another and stood in their respective positions. Deep roars exploded in the cave. The tall men and women dressed in beast skins erupted with a horrifying aura. The burning torches above their heads began to quietly change color. From a blazing crimson, they constantly deepened, as if their blood were burning. Subtle fluctuations were released from these flames. Like a silent spring rain, they covered the entire cave, as if an invisible membrane had completely isolated it from the world. The silver-haired old man faintly smiled, a satisfied expression on his face. He fell backward. With a splash, his body was submerged in dark red blood. After waiting for countless years, it was finally about to begin. The environment was becoming increasingly harsh, and the people of the tribe didn't have much time to wait. Thus, they had to succeed this time. Even if they died, they had to use this body to open up a path for the continuation of their tribe. In the depths of the Demon Ascension Gates, small world grew countless ancient trees that towered into the heavens. Each one was thick enough for dozens of people to wrap their arms around it, and their lush leaves blotted out the skies. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. In the dark and damp environment, it released a nauseating stench. There was even a multicolored miasma that was shockingly poisonous. This place was extremely peaceful. Besides these thick ancient trees, there were no other living beings. Not only were there demon heads, but there were also vines, weeds, and thorns. It was as if this was a kingdom ruled by these ancient trees. However, if someone climbed to the top of the ancient tree and looked into the depths of the dense forest, they would discover that in this world, there really were trees that could support the heavens. It was so large that it exceeded the limits of cognition. These densely grown thick ancient trees, in front of it, were like small saplings that had just broken through and germinated. Because the ancient green leaves were too dense, they covered the entire sky. Because of this, a black color that caused one's mind to be suppressed appeared. It was as if a hole had been pierced through the sky by this terrifying ancient tree. But at this time, within this terrifying black, a scarlet color appeared. It was like a monster had opened its maw, ready to swallow countless lives. If one looked closer to this terrifying tree, they would discover that the veins of all its leaves were slowly transforming into a blood-red color. It was like its roots had drilled into the blood sea of hell and absorbed the blood sea's water, thus provoking its ruthlessness and destruction. On the ground, cracks began to appear one after another. Scarlet blood gushed out, flowing along the cracks and gradually surrounding the ancient tree. Qin Yu was expressionless. He looked at the 4 cultivators in front of him, who were pleasantly surprised, as if they had been struck in the head by a golden ingot. Perhaps it was because of his calmness that the 4 cultivators didn't dare to be careless. After a moment of hesitation, one of them said, "Yao Bin, if you know what's good for you, then hand over the Wonder Stone and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, your journey in the Demon Ascension Gate will end here." As he thought, this was the trouble caused by Zhuo Lanyue's promise. Qin Yu frowned, a cold intent in his eyes. For some unknown reason, those at the top of the ranking list gained points at an astonishing speed. Even with the reminder of the cosmic Sea-Cross bell, Qin Yu had only managed to reach rank 64. Although this result met the requirements to enter the demonic path, there was still a great disparity from what Qin Yu had expected. If he wanted to rise in the demonic path as soon as possible, he would need to obtain enough resources from the demonic path. Thus, Qin Yu didn't plan on hiding his abilities. Rather, he wanted to erupt with his full strength so that the demonic path would pay more attention to him. Since that was the case, then obtaining as many points as possible in the Demon Ascension Gate and entering the top of the ranking list or even obtaining first place was the best choice. Thus, he didn't have time to waste on these people. "Leave, or I will send you off." The meaning of the 2 leave was clearly different. The 4 cultivators were startled. Their complexions immediately darkened. They never thought that at this time, he would still dare to be so rampant. One of them sneered, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Before he finished speaking, there was a dull thumping sound and the ground seemed to shake. The cultivator who spoke widened his eyes, disbelief on his face. He attacked. What gave him the courage to do so? But soon, his shock turned into fear. The rapidly approaching figure released an extremely cruel aura, like a vicious beast in human form. Fear surged out from the depths of his heart. He didn't even have the ability to dodge. At the moment of impact, he could only raise his arm to resist. Dong, a low muffled sound caused the hearts of the other 3 to jump fiercely, and their scalps went numb. They saw their companion, who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, fly away. The arm that blocked this punch was bent at an extremely exaggerated angle, and there were even pale white bones that tore through his clothes and poked out, causing their bodies to feel cold all over. It was only at this moment that they heard a pitiful and horrified scream. He crashed into the ground, his body plowing through the ground and blood spraying everywhere. When he stopped, the 3 cultivators finally saw their companion's current appearance. They sucked in a breath of cold air, their complexions turning deathly pale. They saw that his entire arm was limp like a noodle and his chest had caved in. Dark red blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. It was clear that his organs had suffered severe damage. One punch, it was just one punch. The 3 cultivators paled even further. Kacha, with a light sound, the cultivator that fell into the ditch was wrapped in a halo of black light. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Soulguard Stone. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator use a Soulguard Stone. Indeed, they could leave at any time. This was normal. After all, those that had the qualifications to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate were all outstanding young demonic cultivators. The demonic path wouldn't allow a large number of them to die. Qin Yu looked over and the 3 cultivators took a step back. One of them screamed, "You, what do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, my uncle is a deacon of the demonic path. If you dare to harm me, you will definitely suffer retaliation." He was fierce on the outside but cowardly on the inside. Qin Yu had no expression. "Hand over the demon blood in your hands." The 3 cultivators relaxed. Then, they revealed pained expressions. After a moment of hesitation, they each took out a jade bottle. Qin Yu took them all and inspected them. With these people's cultivations, they could only hunt down this much. Screw off. The three of them turned and left without any hesitation. If they lost the demon blood, they could still continue hunting and collecting. But if they were forced to leave, that would truly be miserable. Moreover, the pitiful appearance of their companion just now had filled their hearts with fear. Compared to that, they could be considered lucky. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He exerted a bit of strength in his fingers and the seals on the 3 jade bottles completely shattered. The demon blood that the 3 of them had painstakingly collected floated in front of him. Demon blood could help a cultivator strengthen their mortal body and awaken their demonic bloodline. But, if they accumulated a certain amount and swallowed it all together, the chances of activating their bloodline would be much higher. Taking a step back, even if they didn't have any bloodline talent, they could still sell this demon blood for a sky-high price. Of course, Qin Yu didn't care at all about the reason these 3 people had accumulated demon blood. He reached out and grasped the air. The 3 blood balls fused together and then flowed through his fingers, fusing into his body. A moment later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, disappointment on his face. As he thought, low-level demon blood was nearly useless to him. If he wanted to continue strengthening the demonic bloodline in his body, he could only hunt down higher-level demon beasts and obtain even more powerful demon blood. Unfortunately, even now Qin Yu hadn't encountered any higher-level demon beasts. Thinking about it, there weren't many of them in this small world. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed these helpless thoughts. He took a step forward and howled away. But after a moment, he came to a sudden stop. His face darkened as he looked at a large tree in front of him. And this corpse was one of the 3 people that had escaped from Qin Yu just now. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with fear. And this corpse was one of the 3 people that had just escaped from Qin Yu's hands. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, filled with fear. And this corpse was one of the 3 people that had escaped from Qin Yu just now. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with fear. Every person that entered this small world had a soul guard stone. Qin Yu had experienced the abilities of this stone just now. This person had died here. Either he had been ambushed and didn't have the time to use the soul guard stone, or the magical beast or something else that killed him was so strong that he couldn't escape. Qin Yu remained vigilant. He slowly swept his eyes around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he slowly drew back. At this time, the 2 halves of the corpse suddenly looked up and stared straight at Qin Yu. "You, where are you going?" At this moment, even though Qin Yu's will was firm enough, he still instinctively felt a cold chill crawl out from the depths of his heart. The ground beneath his feet caved in and he howled backwards like a boulder. The moment Qin Yu dodged, the earth that caved in exploded. Countless terrifying tree roots drilled out, blotting out the skies as they came crashing down. If it weren't for his decisive retreat, he feared he would have been entangled by these tree roots. Bang, bang, with a series of loud bangs, the ancient tree behind the corpse pulled out its roots from the earth. Countless roots wove together, forming 6 giant root legs that pushed the entire tree forwards. Chapter 490. When Qin Yu was observing his surroundings, he discovered that all the blood that flowed out from the corpse had strangely disappeared beneath it, not spreading out in the slightest. It was like there was an invisible mouth beneath the corpse that was sucking up the blood. But he never imagined that the murderer would be a giant tree. A loud rumbling sound came from behind him. This tree demon's speed was astonishingly fast. Countless branches crazily swayed, like the arms of an evil spirit. "Stay with me." The corpse's mouth opened and closed, and the syllables that came out were incomparably flat. Amidst the snapping sounds, dozens of branches fell off on their own, and with the sound of tearing through the air, they shot explosively like arrows. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He stomped his feet and came to a sudden stop. He heard an ear-piercing sound explode above his head, causing his black hair to flutter in the wind. Dense branches pierced deep into the earth, weaving together into a mountain of wood that blocked his path. The tree monster approached. The pierced corpse suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl. Qin Yu froze. At this moment, he felt as if countless iron nails were ruthlessly stabbing into his mind, pinning his soul to death. At this time, the cosmic Sea-Cross bell in his soul space began to ring. The sound waves were like great waves that crushed apart all the invading strength. Qin Yu instantly regained his freedom. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He remained motionless, maintaining his suppressed state. The corpse emitted a strange cackle. The tree monster's branches wove together into two large hands that grabbed at Qin Yu's sides. Then, as long as he forcefully tore them apart, he would end up in the same fate as the corpse from before. At this time, a radiant silver light erupted. Like a bolt of lightning, it ruthlessly struck the tree monster. The corpse emitted pained roars. Countless branches were cut off and a long wound appeared on the tree monster's trunk, green mucus gushing out. Qin Yu lifted his hand like lightning. His right index finger pierced through the tree monster's wound. Then, his feet fell and he burst away. Roar! The corpse angrily roared. The wound on the tree monster's surface began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the branches that were cut off began to grow back. It moved its 6 giant roots and continued to chase Qin Yu. But at this moment, the tree monster's massive body staggered and nearly fell to the ground. The corpse's eyes widened as it glared at Qin Yu. Its mouth wriggled as if it wanted to say something, but it was interrupted by black blood gushing out. Like a wax figure melting under high temperature, only the upper half of the corpse was left. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of mucus. The tree demon's huge body trembled. It tried to stand up straight, but the tree roots that were woven into the feet were turning black and rotting at an alarming rate. Bang! The tree demon crashed to the ground. Qin Yu stopped and turned around. He watched as the tree monster violently struggled on the ground until it gradually stopped twitching. He frowned, a dignified expression on his face. Previously, he had discovered that this tree monster had an extremely strong self-healing ability. If he really wanted to kill it head-on, he would have to pay a great price. Thus, Qin Yu used the fingers of his right hand. Indeed, because of the metamorphosis caused by the poison and after forming a partial Great Tao body, the toxicity of his fingers was even more terrifying. He withdrew upon contact and poisoned the tree monster to death. But according to Qin Yu's understanding of the Demon Ascension Gate, there were no records of tree monsters. Moreover, this dead cultivator had cast a shadow over his heart. The opening of the Demon Ascension Gate this time seemed to be different from the past. Raising his vigilance, Qin Yu turned and left, soon vanishing from sight. Beside a mountain stream, 2 cultivators had fallen to the ground. Their hearts had been pierced through by tree roots, but because one of them had a tyrannical cultivation, he hadn't died yet. The cultivator trembled. He took out the Soulguard stone and then used the last of his strength to crush it. A halo of black light appeared, wrapping around his body. The man's dim eyes lit up, revealing a hint of longing. But at this time, it was unknown what happened, but the black halo of light violently trembled and shattered. The cultivator's eyes widened, shock and fear covering his face. No! His screams were filled with despair. The tree roots that pierced through the 2 cultivators' hearts suddenly turned transparent. One could clearly see blood flowing out from them, flowing deep into the earth. After several breaths of time, the tree roots retreated and drilled back into the earth. All that was left behind were 2 withered corpses that had lost all moisture. Their mouths were wide open in pain. It was like they were silently roaring at the skies above their heads. Unfortunately, they were doomed to never obtain an answer. On the rocky beach, a female cultivator was running away in distress. Her robes were torn in many places, revealing her fair and delicate skin. As she ran, her skin was exposed. She constantly turned her head to look at the empty space behind her. Her expression didn't relax at all. Rather, it became even more panic-stricken. That was because she had personally witnessed several people that were traveling with her being pulled into the ground without any warning. After that, they never came out again. Just what was it? Why did the Soulguard stone lose its effect? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Her expression became increasingly panicked. Suddenly, she stumbled. Although she tried her best not to fall, her speed inevitably slowed. Her complexion paled and endless despair gushed out from her eyes. Bang! Countless crushed stones shot into the skies. The tree roots that drilled out were like a giant mouth that swallowed the female cultivator. Then, they returned underground like lightning. The rocky beach was restored to tranquility, as if nothing had happened at all. It was just that several pieces of rubble were stained with blood, as if they were silently speaking of something. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ground caved in, forming a deep pit. The cultivator lying at the bottom of the pit spat out a mouthful of blood in distress. He looked at the crazed demon ape and cursed out loud. He never imagined that just because he was greedy and killed 2 more small demon apes, he would draw in such a terrifying fellow. This demon ape should be the leader of this group of apes. Perhaps one of the small demon apes he killed was its direct bloodline descendant. Hum. No wonder it didn't give up. After fleeing for so long, he was finally forced into a desperate situation. But even so, what could it do to him? Damned demon ape, if it wanted revenge, it would have to wait until its next life. The cultivator flipped his hand and took out the Soulguard stone. He sighed. The demon ascension gate had come to an end like this. Gotcha! The Soulguard stone shattered and a halo of black light spread outwards. The demon ape roared in anger, its bloodshot eyes filled with helplessness. It recognized this stone. As long as it shattered it, these damned invaders would be able to escape unscathed. For countless years, the various demon beast races had been hunted down generation after generation, but very few were able to kill these invaders. Today would also be the same. The demon ape stopped. It knew that it had already lost the chance to kill this person. Its blood-red eyes seemed to be able to see the taunting look in the other party's eyes beneath the black light. Like a bubble bursting or like a layer of ice exploding, the black light dissipated. But the invader was still lying in the pit. Both sides were stunned. The cultivator sighed for a brief moment before turning into endless fear. He struggled to stand up. The helplessness in the demon ape's eyes instantly vanished, leaving behind only endless cruelty. Bang! The ground was torn open by sharp claws. It ran several steps and then leapt up. Like a boulder, it crashed into the pit and smashed into the cultivator's chest. With the sound of bones breaking, the demon ape bit down, placing the cultivator's entire head between its sharp teeth. Crack, crack. This was the sound of a hard skull being chewed to pieces. Blood and brain juice dripped down from the demon ape's mouth. It slapped its chest with both hands and let out an excited roar. These damned invaders seemed to have lost everything they could rely on to escape. Their doomsday had arrived. By the time Yu killed the tree monster and left, the small world within the demon ascension gate had already fallen into chaos. There were tree monsters killing people, but there were even more demon beasts that had gone berserk. They even began to hunt down human cultivators on their own initiative. In this world, there was no life form that was willing to be a fat sheep raised by others, waiting in despair for their fate of being slaughtered. This was especially true for demon beasts that had developed spiritual wisdom, possessed tyrannical strength, and were cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. Moreover, what was even more strange was that everything that occurred within the small world was isolated by some sort of strength. It actually didn't alarm the demonic path powerhouses guarding outside. Thus, a great calamity that swept through the entire small world, one that was destined to cause countless deaths, one that would cause the future elites of the demonic path to suffer disastrous losses, arrived. 2 figures stood atop a large tree, looking deep into the small world. Their eyes were dignified, but there was also a bit of joy in them. Ancient tree monster, the figure on the left slowly said. His body was straight like a spear and his eyebrows were like swords. His entire body exuded an endless sharpness. The one on the right was actually a familiar face. He was known as the bloody battle demon god, Zwolanywe. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fluctuations in his heart. A burning heat shined deep in his eyes. Brother Sue, I never thought that after entering this small world, you and I would have such a lucky chance. The two glanced at each other. Without further words, they understood each other's thoughts. Perhaps to others, the awakening of the ancient tree monster was a calamity. But in their eyes, this was also a monstrous lucky chance. If they could hunt down this legendary ancient tree monster, Su Guzi lightly said, with just the 2 of us, it is impossible for us to accomplish this. Zwolanywe smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Su to gather the others. I believe that fellow Taoists will be very interested in this. Beneath the ancient tree monster that seemed as tall as the heavens, the blood that filled the earth began to violently tumble about. Like boiling water, faint traces of blood mist rose up, condensing into a figure. This was a thin and weak old man. His eyes were calm and gentle, with a bit of compassion in them. This was the old fellow that had been called the sage in the northern snow region's stone cave. The difference was that he was wearing a thin blood-red robe. He looked into the distance, and after several breaths of time, he revealed a smile. Youths of the demonic path, please offer up your lives and use your hot blood to lay down the foundation for my people. The sage flicked his sleeves and a mottled furnace made from an unknown material appeared beneath the ancient tree monster. Pa of the ground shattered one after another. Countless tiny tree roots drilled out, climbing onto the furnace. A crack opened at the end and dark red beads of blood seeped out, falling into the furnace. There were so many of them. Although the speed at which each tree root oozed out blood was slow, once the number surpassed a certain degree, it was like a rain of blood. Chapter 491. Sun Zifu's handsome face was deathly white. If he could buy medicine for regret, he would gladly empty his wallet, even if he couldn't play his favorite game of double in the future. His heart was already devoutly praying to all the gods and Buddhas he could think of. However, this clearly did not have any effect. In his ears, the earth-shattering rumbling sound behind him was like a horn that demanded his life. But he didn't want to die yet. The higher the level of life he experienced, the more wealth, power, luxury, and enjoyment he had, the more he instinctively desired. Young Master Sun, who had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth, was still far from being able to see through life and death. It was quite far. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart was sharp and shrill. Young Master Sun cried out, "It's coming again!" He didn't care about his image and dodged to the side. At the same time, he crushed a blue jade slip in his hand. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around his body. His speed suddenly increased by a knot. Just as Sun Zifu's body left, the ground exploded from the inside. Countless tree roots roared and rushed out, tumbling in the air in vain like a giant hand that had missed its target. Sun Zifu didn't feel any joy at having escaped from death. Instead, there was even more despair in the depths of his eyes. This was because this was the last Imperial Wind Jade slip in his hand. The next time the tree monster attacked, that would be the time he died. What to do? What to do? I can't panic, I can't panic. My father said that in every great event, one had to remain calm. Only by remaining calm and collected could one grasp a slim chance of survival in the midst of danger. Sun Zifu's lips trembled and soon tears began to flow down. I can't control myself. Farewell, my father. Farewell, my mother. Farewell, Wen, Xiao, Ching, Yanxi. Through the haze of tears, young Master Sun vaguely saw a figure in front of him. This figure seemed to have heard the commotion and was looking over. After a moment of shock, as if he were grasping at the last straw of hope, Sun Zifu shouted out, "Don't go, save me!" Qin Yu was stunned. As he looked at this incomparably miserable young master son who was crying with snot and tears running down his face, he almost didn't recognize this rich playboy from a demonic path noble family. However, he was only stunned for a moment. Although they had met a few times, it was only one-sided. Young Master Sun had no idea who he was. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't have a good impression of this young Master Sunday. Thus, he turned and left without hesitation, ignoring his cries for help. Sun Zifu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his pitiful cry for help would be rejected so coldly. Did he have any sympathy? The way of the world was too chilling. But now was not the time to be disappointed. He only knew that if he did not get help, he would soon die. Gritting his teeth, young Master Sun revealed an ominous glint in his eyes. "Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." Whoosh, he turned around and locked onto Qin Yu's departing back. Then, he wildly ran away. Qin Yu frowned. He soon discovered Sun Zifu's sinister thoughts and nearly laughed in anger. "Do you have the means to drag me down? If you provoke me, I'll slap you to death." But as he thought about it, he lowered his head and continued forwards. He didn't know what method Sun Zifu had used to achieve his current speed, but it was clear he couldn't maintain it for long. Once he slowed down, things would naturally come to an end. Of course, the most important reason was that Qin Yu instinctively didn't want to come into contact with these tree monsters. He always felt that their appearance was extremely strange. After chasing for so long, not only was he unable to close the distance between them, but he also couldn't catch up to Qin Yu. Young Master Sun's fierce eyes immediately turned flustered. "Did you come from a long-distance background? How could you run so fast?" The strength of the Imperial Wind Jade Slip was about to be exhausted. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. "I am Sun Zifu, a direct descendant of the Sun family of the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li families. Fellow Taoist in front, as long as you extend a helping hand, the Sun family will surely thank you." The fellow Taoist in front. Seeing this person continue to run without stopping, Sun Zifu was stunned for a moment before he panicked. Although he didn't see this person clearly, this person's figure was very unfamiliar. This meant that he wasn't someone from his circle. Thus, it was very unlikely that he would use a precious treasure like the Imperial Wind Jade Slip to strengthen himself. Thus, he deduced that this person was extremely strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to erupt with such speed. Young Master Sun instinctively regarded this person as his last hope. Seeing his greatest support lose its effect, how could he not feel fear? He had been given hope in despair, but that hope had turned into despair once more. Unless he had personally experienced this feeling, it was impossible to imagine. "Don't go. Don't go. I can give you many benefits. Demonic path cultivation methods, supernatural powers, wealth, beauties, as long as you save me, I can give them all to you," the fellow Taoist in front disdainfully said. Feeling the wind wrapping around him weaken, Sun Zifu's face drained of blood. This was a sign that the Imperial Wind Jade Slip's strength had been exhausted. He trembled as he took out a jade bottle. Because of his fear, his voice was piercing to the ears. "I have the demonic blood of a commander-level demon beast," young Master Sun stumbled. He didn't know what he had tripped over, but he fell face first to the ground. He could feel the rough feeling of his nose plowing through the ground, as well as the aching pain that penetrated into his brain. Young Master Sun's mind instantly blanked out. There was only a single thought left in his mind. This time he really was done for. As he lay on the ground, he could keenly feel the faint sounds of the earth. Some sort of tremor was rapidly approaching him from deep underground. It was those terrifying tree roots. They would soon arrive and wrap around him. Then, they would drill into his body, sucking him dry just like they had done before. Fear flooded him like a tide. Young Master Sun found it nearly impossible to breathe. He felt his heart pound like thunder and his field of vision darkened. Bang! The ground fiercely trembled. It was like a mountain had crashed into the ground, stirring up a terrifying shockwave. This layer of vibrating power directly drilled into the depths of the earth, slightly blocking the rapidly approaching tree root. Then, young Master Sun felt as if he was lifted up by someone and thrown away. He soared through the clouds, the strong winds so strong that he couldn't open his eyes. Before he could adjust himself, there was a loud bang as he slammed into something. His chest felt heavy, and he was both tired and afraid. He was so tired that he wanted to die. After being struck, his body twitched a little and then he fainted. Roar! An angry roar echoed out from the distance. A tree monster dragging 6 giant root legs and carrying a corpse in front of it came rumbling towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. He didn't retreat but rushed forwards instead. As he landed, he threw himself at the tree monster. Shwa! A brilliant silver light flashed and there was a pained roar. Qin Yu lifted his right hand and lines began to rapidly appear on his ordinary index finger. Sun Zifu had a very, very deep dream. In this dream, he was being hunted down. He fled and fled, but in the end he was forced into a desperate situation. In his dream, the tree monster used its terrifying root system to wrap around him. Young Master Sun woke up with a miserable cry. His hands wildly flailed about. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" After waiting for some time, the pain he imagined didn't arrive. Sun Zifu followed the strange gaze and saw a figure sitting in the shadows. Then, he saw where he was. It was pitch black and constantly emitted a damp aura. This cave couldn't even be compared to a pigsty, but in young Master Sun's eyes, it was like heaven. This proved that he was still alive and that what happened just now was only a dream. "I'm still alive! I'm still alive!" Sun Zifu suddenly understood how appropriate it was to say that he was crying tears of joy. The rims of his eyes turned red. He crawled up and bowed to Qin Yu. Without any nonsense, a large number of jade bottles appeared in front of him. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me. The demon blood in my hands is all here. I ask fellow Taoist to accept it." This fellow was quite smart. Qin Yu sensed for a moment. He flicked his sleeves and took out 3 jade bottles. He didn't care about the rest. "I only need these." He stood up and walked away. The transaction had been completed. He didn't think there was any need for him to stay any longer. Sun Zifu was dumbfounded. He never imagined that this person would be so straightforward. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Qin Yu traced the jade bottle in his hand, feeling the surging demonic energy within. He suppressed his impatience and turned around. "Young Master Sun, is there something else?" It was only at this moment that his face was exposed to the bonfire. Sun Zifu's eyes widened. "It's you." His first thought was that the reason why he was so unlucky was because of you. But as he thought about his current state, he forcefully suppressed the anger that appeared on his face. He squeezed out a smile and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Yao Bin. It seems we're fated to meet each other everywhere." If he didn't have a choice, only a ghost would be willing to run into you. Qin Yu had no expression. "Young Master Sun, please speak frankly. Otherwise, I will bid my farewells." "Don't," Sun Zifu anxiously said. "Does fellow Taoist Yao know that there has been a great change in the small world? Not only are there terrifying tree monsters attacking, but those demon beasts seem to have gone crazy. And the most terrifying thing is that the Soulguard stone has actually lost its effect." Qin Yu's complexion changed. Sun Zifu took out a Soulguard stone from his chest. After crushing it, a layer of black light wrapped around him. But soon, this light shattered and vanished, leaving him standing where he was. He had originally kept this stone as a memento, but now that he saw that it had truly lost its effect, young Master Sun's complexion paled, and he bitterly said, "Can fellow Taoist Yao see?" Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He took out his own soul guard stone and crushed it. Indeed, just like Sun Zifu, he had remained in the small world. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. His thoughts raced. The demonic path placed a great deal of importance on cultivators that entered the small world. This could be seen from the soul guard stone. But now this life-saving method had actually failed. Something major had occurred, and it was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering event. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. "Thank you, fellow Taoist son, for telling me. I bid my farewells." The current small world was far more terrifying than it was before. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Sun Zifu was left dumbfounded. "Did Qin Yu have to be so callous and heartless? You bastard, I just told you an important piece of news." Hold on. Chapter 492. Qin Yu turned and left without any hesitation. In this sort of situation, how could he bring a burden with him? Young Master Sun was already prepared. He rushed over, and without waiting for Qin Yu to reprimand him, he directly said, "Fellow Taoist Yao, please let me finish speaking. Although cultivating the demon body relies on talent, acquired treasures are equally important. As long as fellow Taoist agrees to help me leave this small world, I guarantee I will give fellow Taoist 20 demon body tempering pills." Qin Yu's eyes turned icy cold. "How do you know I cultivate the demon body?" Sun Zifu felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He instinctively screamed out in fear, his voice shaking, "No, no," this appearance didn't seem fake at all. The chill in Qin Yu's eyes faded a little. But he continued to stare at him, clearly waiting for an explanation. Sun Zifu's throat rolled up and down. There is no one who doesn't want to cultivate the demon body after entering a small world. Moreover, fellow Taoist Yao just received commander-level demon blood. It seemed that he had been too cautious. This was also a subconscious precaution he had developed after entering Four Seasons City. Qin Yu thought for a moment. "What is the use of the demon body tempering pill you speak of?" Sun Zifu's spirits rose. "This pill is extremely rare and only circulates within the demonic path. Once it appears, it is immediately snatched up, so very few people in the outside world know of it." He carefully looked over. Seeing that Qin Yu was listening earnestly, he was overjoyed. The demon body tempering pill is a miraculous pill refined from many precious treasures combined with high-level demon blood. Swallowing and refining it can accelerate the speed of one's demon body cultivation and also increase the chances of awakening a demon body combat skill. 20 demon body tempering pills is the limit of the Sun family. This pill cannot be evaluated in terms of value, but it cannot be purchased with spirit stones. It is an extremely rare pill. Fellow Taoist Yao, I can make a blood oath that once I escape I will not go back on my word. I ask that fellow Taoist save me." He bowed deeply. Qin Yu had a cautious expression. This was the first time he recognized the existence of the demon body tempering pill. If Sun Zifu wasn't lying, then the value of this pill was inestimable. The demon body cultivation was incomparably harsh. Afterwards, it was easy to cultivate, but once one broke through to a higher level, every bit of improvement was incomparably difficult. Qin Yu currently had a sovereign-level demon body, and his blood vitality was incomparably thick. Because he had come into contact with Blue Sea powerhouses, and there were even some transcendent calamity immortals, he didn't seem too fierce. But the truth was that just the blood vitality of his mortal body was enough to contend with an early Blue Sea cultivator. However, at this step, the speed at which his blood vitality increased was incomparably slow. Ever since he broke into the Blue Sea realm, the strength of his demon body had nearly not increased at all. Normally, pills that could strengthen one's fleshly body would have very little effect after being swallowed. The demonic path body tempering pill was clearly a pill specially used to assist in the cultivation of a high-level demon body. Just this point alone was enough to prove its value. Young Master Sun was extremely nervous, afraid that he would hear a rejection. In the silent atmosphere, his forehead was quickly drenched in sweat. Originally, he had a bit of resentment towards handing over the demon body tempering pill. But now that resentment had unknowingly vanished. Compared to his life, treasures and whatnot were really nothing. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Make a blood oath. At this moment, deep gratitude gushed out from the depths of Sun Mo's heart. He excitedly nodded. He straightforwardly established a demonic path blood oath. Qin Yu took the blood oath rune in his hand. The backlash from this sort of oath was extremely terrifying. No one dared to go back on their word. Let's go. Yes, please, fellow Taoists. Sun Zifu took a deep breath, overjoyed that he had just survived a calamity. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Qin Yu and Sun Zifu made their agreement. The small world had become even more chaotic. Seeing the fierce demon beast that Qin Yu had killed, Sun Zifu quietly gulped. He was overjoyed at his decision. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to grab onto Yao Bin's thigh without any hesitation. Otherwise, there was a high chance he would have become food in the stomach of the demon beast, or even be digested clean and turned into a pile on the ground. Cough cough. In short, he silently praised his own cleverness and praised himself 32 times. Qin Yu drew back his hand and sensed the faint traces of warm energy spreading out from his body. After refining the commander-level demon blood, his demonic bloodline's appetite had become much more picky. Although the demon beast in front of him wasn't weak, the increase in strength was negligible. It seemed that if he wanted to continue increasing his strength, he would have to refine higher commander-level demon beasts. But demon beasts of this level were extremely rare, and each one of them was extremely fierce and ferocious. It was extremely difficult to hunt them down. According to Sun Zifu, he had run into some dog shit luck and bumped into a severely wounded commander-level demon beast. It took him a great deal of effort to kill it. He shook his head, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. Wasn't the most important thing right now how to preserve his own life? It seemed that because his strength had increased recently, there had been a major problem with his mentality. He had even developed a sense of arrogance and conceit. He had to be vigilant. Sun Zifu's smile bloomed like a flower. Fellow Taoist Yao is truly fierce. Cough cough, what flattery. As long as he made a favorable impression, it wasn't anything at all. Qin Yu helplessly shook his head. In these past 2 days, he had heard similar words far too many times. But if he didn't say anything, Sun Zifu would be even more panicked and restless. Thus, he simply ignored him. As he was thinking about where he should go next, a faint fishy smell entered his nose. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and a bit of awe rose in his heart. He grabbed Sun Zifu, not giving him a chance to speak. Qin Yu took a step forward and his figure exploded away like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to leave, the low howl of a wolf resounded in his ears. One after another, demon wolves with shiny fur and lush green eyes emerged from all directions. A white wolf king proudly stood on a distant boulder. Its eyes were filled with wisdom as it coldly stared at the 2 fleeing people. With a deep roar, the wolf pack instantly moved. They gathered into a raging tide that chased after the 2 people. Demon wolf pack! Sun Zifu screamed out loud. He was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bowels. In the small world behind the demon ascension gate, there were all sorts of tyrannical demon beasts. But if one had to say which was the most terrifying, then the demon wolf pack was absolutely one of them. As one of the few demon beasts that liked to live in packs, although a single demon wolf wasn't too strong, when they formed packs and howled through the mountains and forests, there were no demon beasts that dared to be enemies with them. This was because once a demon wolf locked onto them as prey, they would never rest until they died. And now, it was clear that this pack of demon wolves had locked onto the two of them. It was over, they were dead for sure. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Qin Yu. Even the chaos of the small world hadn't changed the harsh tests placed on this old man. Poor me, I wasn't able to escape in the end. I was implicated by him and died. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He didn't bother with Sun Zifu's random thoughts. He had a certain understanding of how terrifying this demon wolf pack was. How unlucky! Chapter 493. With Qin Yu's cultivation, his all-out speed was astonishing. It was more than enough to throw off a low-rank demon beast like the demon wolf. But what left his heart sinking was that even though he passed through the thorny forest for a long time, he still wasn't able to shake off the demon wolf chasing after him. Looking back from the corner of his eyes, he saw demon wolves with bull-like bodies. The surface of their fur glowed with a faint silver light, as if they were wearing a layer of silver coat. It's the resonance of the demonic wolves' bloodline. With so many of them stacking on top of each other, they can produce an astonishing increase in speed. We can't shake them off, Sun Zifu said with a sad face. Qin Yu was expressionless. Shut up. Sun Zifu was furious. He thought to himself, you were my savior before, so I respected you and fawned over you. Now that you can't even protect yourself, you still dare to be so arrogant? However, when he opened his mouth, a strong gust of wind rushed into his stomach. After hesitating for a while, he still closed his mouth. If he angered the surnamed Yao now, he would be released and thrown down the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he would be devoured by the demon wolves without any scraps left. Living for a moment was a moment. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around? A faint light appeared in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He had never heard of anyone being able to escape unscathed from a pack of demon wolves. Young Master Sun closed his eyes, recalling his past life. He was savoring the final aftertaste of his life. Qin Yu's eyes were like lightning. As he ran, he observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened and the boulder beneath his feet shattered. He grabbed Sun Zifu and suddenly turned around. The powerful force of his swing caused his eyes to roll back, and he cursed inwardly. He was about to die, yet he still couldn't let him live in peace. Then, young Master Sun discovered that Qin Yu was currently climbing up a slope, and it was a very steep one at that. Looking up, the dense forest and rocks obstructed his line of sight. He had no idea what lay ahead. Just as young Master Sun was wondering just what this surname Yao was trying to do, the thorns in front of him were crushed apart by a tyrannical strength, and everything in front of him became clear. Cliff. Young Master Sun's eyes widened in shock. At this time, he could feel Qin Yu's body tense up. His speed suddenly increased, like a bolt of lightning. Young Master Sun instinctively screamed when he realized that he was already in the air. His face instantly paled. One of the restrictions of the Demon Ascension Gate's small world. It was forbidden to fly high in the sky. This was not a test for the cultivators who entered, but to protect them. That was because there were many terrifying devil birds in the sky above the small world. But this protection had now become a talisman that hastened his death. Despair filled Sun Zifu's eyes. He was well aware that he could not withstand the impact of falling from such a great height. Dead. I'm going to die. Behind them, the howls of the demon wolves could be heard. They didn't pause at all. Their powerful hind legs fiercely exerted strength, and the moment their claws tore through the ground, their bodies had already flown out. Then, dignified wolf howls resounded. The rapidly descending demon wolves instantly unfurled two silver wings of light behind their backs. They flapped at an even faster speed, as if they were bolts of silver lightning. In his despair, young Master Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. It was actually the demon wolf king that had awakened its sky bloodline. But soon, this trace of shock turned into mockery. Big idiot surnamed Yao, aren't you feeling extremely sour right now when you see this scene? Qin Yu was expressionless. He allowed his body to be pulled down by the earth, When a wolf howled above him, a bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes. Without warning, Qin Yu punched out his fist. A terrifying strength surged out like a tide, crashing into the cliff. Ka-cha, ka-cha, countless cracks appeared in the blink of an eye. Due to the dark, damp, and overgrown moss, the strange greenish-black stone walls spread rapidly to the surroundings. The entire mountain collapsed with a loud rumble. In that instant, crushed stones fell down like rain. The onrushing demon wolves were caught off guard and were baptized by this rain of stones. With miserable cries, the silver wings on their backs collapsed and they tumbled to the ground. Qin Yu punched out, smashing apart the falling stones. He borrowed the strength of the collision to instantly move several dozen feet away. Then, he stepped on a large stone, slowing his falling speed. Then, he took 3 more steps, each step bringing a giant stone crashing down. He was like a nimble monkey, rapidly falling through the rain of stones. And above him, the menacing demon wolf pack that was chasing him could no longer be seen. One could only faintly hear cries of pain and panic. Sun Zifu's eyes widened. As he watched Qin Yu calmly move through the rubble, he was shocked. It had to be known that this required not only a tyrannical divine sense to investigate but also a calm attitude and powerful control over one's body. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would end up buried under the rubble. But soon, young Master Sun discovered something. Even if this surname Yao constantly slowed down, according to his current speed, he still might not be able to withstand the fall, right? Well, it was more accurate to say that this surname Yao might be able to withstand the fall, but it would be hard for him to escape his fate of falling to his death. As soon as this conclusion appeared, Sun Zifu wanted to cry. How could he not escape death? No, he had to save himself. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Young Master Sun stretched out his hands and tightly held onto Qin Yu's arm. He wanted to rush over, but before he could succeed, he felt a strength erupt and shake him away. A great strength gushed out and he immediately soared into the clouds. The shaken Sun Zifu was stunned for a second or two before he realized the cruel fact that he had been abandoned. "Ah! Save me!" he screamed miserably. "Surname Yao, even if I die and turn into a ghost, I won't let you go." Qin Yu lifted his foot and kicked out. A piece of rubble howled out and struck Sun Zifu's abdomen, swallowing his remaining words back into his stomach. He moved to the side to avoid several falling rocks. At the same time, because of the impact of the rocks, his falling body came to a sudden stop and he passed by the demon wolf's gaping maw. This was a demon wolf that had been smashed into the ground by the rubble. Its waist was bent at an astonishing angle. It was clear that its spine had been broken. But its tyrannical life force allowed it to maintain its fierce and bloodthirsty appearance. Seeing the flesh and blood near its mouth being destroyed, the demon wolf's green eyes glared at Qin Yu. This was because as Qin Yu stepped onto the falling rocks, the distance between them became increasingly close. Roar! The demon wolf opened its jaws. But before it could roar, Qin Yu reached out and grasped the air. With a loud cracking sound, the demon wolf's neck was broken. Qin Yu grabbed the demon wolf's corpse and ruthlessly pulled it down. Then, he stepped onto the corpse and grabbed onto Sun Zifu, who had been struck by the falling rocks and was screaming in fear. Then, he crashed into the ground. The thick canopy of the ancient trees rapidly drew closer. A high-speed collision occurred. The thick branches that needed several people to wrap their arms around them were as fragile as sticks, directly smashed apart. Bang! The earth shook and the ground instantly cracked open. Countless rocks flew in all directions. Flesh and blood splashed out. The wolf corpse at the bottom had already turned into a pile of powder. Qin Yu's complexion paled. Through his body, he could clearly hear the pained groaning of his bones. With a stuffy cough, he didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed onto the unconscious Sun Zifu and endured the pain in his leg. His figure howled far away. In the next moment, countless boulders fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a mountain of rocks, stirring up a storm of dust. A moment later, the snow-white and dignified demon wolf king appeared at the base of the mountain. As it approached, the tumbling dust seemed to be suppressed, instantly vanishing without a trace. Its icy cold eyes fell on the rubble where several miserable wolf corpses lay. Anger gushed out from its eyes, and it reared its head back and roared. In the next moment, countless wolf howls rose up from all directions. The demon wolf pack divided into several groups, carrying with them the rage and killing intent of their king as they rushed into the forest. These two humans could not be allowed to escape. Hashtag. Chapter 494. He exerted strength in his feet, causing the ground to crack open. He twisted his body and slashed out with his palm. The head of the demon beast that turned to bite at him was directly smashed apart and thick white brain juice splashed out. After completing the kill, his body trembled and his complexion paled. Blood flowed down from the corners of his lips as he forcefully pushed himself to the limits of his strength. Fortunately, Sun Zifu could no longer be seen behind him. He took a deep breath and forced himself to focus. He tore off Sun Zifu's robe, which was stained with the blood and flesh of the demon wolves, and threw him onto the bloody corpse of the demon beasts. He rubbed Sun Zifu's robe a few times before picking him up and continuing forward. The demon wolves had a keen sense of smell. Sun Zifu's demon god armor wasn't afraid of being stained, but Sun Zifu didn't have this ability. A moment later, he found a demon beast cave. He endured the stench and crawled in. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some pills. Although the battle when he jumped off the cliff seemed simple, the truth was that he had consumed a great deal of his mind. Although he had the demon wolf corpse as a buffer when he landed, his mortal body had withstood a tremendous pressure and his organs had shifted. Luckily, the sovereign-level demon body was tough enough. As long as he rested for a night, he would be able to recover. Sun Zifu was awakened by the smell in the cave. He opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. First, he was excited that he was still alive, and second, the smell was just too sour. But soon, his body stiffened. He looked down and discovered that he was naked. He immediately screamed out in pain and pointed at Qin with a trembling hand. This Qin had an angry expression on his face that said, "I thought of you as my savior, but you've done something to me." Qin opened his eyes and his lips twitched. "Shut up." He didn't want to waste words with him. "The demon wolf pack hasn't left yet. If you don't want to die, then keep quiet." He closed his eyes and continued to heal his wounds. Sun Zifu's eyes were filled with resentment. He frowned and carefully moved his body. When he didn't feel any discomfort, he immediately relaxed. It seemed that he hadn't succeeded yet. Luckily, he woke up quickly, otherwise who knew what sort of unforgivable things that this Yao freak would do to him. He quickly took out a set of clothes and put them on. Then, he thought it wasn't safe, so he took out a second set. He wrapped himself tightly and carefully distanced himself from Qin. As he closed his eyes and healed his wounds, Qin pale face unconsciously darkened a bit. This bastard, did he think he was an outstanding beauty? When the cave fell into complete darkness, Qin slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. Sun Zifu coughed. "Fellow Taoist Yao, thank you for saving my life. Sigh, there's no helping it. I still have to curry favor with those that I should." Qin ignored his confused expression. He frowned at the entrance of the cave, a dignified expression on his face. Sensing the heavy aura around him, Sun Zifu's expression changed. "What's wrong?" Although his heart was filled with resentment, he couldn't help but acknowledge Qin abilities. Otherwise, he would have died countless times by now. "The demon wolf pack hasn't left yet." Qin face darkened. Through the cosmic sea-cross bell, he could faintly sense the terrifying aura of the demon wolves. They had actually caught up to him. Sun Zifu's face paled. "It's the demon wolf king. It has awakened a high-grade sky bloodline, so it must have a second bloodline ability. Could it be Soul Lock? Qin Yu frowned. What is a Soul Lock? Sun Zifu gulped. Soul Lock is an extremely rare bloodline ability of the demon wolves. Based on smell, it can directly lock onto soul fluctuations, and once the demon wolf king uses Soul Lock, if it can't kill its prey, it will suffer a backlash. In other words, it will definitely kill us. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. Sun Zifu nodded. His body went cold, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. There was a moment of silence. This explained why the demon wolf pack was circling around here. Although the demon wolf king couldn't lock onto their exact position, it would definitely be able to find them if it searched a little. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. He couldn't wait any longer, otherwise once the demon wolf pack gathered together, it would be difficult to escape. Demon wolf pack. Demon wolf king, killing the former was impossible, so he could only kill the latter. Otherwise, even if he escaped here, he wouldn't be able to escape the demon wolf king's bloodline ability. Qin Yu suddenly stood up. Sun Zifu had a bad feeling. Fellow Taoist Yao, what do you want to do? Qin Yu lightly said, I want to kill the demon wolf king. Sun Zifu gulped. He thought that Qin Yu had gone crazy. Who didn't know that the demon wolf king was sinister and cunning? It would never face a powerful enemy alone. It hid itself in the wolf pack and had the most powerful demon wolf guard following it. Wanting to kill it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Fellow Taoist Yao, don't be impulsive. He rambled on and on. The general meaning was that the demon wolf king was too strong and it was impossible for him to kill it. Qin Yu had no expression. If I don't kill it, you and I will die. He strode forwards, stay here and wait for me to return. Before his voice fell, he had already vanished from sight. The dark cave fell completely silent. Sun Zifu inexplicably shivered. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that this surname Yao saw that things were going bad, so he threw me here as bait and fled? His body stiffened and his heart nearly stopped beating. Sun Zifu ran out of the cave, but all he saw was a pitch-black darkness. There wasn't even the slightest trace of Qin Yu. In the distance, the roars of demon wolves echoed in the air. Sun Zifu shivered and his lips trembled. After hesitating for a while, he slowly retreated back into the cave. Now, he could only choose to believe in Qin Yu. If he really entered the dark mountain forest alone, he feared he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Surname Yao. Grandpa Yao. Ancestor Yao, you must keep your word, don't leave me here alone in the dark night. Qin Yu's eyes shined with light. Everything around him was clearly reflected in his eyes. He was like a shadow, quietly moving forwards. At the same time, within his soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell gently trembled. A clear ringing sound spread out, as if it were some sort of accurate sound wave that spread out in all directions, covering an area of several hundred miles. Within this range, all soul fluctuations could be sensed. This was the terrifying aspect of the cosmic sea-cross bell. As a supreme treasure of the soul, its might wasn't limited to protecting its master's soul. It could investigate, lock onto, and even kill its master's soul. In particular, after the golden soul of nothingness fused into it, it had activated all of the cosmic sea-cross bell's abilities. For instance, its large-scale probing ability was one of them. The demon wolf king was tyrannically strong. After awakening its bloodline, its soul fluctuations far surpassed those of ordinary demon wolves. Thus, it might be difficult for others to find it, given how cunning it was. But to Qin Yu, the demon wolf king's soul fluctuations were like a campfire in the dark night. As long as it appeared within his probing range, he would be able to lock onto it. As he rushed forwards, Qin Yu stepped forwards and flew up into the branches of an ancient tree. All of his pores were sealed off, isolating the connection between inside and outside. He seemed to melt into the dark night. After several breaths of time, 6 demon wolves formed a small search team. They passed by the ancient tree, twitching their sensitive noses. Some of the demon wolves seemed to smell something. With a low roar, the 6 demon wolves scattered, but in the end they didn't find anything. Several times, the demon wolves swept their eyes over the ancient tree, but none of them discovered Qin Yu. When they ran away, Qin Yu was like a fallen leaf, quietly falling to the ground. He continued to move forwards in the direction he had chosen. The cosmic sea-cross bell could search for several hundred miles, but to the boundless mountain forest, this was only an extremely small area. Thus, Qin Yu divided his search into 6 areas. Starting from a single point, he would go in 6 different directions. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, finding the Demon Wolf King was only a matter of time. He was like a ghost, avoiding the countless demon wolf squads as well as the other demon beasts of the night. The first time he didn't find anything. The second time was the same. The third time was the same. As Qin Yu was wondering whether or not the Demon Wolf King had some method to avoid him, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space suddenly trembled. A radiant sphere of light appeared within his range of perception. It was like a silver moon in the skies, sprinkling down an endless cold brilliance. Around this sphere of light, there were countless tiny motes of light. They were like stars on the edge of the silver moon, surrounding it with a majestic aura. Qin Yu came to a sudden stop. He looked up into the depths of the pitch-black mountain forest, a bolt of lightning flashing in his eyes. Demon Wolf King, I've found you. Indeed, as Sun Zifu had said, the Demon Wolf King was surrounded by the most powerful demon wolf guards. Their soul fluctuations were nearly twice as tyrannical as those of ordinary demon wolves. If he were to face them head-on, no matter how tyrannical Qin Yu's strength was, his chances of success were only 30%. And this was an optimistic estimate. The Demon Wolf King was surrounded by a pack of demon wolves, and its true combat strength was terrifying. Moreover, once he appeared, the Demon Wolf King would immediately summon the rest of the wolf pack. If he couldn't finish this battle quickly, then that would truly be bad. Luckily, Qin Yu wasn't unprepared. Since he wanted to kill the Demon Wolf King, he naturally had his own plans. As long as his plan went smoothly, killing the Demon Wolf King wouldn't be too difficult. Qin Yu took a deep breath and restrained his aura fluctuations to the minimum. Then, he quietly crept towards the Demon Wolf King. This was the most critical moment. Once he was discovered ahead of time, all of his preparations would be for naught. As he thought, the sinister and cunning Demon Wolf King wouldn't leave any gaps for its enemies. Even though it was surrounded by a pack of wolves, it still made extremely tight defensive arrangements. If it weren't for Qin Yu borrowing the cosmic sea-cross bell to avoid the moving demon wolf guards, it would have been impossible for him to approach within 10 miles of the Demon Wolf King. After spending less than an hour, Qin Yu arrived at a low hillside. His figure was hidden behind thistles and thorns, and he finally saw the silver-white Demon Wolf King that resembled a full moon. It was lying on a clean boulder, its long fur constantly fluttering in the night wind. There were over 100 strong and fierce demon wolf guards surrounding it. Suddenly, the Demon Wolf King, who was lying on the boulder, opened its eyes. Its eyes were cold and dense, like 2 deep and serene pools. It stood up and looked directly at Qin Yu. It roared out loud. "Awoo, awoo!" The demon wolf guard's fur immediately stood on end. Its vicious eyes turned towards Qin Yu and its strong hind legs erupted with power. It rushed forwards like a bolt of lightning. He had been discovered. Qin Yu's heart chilled. This Demon Wolf King's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Although this wasn't the best chance to attack, he had no other choice. If he missed this chance, he feared the Demon Wolf King wouldn't give him another chance to approach. Bang! Chapter 495. Black Demon Sect. Tai Qianqiu's face was flushed red and he revealed a rare look of excitement. This was because the hidden dangers that had plagued his body for so many years were finally beginning to disappear. Although this was only the beginning, he understood his own condition. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this was extremely appropriate to deal with the hidden dangers in his body. Without accident, in at most half a year, he would be able to make a complete recovery. He would be able to cast off Chunku's shackles and obtain another chance to attack the Calamity Immortal Realm. Thinking of this, Tai Qianqiu's smile widened. For my sect to resolve these hidden dangers, fellow Taoist has contributed greatly. If there is anything you need in the future, the Black Demon sect will not be stingy. His words contained the intent to recruit him. The more he came into contact with this mysterious character from the sealed pagoda, the more he discovered just how formidable he was. Although his aura wasn't strong, there were times when Tai Qianqiu felt a great threat from him. Although he knew his chances weren't high, as long as there was a chance, Tai Qianqiu wouldn't miss it. He wouldn't miss out on the chance to bring such a character under his command. The spirit of poison had a faint expression. Sect Master, today's treatment has ended. I bid my farewells. Recruit me, if you dare to have such thoughts, I won't agree. Just as he was about to leave, the spirit of poison's complexion changed and his footsteps quickened. Sect Master, I have an important matter that requires me to go into seclusion. Do not let anyone disturb me. Before his voice fell, his figure flashed around a corner and he vanished from sight. Soon, the spirit of poison returned to his dwelling and sat down cross-legged. Sealed pagoda. Deep within the sea of poison, the slowly growing continent suddenly trembled. A volcano erupted and billowing toxic smoke shot into the skies. The spirit of the sealed pagoda lifted a hand. Space fluctuated and a hole appeared, allowing the toxic smoke to pass through and vanish from sight. The mountain top was low and both sides were fast enough. So, after several breaths of time, you could clearly see the fierce fangs of the demon wolf guards and the white stench they exhaled from their mouths. Roar, roar with cruel roars, the dozen-some demon wolf guards at the front had already leapt up from the ground. Behind them, the white demon wolf king stood atop a boulder. Its eyes were filled with anger and surprise. It hesitated for a moment before turning and jumping off the boulder. Under the protection of the remaining demon wolf guards, it began to retreat. At the same time, deep rumbling sounds erupted from the entire mountain forest. The scattered demon wolf packs had already received the demon wolf king summons and were gathering here. Without accident, unless a calamity immortal took action, it was impossible to threaten the safety of the demon wolf king. Yu wasn't at the calamity immortal realm, but he had many hidden cards. For instance, the tyrannical poison immunity that the little blue lamp had given him. For instance, the sealed pagoda and the spirit of poison that he had subdued at the Black Demon sect not too long ago. Facing the demon wolf guard that jumped up, Yu punched out his fist. Space collapsed, forming a giant hole. In the next moment, the surging poisonous smoke surged out like a tidal wave. The first to enter the range of the poisonous smoke was a demon wolf guard with black fur and a long scar on the corner of its left eye. The fact that it was able to rush to the front was enough to prove its strength. But the instant it came into contact with the poisonous smoke, the demon wolf guard's fierce eyes turned into pain and fear. Its glossy hair turned yellow and curled in the blink of an eye, as if it had been roasted on a bonfire. Its green, murderous eyes were like jelly under the scorching sun, melting and flowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu, the demon wolf guard only had time to howl in pain. On the surface of its tongue, yellow spots began to appear, and then it began to rot away. Its strong and powerful limbs seemed to have been pulled out of them. It fell to the ground, twitching several times before it was unable to crawl back up. After several breaths of time, all that was left over was a skeleton. All of its flesh and blood had turned into sticky goo that seeped into the earth. Soon after, a second and third demon wolf guards followed. Like dumplings, the smell of blood soared. The demon wolf guards that followed behind came to a sudden stop in panic. Their sharp claws tore open the ground, causing dust to splash into the air. When the dust fell on their bodies, they looked much more distressed. But the poisonous smoke didn't stop. It gushed out like a thick fog, expanding outwards at an astonishing speed. Roar! The demon wolf king roared in anger. The demon wolf guards that had stopped moving suddenly flashed with a fierce light as they suppressed their fear. With deep howls, they crazily rushed into the poisonous smoke like stones, carrying with them an aura as if they faced death unflinchingly. Unfortunately, even if these loyal and devoted demon wolf guards paid with their lives, they still weren't able to stop Qin Yu's footstep. Within the poisonous smoke, runes quietly lit up on his right index finger, shining with a faint halo of light. All of the poisonous smoke that approached Qin Yu was completely transformed, losing its toxicity to him. But to anyone else besides him, it became even more terrifying. The ground was already covered with the rotting corpses of the demon wolf guards. As Qin Yu ran across the ground, it was like he was walking through mud. Flesh and blood splashed everywhere, and the stench made one feel dizzy and nauseous. But his complexion didn't change at all. He stubbornly stared at the enraged demon wolf king not too far away. The spirit of poison's strength was only at 10% of its peak, and the sealed pagoda also consumed an astonishing amount of energy to maintain this whole. Thus, the poisonous smoke attacks couldn't last for long and couldn't be repeated for a period of time. He had to finish this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the demon wolf pack caught up, even if he used the corpses to pile up the poisonous smoke, he would still be able to use it up. At that time, facing the vengeful demon wolf king, Qin Yu would be in deep trouble. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. His feet trembled and flesh and blood flew everywhere as his speed rose once more. The demon wolf king revealed a look of fear. It had witnessed with its own eyes its most powerful guard rapidly die in the poisonous smoke. But this human, he was actually able to ignore the poisonous smoke as if it didn't exist. This was far too horrifying. It began to regret provoking these two humans. But the taste of their blood was far too delicious. It couldn't resist its desire. In particular, this human in front of it. If it could eat him, the demon wolf king believed it had a high chance of completing its bloodline advancement and breaking through to the commander level, becoming the second true king of this small world. But now, the demon wolf king realized that it might not have the chance to obtain this human's flesh and blood. It had to flee immediately, otherwise it feared it would suffer the same fate as its guard today. The demon wolf king deeply looked at Qin Yu and then roared out loud. A pair of silver wings unfurled from its back, shining with a brilliant light. To this human, the terrifying poisonous smoke was bound to have a great restrictive effect, otherwise he wouldn't have been chased around in such a distressed state. If it avoided today, it would still be the king of its tribe. If it led the wolf pack under its command, it might have a chance to make a comeback. Human, your flesh and blood, I will not give up. Shwa! The demon wolf king fiercely flapped its wings, and its body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. Flying was forbidden in this small world, but as a native demon beast, it wasn't subject to this restriction. Human, we will meet again soon. Within the poisonous smoke, Qin Yu looked up and stared at the silver light that shot into the skies. Since he had decided to attack today, he couldn't give the demon wolf king a chance to escape. The sky bloodline, today it will be mine. Within his soul space, the quiet cosmic Seacross bell suddenly began to ring. Compared to the past, this sound was much sharper and more tyrannical. At almost the same time, the demon wolf king that had flown into the skies seemed to be struck by an invisible arrow. It roared in pain and tumbled to the ground. However, the tyrannical strength of a commander-level demon beast was soon manifested. When it was 100 meters from the ground, the demon wolf king regained control of its body. It fiercely unfurled its silver wings and flapped them to stabilize its body. Even so, it still crashed into the ground, leaving behind a terrifying pit. The poisonous smoke howled out like a raging dragon. The demon wolf king knew that the terrifying human was inside. It shook its dizzy head and roared as it leapt out of the pit, stubbornly staring at Chinyu. After discovering that it couldn't escape, the demon wolf king's cruel and bloodthirsty demonic nature was thoroughly activated. "You want to kill me? Let's see who dies first." It opened its mouth and roared. As this sound entered Chinyu's ears, it reached deep into his soul. Chapter 496. The demon wolf king had awakened its bloodline talent, Soul Lock. This was an extremely strange and mysterious ability. It could select a wisp of the target's aura and condense a soul seed into its own soul. Once the soul was locked and the target was successfully killed, the soul seed could absorb 10% to 30% of the dead person's soul strength and fuse it into the demon wolf king's soul, causing its soul strength to rise. The soul seed could help the demon wolf king lock onto its target and even obtain the soul strength of the target after they died. But if the hunt failed, the soul seed would explode, creating a backlash that would damage the demon wolf king's soul. In addition, there was an even more extreme method, and that was to directly detonate the soul seed. The backlash the demon wolf king suffered would double, but this was also an extremely terrifying killing move. The soul seed was formed from the target's aura and resonated with the soul body's aura. Once the soul seed exploded, it would instantly pull the target's soul into the same frequency. There was only one result, and that was that the soul body and the soul seed would both collapse. This was the situation Chinyu was facing right now. The demon wolf king felt an intense crisis. Its cruel demonic nature erupted and it chose to destroy itself. Although its soul would inevitably be severely injured, there was a high chance Chinyu would be directly killed. Even if he didn't die, as long as his soul was heavily wounded and he fell into the demon wolf pack, all that awaited him was death. At that time, it would eat his corpse and absorb his bloodline. Once the demon wolf king completed its bloodline advancement, the damage to its soul wouldn't be anything at all. Although this might affect its advancement to the king's step, in the current situation, it had to make a gamble. If it were anyone else hunting down the demon wolf king today, then perhaps this ruthless method really might succeed. But unfortunately, the one it chose was Chinyu. With the holy artifact of the souls of nothingness, the cosmic Seacross Bell, there might be some strength in this world that could erase Chinyu from the soul level, but that didn't include the demon wolf king. The cosmic Seacross Bell trembled. Layers of ripples appeared, cleanly canceling out all of the ripples in Chinyu's soul space. All of the throbbing in his soul vanished like snow under the scorching sun. The demon wolf king's eyes widened as it stubbornly stared at Chinyu. Its complexion paled and its body tensed up, but its eyes revealed endless excitement. "Humanity! You forced me to pay a great price, and even hindered my advancement to the king's step. Then, I will use your blood to extinguish my anger." Shwa, even though the white demon wolf king's soul was severely damaged, its speed was still astonishing. It hurtled towards Chinyu like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, a pair of silvery white wings appeared once more. As they flapped, a gust of wind rose. Perhaps it was because the owner of the wings was on the brink of death, but the wind was easily blown away. The demon wolf king's eyes lit up with even greater joy. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Chinyu and opened its massive mouth, causing it to expand over a dozen times in size as if it were about to swallow him whole. Although it enjoyed chewing and swallowing slowly, the demon wolf king still felt a bit of fear towards this human in front of it. It was better to seal the coffin early and eat this human into its stomach. That was the only way to be safe. Gulp. The demon wolf king let out a satisfied burp, a trace of confusion in its eyes. This was because its swallowing had been too smooth. It had only just opened its mouth when this human had taken the initiative to jump in. Taking the initiative, the demon wolf king's body stiffened and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. It growled and its abdomen began to wriggle, emitting a deep rumble that sounded like thunder. This was one of its abilities. It stimulated the power of its stomach, squirming and twisting to kill its prey, quickly decomposing and absorbing it. But this time, just as its stomach began to wriggle, the demon wolf king howled in pain. It felt as if there was an incomparably hard iron stone in its stomach. In the darkness, Qin Yu opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to cut through space. He lifted a hand and a halo of silver light revolved. As it fell, blood gushed out like a tide. Warm and slightly fishy blood that contained boundless demonic strength instantly drenched Qin Yu's body. But in the next moment it was cleanly absorbed. He was like a sponge, not missing a single drop of blood that flowed out from the demon wolf king's body. At the same time, Qin Yu did it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. He lifted his hand and brought it down. More and more wounds appeared. Blood fell like rain. A tyrannical commander-level demon beast had an extremely thick blood vitality within its body. If the demon wolf king were to completely drain its blood, it would be enough to fill an entire lake. Qin Yu didn't miss a single drop of blood because he didn't want to waste the pure demonic strength contained within it. At this time, as he absorbed the blood, he could clearly feel the demonic bloodline in his body emitting excited cheers as it rose at a clear speed. In truth, this feeling was quite good. As Qin Yu subconsciously smiled, the demon head that reappeared behind him also smiled. The demon wolf king crazily rolled around on the ground. Dozens of large trees were destroyed, and there wasn't a single inch of land left intact. The surviving demon wolf guards retreated in terror. The 2 that had just approached the demon wolf king had already been torn to shreds on the spot. The demon wolf guards didn't have enough intelligence to understand just what was happening. They only knew that their leader was in a berserk state and they absolutely couldn't approach it. But the demon wolf king was well aware that it wouldn't be able to last much longer before it was sucked dry by the human in its stomach and turned into a dried corpse. The smell of death was so rich that black spots began to appear in the demon wolf king's eyes. Its powerful limbs began to feel sore and weak. It knew that it was about to die. Resentment and unwillingness erupted like a volcano, burning its heart and releasing all of the demon wolf king's negative emotions. Kill me, plunder me, throw me into the endless abyss. I, the noble demon wolf king, a life form with pure demon blood flowing through my body, will never accept such an ending. Let's die together. Bang! Terrifying blood energy fluctuations erupted from the demon wolf king's body. Its eyes turned crimson. This was the result of its tiny blood vessels bursting with blood. Faint beads of blood drilled out from its pores. In the blink of an eye, its snow-white fur was dyed red. But at this time, there was a fierce pain in the depths of its mind. It was like an iron rod had been thrust into it and was madly stirred. At the same time, a marvelous strength descended from the heavens, seeping into the demon wolf king's body. In the blink of an eye, the demon wolf king's self-detonation process was forcefully interrupted. It slumped to the ground as if its spine had been pulled out. Its nose and mouth emitted heavy sounds like a broken bellows. The demon wolf king was powerless to resist. Its majestic face was filled with pain. Its strong and majestic body constantly twitched and twitched. It withered up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its breathing became increasingly difficult. Saliva dripped out of its mouth and wet the ground. The solemn commander-level demon wolf king, a terrifying existence in this small world that could rank in the top 5, was now approaching the final moments of its life. The demon wolf guards revealed panic-stricken expressions. They could clearly feel their leader's life aura weakening, but they didn't know how to respond. As for the surrounding wolf packs, after losing the suppression of the demon wolf king's aura, they gradually fell into chaos. There were even some demon wolves that began to howl and tear each other apart. An hour later, there was a deep sound of skin being cut. Qin Yu stepped out from the withered demon wolf king's abdomen. His figure was exposed in front of the wolf pack. All of the demon wolves drew back, reared their heads back, roared into the skies, and then turned to run away. Qin Yu's body had the rich aura of the demon wolf king, They didn't dare to be presumptuous. As he watched the wolf pack leave, Qin Yu had a thoughtful look on his face. Before the new demon wolf king was born, this powerful demon beast tribe would inevitably fall into desolation.